Good morning, and thank you for coming today. Come on in if you're still finding a seat in the back. My name is Amy Luschke. I work with the Procross company and with Creative Genetics in California. It's my pleasure to welcome you here today to the virtual farm tour on behalf of Procross. I also welcome the Nilsson family from Sweden, as well as Emily Oskarsson with Faxa, the breeding and service co-op in Sweden that works with the Nilsson family. In case you aren't very familiar with Procross, we are a 3-breed rotational crossbreeding system using Viking Red, Montbéliard, and Viking Holstein. We are a very research-rich brand and program. We've sponsored many studies throughout the years, and especially this one I want to feature with you here today. The Procross program in a 10-year study in Minnesota where they compared the Procross cows with Holsteins in the same herds are showing $125 more profit per cow per year in those herds. How do they do that? The main factors are longer-lived cows that have lower replacement cost, healthier cows, and cows with more cull value at the end of their useful life, as well as value of bull calves. So if you'd like to hear more about Procross and what we do with the farmers we serve, please talk to me after the seminar or visit our booth in the exhibition hall number 1315, and I'm happy to visit with you there. One other housekeeping thing I want to mention before we get started. Please fill out your surveys at the end of this session today. We will be drawing a $100 gift card for one lucky winner who fills that out and provides me with their contact information. So please fill out that survey. Thank you. And at this time, we will start a short video to introduce you to the Nilsson family and to their dairy Skromred. And then after that, you'll get a chance to hear from the family live. Thank you.
My name is Oskar Nilsson and I'm one of 3 sons of Anders och Katarina Nilsson, who owns the farm Skåmred in southern Sweden. The farm has been in the family's possession for about 100 years, where me and my brothers are the 4th generation. Anders and Katarina took over the farm from my grandfather in 1996. At that time, the farm was a small, classic Swedish farm with 25 dairy cows, a few pigs and chickens. Today, the farm is a purely dairy farm with 350 cows and 450 heifers. We grow grass, corn and grain on 500 hectares of land. On the farm, we have 10 employees. We milk 3 times a day in a tandem 14 system and have a yield of 13,900 kg ECM per cow and year, which we deliver to Arla. As the company has developed, turnover has also increased a lot, which has placed higher demands on control and leadership. We are basically a family business and felt that we needed input, ideas and opinions about the business from other people. Almost 15 years ago, we put together a farm council consisting of the family and 2 external advisors. We have meetings every quarter and check the current situation and planning and discuss the future. This makes us feel more confident about our decisions of the company's development, and it has also led to a great relationship with our bank. In addition to these meetings, we take external advice from a company called Växa, where we get a lot of help with feed ration and management.
Hi, my name is Annika Hansson. I'm working at a company called Växa and I'm working as a dairy consultant. Here at Skåmred, I'm working with the feed rations and I'm supporting the staff regarding management issues. Regarding feed rations, the cows here at this barn have 4 different rations, and the content is grass silage with legumes, of course, included, and corn silage, corn cobs, and 2 different concentrate mixtures from Vallberga Lantmän. It's the feed company cooperating with farmers in this region. And one of the mixed concentrate is based on starch and energy, and the other one is based on protein content, mostly byproducts from rapeseed. For a couple of years ago, they participated in a study regarding optimal calving interval, trying to delay the first insemination, and they realized it was quite a successful strategy to continue. So now the main part of the cows are inseminated about 100 days after calving, or they start to inseminate the cows 100 days after calving. Swedish dairy production is running their fertility work totally without use of hormone to synchronize the dairy cows.
One of the most important decisions we have made is that we have started working with Lean 10 years ago. Lean is a management concept and philosophy that first was introduced by Toyota. Lean optimized the use of resources by mapping processes in the organization and make them more efficient. Among other things, we now have checklists to make sure that no task is forgotten and that every tool is in the right place, which means that we don't have to spend unnecessary time looking for them. We also have meetings twice a week where all employees participate and discuss improvements, new ideas, and things that need to be fixed. One of the suggestions for improvement that came up was to get even better at heat and health monitoring. That's why we invested in SenseHub in 2021. Another very important choice we have made was that we started with Procross. We did this about 12 years ago and we regret to this day that we didn't start sooner. Procross is a 3-breed rotational crossbreeding system combining Viking Holstein, Viking Red and Copex Montbéliard. The three breeds are unrelated, high producing and well suited for intensive production farms. Without Procross, it would never been possible to have the high yield and low mortality that we have today. Before we started with Procross, we had about 90% Holstein and 10% Viking Red. We were not satisfied with the health of the animal, as almost all our heifers went to recruit into the herd. Today, we can sell around 100 heifers a year. My parents' goal with this farm is for it to be handed over in the best possible condition, regardless of whether it is sold or if me and my brothers will take it over. This has led to that new investments and improvements are always around the corner. Our next step is to build a biogas plant for production of electricity. Since a year ago, the energy prices in Sweden has increased a lot. So it feels really good to be self-sufficient in electricity in the near future. In our free time, we try to find activities where we can relax and do things not related to the farm. If it's not different sport activities, we're happy to be out in the wood and hunting or take a trip with the car to the beach a few miles away.
Oskarsson, and I've been knowing this family since 10 years back when I was their lean coach, when they started working with implementing lean on their farm. And before we go ahead and go to the family, I just want to give some insights about the Swedish dairy sector, because it's a bit different compared to here in the States. So first of all, now we're here somewhere. Here? Yeah. And the farm is located here in the south of Sweden, but it's still more northern than we are today. And during the summer, we have 18 hours of daylight, and in the winter, we have 6 hours of daylight. So, and we really have winter, summer, spring, and fall. So, yeah, just to get you a close-up picture from Europe and where we are at. And this is Denmark to the left and Sweden to the right. So in Sweden, we have 2,882 dairy farmers at the moment. And together they have almost 3,000 cows. So that makes up like 100 cows is the average herd size. And we use the metric system, so we have tried to convert everything to pounds. And acres instead of hectares and kilograms, to just ask if there is something that looks goofy. But the average yield is 3,000 pounds with 4.2 fat and 3.3 protein. And the main breeds are Holstein. It's 60% Holstein and 30% Swedish Red or Viking Red. And then 10% is others, and that's mostly crossbreeds, but also some jerseys and some native breeds. And as you can see, the farm has increased or decreased a lot the last years. But we still have a lot of cows, so it's just that the small dairies are shutting down and the cows are instead on bigger dairies. And we also have this animal welfare laws that we have to follow. And that's mainly, we have all cows or all heifers need to be out grazing during the summer for at least 2 months. And we don't use any hormones, as Annika mentioned, for synchronization if Maybe if you use embryo or something, you can use it, but you don't use it on regular basis. And if you do, you need to have a vet present. And it's the same with antibiotics. You need to have them prescribed or be in a control program to use them on your own. We have really controlled and uniquely low use of antibiotics. This is a comparison that we use in Europe to compare the use of antibiotics. It's basically like active substance antibiotics. On this one, on live weight, on the total animals in the country. And here is the average for Europe, and we are far away here. And we also have very low, we don't have so much salmonella, and the mortality rate for dairy calves is also really low, 3.3%. And then there are a lot of diseases that we have successfully getting rid of, like brucellosis, tuberculosis, paratuberculosis, EBR, and BVD. So it's manageable to get rid of them. And also for the other animals, there are some diseases we don't have to fight on a regular basis. I will hand it over to you.
Hello, my name is Philip Nilsson. I'm the youngest son in our family and the fourth generation, hopefully. Today at our farm we have 9 employees. Oscar said 10, but today we have 9. 350 dairy cows, and we produce 29,700 pounds milk per cow per year. And 4% fat and 3.5% protein. We farm on around 1,000 acres. We plow everything with an old school plow, and we have corn, barley, wheat, and a lot of grass too. We have 138 acres of forest to the farm. Yeah.
That's it?
Yeah.
My name is Katarina, and this is our family. It's me, Katarina, and my husband, Anders, who drives the farm. And on the
I will point him
point, that is John, our oldest son. He's not working in the farm, he has had work. And then we have Oscar, who's the middle, who's working in the farm, and Philip. And I'm working part-time outside the company as preschool teacher. And then I'm doing the accounting at the farm.
And Anders, when did you start farming, and how did that happen?
We was starting with the farm, me and Katarina, in 1996. And my parents, they have 25 dairy cows, 100 pigs, a few hens, and 100 acres, and the same 125 acres forest. We have little of everything.
And what happened then?
We me and Katarina, we was working all the time and never have any holiday, and we say we must do something. And we make a new barn, 2006, for robot milking, 180 dairy cows, 370 acres and 140 acres for forest. And we have a robot from Westphalia in that moment with 4 boxes, and it was working really good. Until
for how long was it working really good?
3 years. Then we have a small burning in the farm. The robot was burning.
not the robot, the
Yeah, in a
electrician.
fire.
Yeah.
And yeah, we try to repair, and I think in 1 year, 1.5, and then we throw it out because many things happening. We have to be in the stables sometimes 24 hours in a day.
So
And
then
we went back to milking parlor,
which
and
is here.
and make one new building 2011. And we go up to 320 dairy cows. We are still in the same today. We have 350 cows today. And we have the production back. Yeah, now it's going really good.
So, Philip, what is the herd size? Yeah, you told us the herd size, but what is the production?
The production today, we are at now pounds, 29,762 pounds per year per cow. And the average in our area is 23,900. So we're pretty high in our area and the whole country actually.
And how is the milk used after you sell it?
The milk goes directly to Arla, and then they distribute, or do you say? They
Use it for different.
Yeah, they take it what they need it for that moment. So our milk is not only going to cheese or certain things. They can go to everything.
And what do you get paid for the milk? What's the milk price today?
Our milk price today is $23.92 per pound. 100.
100, yeah. We have
100.
tried to make it
It's
understandable.
It's difficult to count, but around $24 per 100 pound.
And can you affect your milk price?
No, we can't do much. Certain things we can do that makes price go up for our farm, as helps the truck to certain way to fill the truck and stuff like that. But no, not that much.
But you have like the cell count.
Yeah, of course. Yeah,
For
the
the
cell count
quality, you get
and
paid
fat and
more
protein.
for the solids and for the.
Yeah.
And also, Arla has introduced this zero carbon footprint. So Swedish farmers get more paid if they do their climate check once a year. So that can also affect the milk price. So how much land did you say you have?
We farm at on around 1,000
You can
acres.
use the pointer if you want to.
Yeah, is that
The red one.
Yeah, we have the farm here in the middle, and as you can see, our country is there's a lot of forest around our farm, so we have a lot of fields, small fields spread out, and then we rent some bigger fields closer to the sea, where the fields get bigger, less stones, rocks.
But you have to drive a bit. to
Yeah,
get there.
it takes like 20 minutes with tractor, and that's really far for us in Sweden to drive to a
And you
field.
have many cars behind you.
Yeah, our roads are real small, so you get minimum 20 cars behind you that can't pass you.
So
Yeah.
if you take the next slide, there is a close-up picture.
Here you can see closer. They're all fields. They're not square, and they're really hard to farm. And the boar is really really like this when they're forest close to the fields. It doesn't help us at all. It's a real pain. Go to the next.
No, I will ask you some more questions on this one. Do you own all the machinery that you use on your fields?
No, we have a company that Anders worked for before he took over the farm. My uncle still works at this company that we rent all machine at. There's slurry tanks, corn seeder, planter, and harvester machines. We rent. The rest we have.
Thank you. So in Sweden, we also have this National Dairy Business Award. That's once a year a farmer is given this prize. And it's given to someone that has focused on their profitability, efficiency, leadership, and good animal welfare. And last year, you got this prize from the Royal Highness of Sweden. What do you think were the most important things in earning, or why did you earn this prize?
One is that we work with lean, and we have this Procross breeding strategy, was successful, and that we have a high yield in combination with good health and welfare for our animals, and that we have a great openness towards consumers and local community. Sorry.
So, Anders, for how long have you been doing Procross?
We started 12 years ago. Yeah.
And why did you decide to?
We have a discussion in the company. We have problem with in the first with the Holstein. We want to have the big cow to be older, and I think we have the result now, and we are really happy with the Procross system. It's the best for the farm.
Did you start from pure Holstein, or did you have some other breed as well?
In that moment, we have 90% Holstein and 10% Swedish Red.
How do you select the bulls that you use in your Procross system?
We was sitting down all in the farm and discuss what is the goal with the farm and with the animal, and we want them have little smaller cow, and I think we have maybe 5 bulls in every race, and all of them is okay.
So here are just some key figures for this farm and from their Holstein cows. You have a sales count of 173, and the replacement rate is 32, but you said you also sell a lot of animals, so maybe it's lower than stated here. And the average lifespan is 5.4 years, so they live quite long on your farm. And they are 2 years old when they have their first calf. And the number of semination is 1.7, because they get pregnant. And the stillbirth, 2.8. And calving interval, 13.4. But as Annika stated, that's a decision you have made to start seminate them later on. Is it 100 days, or can you comment on that?
Yeah, we still wait 100 days or little more sometimes. It's not so easy to when we dry off cow when they're milking maybe 50 liter, and we want them to go a little longer.
For how long have you been doing this?
We started 3 years ago with that system.
Yeah. What are the biggest changes you have seen since you started with the Procross on your animals?
Now we have from a calf is born, he stand up in 10 minutes and looking for food. Before we have to wait sometimes more than 1 hour, and they are really happy from the beginning. And yeah, they start when they be older, easier to grazing, for example.
Yeah.
Our cows is starting to be older. Before every heifer who was born in the farm, we must have all in to be a cow in 2 years. Today we can sell a lot of them, many of them to Great Britain.
Are there a few key traits or characteristics of the Procross cow that had the largest impact on your profit? Vad har den största skillnaden, alltså vilken är den största inkomsten?
It's older cow have a higher production, and that is the best. And then it's easier to make milk with less food and
Less food, more milk and less food. Yeah. We also worked with the lean production system that we mentioned before, and that's just like if you take focus on the customer, and that could be if you're on a farm, like the persons that are out on the field cutting grass, their customer is the cow in the barn. So you have customers within your company as well, not just Arla. So you like look through your process that you have at your farm and see what is the customer in the end of this process. And what do they pay for, and what creates values. So you only do stuff on your farm that creates value for someone further on. And it eliminates and prevents loss and waste, and commitment to get all the employees at the farm to be involved and work in the same direction at a common goal. So this is out in your barn, sitting on the wall, in Swedish though. But it's like anybody could have done it, but nobody did it. Somebody get angry about that because it was everybody's job. Everybody thought anybody could do it, but nobody realized that everybody wouldn't do it. It ended up that everybody blamed somebody when nobody did what anybody could have done. Anyone can relate to this? Yeah? So at our first lean meeting in December 2011, we were sitting down. It was, I guess we were like 9 people. Yeah.
Yes.
And they were both your Swedish workers and your Romanian workers. And we were sitting down in your house, and everyone was, okay, what's going to happen on this lean journey? Why are we sitting down? Why are we not out working? And everyone was also like looking over their shoulder, like every 5 minutes was like this. And after 1 hour, I was like, why are they so nervous? What are they looking for, everyone? So I asked, what are you looking for?
Yes, it's a food wagon on the rail. Sometimes he stopped, and in that moment we not have any alarm on it. And everybody was looking if it's okay. That wagon is in 35 times a day with new food for all the animals.
So it cannot stop.
If it stops, we have problem.
So everyone was nervous about this stopping. So my next question was, is it possible to get an alarm system? And it turned out that...
Yeah, in a short time then we have alarm.
We had it, but
you had it, but
we
it
not
wasn't
use it.
installed.
Now it's installed, and I think we are real happy with that. It's not many times it happened, but when it's happened, it's a big problem. It's a hard work machine, but he make a good job.
And our meetings after that were more relaxed when the alarm was installed. So that was, I would say, that was one of your first lean improvements that you did.
Yes, but also I was thinking everybody was looking for things every day, and that was a problem. In that moment, I think if we take all the people who was looking for things 1 hour a day, but now we have a system, when you have used it, you have it back, and in the stable we have the tools for the stable, and we can have the things in our...
Yeah, you don't need to go to workshop to get like
No,
a hammer
exactly.
or a screwdriver or whatever, because you have it in place.
And we have the daily routines on the paper on the left side. We change that every day.
This is 1 day tasks to manage on Wednesdays. Yes. So then you put your name here when it's done. So it's really easy when you have like people working short time for you, like students and stuff. They can just look on the board and see what tasks are up for today and what shall I do.
And end of the day, we check the list. If it's done, we can go home and be calm. We don't need to run all over the barn and check that somebody did it.
And you also have like pictures on how it should look, so that you easily see if things are missing or where they have gone. And this the standard routine, they helped you a lot quicker than you thought.
Yes. I must make it easy.
Can you tell us about it?
Yes. I was in an accident and wake up in the hospital, and I know everything be done because everybody can do my work. It's very easy to. We have everything on paper. You can read what you have to do.
So you were not allowed in the stable for several weeks?
No, because risk for infections. Yes.
Yeah. But the farm was running anyway?
Yes.
Yeah.
Still running.
Yeah. Still running. And it runs even today when we are here?
Yes.
Yeah. So, Philip.
Yes, here we have some of our employees. The remaining guys, they're really good, hard workers, and I think we're 6 Romanians here.
Yes.
Yes. So when we change the shifts couple times, is it like every third?
No, they are in Sweden in 2 months and home 1 month.
So every time we change, we try to do something together, the whole farm together. So here we were at like a local
It was a ski slope
resort
before.
Yeah. So now it was zip line and bungee rocket and stuff like that. So yeah, we were really enjoying that time, and we try to do stuff together to keep the group together.
Yeah, and you also have this farm council that Oscar was talking about in the movie. Can you tell us a little bit about that, Katarina?
Yeah, 2012 we decided that we should have our farm council, and then it's me and Anders and Philip and Oscar who's with that, and sometimes and we have a financial advisor who has been from the beginning, and we invited a former bank clerk who give us some advice, and sometimes we invite special people like from the corn. What would you say?
Vad vill du säga? Advisors.
Advisor from.
Feed advisor or crop advisor, or
yeah.
depending on what topic you're discussing, I guess.
Yes, and we have a meeting every quarter, and then we discuss all who's concerned the company, and if we will have a new project, we would start to discuss it there, and take some advice from other people.
What was the first decision you made in your farm council?
I think it was with the finance advisor, and we did a budget, which we didn't have before.
Oh, now we move to the technology. Philip, what do you use for technology on your farm?
At the
Obvious.
In the barn, we have installed Sense Hub. Every cow has a
Color? Transponder?
Yeah, exactly. You know this better than anyone
Sorry.
in here. And we had a herd manager that was really good before, and he had to quit. So we had to figure out a way to keep track of the cows. So we bought Sense Hub, and it's really helped us to find the cows when they're getting sick, or
Yeah, the heats.
Yeah, the heat especially, yes.
And for the other tech that you use.
We use GPS on the tractors. All the farmers do that today, of course, but that's one thing that made our farm to take the next step.
And what would you like to try in the future, or have you any plans to invest in some new technology?
Yeah, of course. I always want to.
You have to take it through the farm council.
Yeah, that's the hard part. No, but there is a lot of things to use end sensor, CropSat, take pictures from the satellites, and use the fertilizer correctly and in the right places. But that's the next step, I hope.
Yeah, this is what's going on at the moment.
Yes, we have a methane digester. In Swedish, we call it biogas. We will be done with this at the new year. Yeah, January. Hopefully, it will be up and running. Yeah. So all our manure and slurry will go through this. So we will drive everything with this, the slurry tanks later on, and produce electricity.
And for the future, you clearly have a good business plan. Why don't you just duplicate or make it bigger, make more cows?
We have a plan, but I think in 5 years we have maybe 400 cows. But in the moment we have it all on the biogas project, and we must make our own electricity because the energy prices is very, very high in Sweden, and I think in whole Europe in the moment. That is the first. And in December we are making electricity, we think. Next step, maybe in 5-6 years, I think it's going to be gas for driving tractors and all the things in the farm.
But is it easy for you if could you just put up another barn for more cows, or?
The goal with the farms, the two big houses there is we can just go on in the end.
Yeah, back here you can.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's very easy. But yes, I think in a few years we have 400 cows. But we're needing more land, and in that area we are living close to the wood and forest. Yes. But yeah, we still make money with this system we're having, and that is the goal for us all. We must make money.
And Katarina, how do you stay involved with the community or the consumers?
We have an open farm policy so that everyone is welcome to visit our farm. And in the spring, when we let out the cows for the first time, we invite local people to come and look, and it's very popular. And then we have these students from the school comes and visit our farm to learn about the milk dairy farm. And we also have students from the agricultural high school who make their internship in our farm.
So a lot of people come to your farm.
Yeah, lots of people. And everyone is welcome.
Yeah. So if you're going to Sweden, you can go visit their farm. And Philip, what do you see in the future plans and goals for? Because you have you moved away when you were 16, and then you got back.
Yeah, I studied for carpentry. Yeah.
Look at Alexandra.
Carpentry. Yeah, carpentry. But then I figured out that's not for me at all. And it was actually really good for me to get away from the farm and get another look on the agriculture and figure out this is for me. This is what I want to do. You don't do the same thing 2 days in a row almost. So I see the future in this farm, especially with in this world we live in now. This is the place to make money, and hopefully more money in the future, and be ahead of ahead of I don't know, I lost the word.
Tell me in Swedish.
Vad framtiden.
What the future has to offer.
Be the future.
Be the future.
And be really early in every next step.
You want to say something?
I think Philip have something to say about the sport. All the three sons play volleyball.
Yeah, that's sport.
That's
yeah.
why you moved away when you were 16.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
you did mention that.
I played volleyball at college first, but then volleyball in Sweden isn't that big, so it took more time than was worth. But it's a small interest nowadays, but it really helped me to be playing a team sport because you work in a team all day. It's really a good experience.
I think this is
Yeah.
the last slide.
Yeah, here's our Instagram if you want to follow us. Comes out picture a couple times a week if we have time for that. So please follow us, and you will see how it works in a Swedish farm, dairy farm.
That was our last picture. So feel free to ask questions.
See if we have any questions.
How are you going to create energy for use on the farm? That was one of your goals to.
Okay.
You have the answer, yes.
More questions?
Are the animals all fed the same ration, or is it the different?
No, there are 4
ways of
rations.
production?
Yeah, you have 4 different rations. Foderstater, 4 blandningar.
Yes.
Yeah.
4.
4.
Yeah.
So our rail hang machine comes out with different mix to each group. So we have
Cows are grouped that way.
yeah we have
Yes. Five different groups with the cow, and it even give the young animals
different.
with the safe.
Other questions from the audience? I can bring the microphone to you.
I was just wondering, when you start in this crossbreeding program, is there a certain breed that you start with every time and then go to a certain other breed, or is there some variation in how you mix the crossbreeding? You understand that?
Yeah. Yeah.
Sven is really good at this.
Do you want to answer it, Amy, or?
No.
No? he asked om man börjar med samma ras alltid. Alltså finns det ett speciellt schema? Det är ju där på bilden bredvid dig.
Yeah. If we were starting with the Holstein and cross with the Swedish Red, and then Montbéliard, then you must start with Holstein again.
It's on that poster over there.
Yeah, to the rotation. You must have the third. You help me, Amy.
Yeah. I think more, I want to comment too on which order for the cross. Maybe that was more the question. Yeah, so in Sweden it's very common to go to Viking Red or Swedish Red first because it's a known breed in Sweden. So that's why that gets to that answer. In the US, I would say 90% of the farmers, though, will go Montbéliard first. The reason for that is because in the research studies, we've learned that that first cross with Montbéliard seems to be a little more profitable, and it keeps the milk production and fat and protein levels very high. Then when you come back with Viking Red, that's the breed that really adds in health traits, longevity, and reduces the body size back down. So that makes it a nice combination to come back with on the health traits then.
I have a question about your heifer sale. I think it's fairly impressive, the amount of heifers you managed to sell. What's the secret? You use sex semen? Do you have very low, well, I think I saw you have very low death rates. So anyway, can you say something more about your heifer sale? And is it more profitable than dairy beef?
Yes, it's like I told before, before 12 years ago, we need every heifer in our farm. Now, when the cows is starting to be older, we not need to have so many heifers in. You understand what I'm? But we used a few sexed semen. When we see the market for to sell heifers, for example, to Great Britain, we use a few sexed semen, yes. But we not use beef. Now when we have a Procross, when we sell them for meat, for example, they are one class higher, like before we have just Holstein. And in the moment we see they are better for grazing. Our animals now is grazing like beef animals. I think it's taking 5-6 years after they were starting to grazing on a big, much better.
What do you think that the political revolution that happened in Sweden is going to have an impact on farming?
Hur det politiska läget i Sverige påverkar lantbruket?
It's a hard question. The Swedish milk production is not going up; it's going little down, and we want to have the political to have the eyes up and yes, how it's important is we must make more food, and in the moment I think we are just 50% self make the food in Sweden, and that is not okay.
So I noticed on the video that your calves, when they were first born, they stayed with the dam in the video. Can you explain for how long and the reason why for that?
They are standing with a mother 2 or 3 days. Yeah, we must do that in Sweden, and they are with the mother 2 to 3 days, and then the calf is out in the small houses and the cow is in production.
Lagkrav.
Yeah. I think they say 1 day, but we want a little longer.
But you still milk them in the parlor, because you take them away from their calves and milk them in the parlor together with the rest of the group, and then you bring back the dam to her calf.
Yes.
So they are milked during that days also. And it's also for giving them the colostrum. That's why you have them in their dams.
We struggled with the same question, but don't you think it's much more dramatic for the cow to be separated from her calf at a later stage of life than really early?
Yes, if we wait 5, 6, 7 days, then they calling to each other.
But you think 2 days?
We think they are happy with 3 days.
It's not a problem for you?
It's not a problem, no. It's the cow is very happy with that. And
you have all your calves outside in hutches, so you see them all day and you walk by them?
Yeah.
I read where you're not allowed to bed with sand. Why not, and what do you use for bedding?
Jag kan ta den. It's because sand is not a renewable resource. And today we use straw. We cut the straw really short, and we spread it on the beds, rubber beds. We spread it, is it like 2 times a week, up to 3 times a week?
2 to 3 times a week, yes.
many steps today.
I know. Bit time.
I have two questions. The first one is, you mentioned that your energy costs are inflated. Is that a direct result of the European conflict with Ukraine and Russia? And what percentage would you say those energy costs have increased? And does that include fuel and tires and everything that we use on dairies?
Yeah, the prices has gone up because of the conflicts, and all our fertilizer comes from the east too, so everything has gone up. And the percentage, if we just look on the electricity, I think we pay is more than double. Yeah, I think it's even more than that. Some days, it's crazy high right now. I think we paid $10,000 for 1 month just for electricity at our small farm.
But you also have the highest milk price for a very long time.
Yeah, it is.
So it's not just the cost that is going up; it's also your profit.
But the costs go up,
Yeah,
then the price
absolutely.
comes. So it's we're in between everything. And
It's like the feed salesman, you know, they always say, "Oh yeah, but you're getting the best price for your milk." But everybody that's non-dairy always says that.
Yeah.
My second question was, I saw that included in your property portfolio is forest. And does that have anything to do with the carbon footprint and the mandates by the government to slow down on the carbon output of the farm? Does the forest have anything to do with, or is it just by accident when you purchase property, you get a chunk of forest with it?
Yeah, it's more like that. It came with it.
A good place to have a picnic.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, we had to buy something for the boars to live in.
Can you guys describe what you do with your manure and how you get that out into the field, or is that used? Do you catch the methane, or how does that work?
The manure, we use spreaders. We rent spreaders, but we think that it costs way too much because we can't put it out on the fields in winter. We need to till it, and in winter it can be really tough conditions. After October, we can't put any manure or slurry on the fields. So we have to store it in certain ways. So now we will put it in the methane digester. So we will get it in the slurry. And with the slurry, we drive the big slurry tanks. So we use trucks to transport it to the fields that was further to the north. But the rest of the fields, we use a tractor and a slurry tank. Was that the answer in the question? Not yet.
So
it's under construction.
Yeah, January
Yeah.
we will have it done, hopefully.
Any others?
So for the mandatory 60 days they have to be on pasture, can you do that in their dry period, or is there sometimes when you have to take them out and bring them in every day?
All the cows need to be out on grass during that 60 days. But you take them out, you just open the door, and then they walk out, and then they come back in. So it's really like, you can choose to have like a production grazing system, but you can also choose to just let them outside to get access to move around outside. It's just organic farms, they really need to have them on pasture grazing. And it's also different you see Sweden is a really long country, so it differs on where you live, on how long you need to have them outside, because the summer is longer in the south and shorter in the north.
Very good. We are out of time for our hour. Before you leave, please remember to fill out your survey, and also especially those questions at the bottom where there's a chance to supply your ideas. We'd really love to have those on behalf of World Dairy Expo to improve future virtual farm tours. And if you give us your contact information, we will enter you into that drawing for a $100 gift card. If you have more questions for the Nilsons and for Emily up front, we'll be up here and we can answer those. Thanks for coming today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, good morning, everybody, and welcome to Friday of World Dairy Expo. Thank you all for being here, and thank you so much for attending our Tanbark talk this morning. I gotta say, I'm so fired up about all of our Tanbark talks this year, especially this one. I mean, how incredible is it to have, I think, like the dairy industry's Olympian here with us this morning? Let's give her a round of applause, Elle St. Pierre. Ellie grew up on her family's dairy farm in northern Vermont, which is a 40-cow dairy farm. She worked hard there throughout her life, and that really instilled a strong work ethic, which led her to running at the University of New Hampshire. She studied nutrition during her time at New Hampshire, and I found while I was doing some research that she was an 11-time All-American in addition to excelling at school. So impressive, which really set her up for her career in running. She started to excel at running, obviously, during that time in college and went on to be a professional. She has broken 2 American records, the indoor 1 mile and indoor 2 mile. She has qualified for 3 world championships and won a world silver medal in the 3,000 meters. At the 2021 U.S. Olympic 1,500-meter trials, Ellie led wire to wire, setting a meet record and personal best, running that in 3:58:03. She also qualified for her first Olympic team, and in Tokyo, she finished 10th in the 1,500 meters. So amazing. On September 7th, 2020, Ellie married her high school sweetheart, Jamie, a dairy farmer, and the couple is expecting their first child in March of 2023. And let's give Ellie a big round of applause. And moderating our Q&A this morning is Peggy Coffeen. For 15 years, Peggy has been sitting down with dairy farmers and telling their stories as a dairy journalist, editor, and podcast host. She recently founded UpLevel Dairy as a resource for higher-level resources for dairy owners and managers ready to take their management and leadership to the next level. The UpLevel Dairy podcast launches later this month. Peggy and her husband, Kevin, have 4 children, and they live in De Pere, Wisconsin, and she is also an impressive runner and very, very accomplished individual. So with that, it is my pleasure to introduce Ellie and Peggy Coffeen.
Thank you so much, Laura. And as we get started here this morning, we are going to turn our eyes over to the screens for a video so you can get a glimpse of Ellie in action.
Keep an eye on Nikki Hiltz.
You know, Hiltz has looked so good through the rounds. They've run clear and smart, and they've given themselves a great shot at this Olympic.
Let's go, women's 1,500-meter final.
Think he's posting about all that ancient Roman coinage? No. He's seizing the moment with Merrill, moving his money into his investment account in real time. And that's how you collect coins.
Your money never stops working for you with Merrill, a Bank of America company.
And there is very little wind. Whoa, there's some pushing and shoving. And Ellie St. Pierre has a look around as she got pushed off track.
Oh man, that is so distracting. You know, now there's a lot of bickering. You know, I was worried this might happen. You have so many incredible women, and they all are good finishers. So nobody wants to take it out that hard. Nobody wants to be the one with the target on their back. And when that happens, you see bunching, people don't get out as quick, and you start to see some tripping.
Well, this is quite interesting because Ellie's comments after the semi-final was, it wasn't my plan to lead from the front, but I wanted to make sure I got out and got away from the mess behind. She just got tangled up in that mess.
Yeah, you know, again, we saw this yesterday. That does such an adrenaline shot through your body, and then you have to come down from it and focus. She still has 1,200 meters to run. There's still a lot of running to do. She needs to relax, refocus on what she's doing right now.
Corey McGee runs second. Hip number 5 there, Corey, who has been training with Joe Bosshard. That's Emma Coburn's husband. She said that Joe has got her to the highest fitness level of her career. She is the best she has ever been. Let's see if that translates to an Olympic berth.
You know, Joe Bosshard really pushed her on her mileage and her strength, and that's hoping to pay off today. We see right behind her Danny Jones, who she trains with, the University of Colorado 4-time NCAA champion, and right behind her is Nikki Hiltz.
Hiltz ran, you may remember, at the 2019 World Championships in Doha, Qatar. That was great experience for Nikki.
We see right behind Nikki, we see Sinclair Johnson and Shannon Osiko, who have both had really great years this year, both poised to make a run for it here. And then we see Simpson. Simpson is the veteran. She doesn't panic early on. She knows if she can keep her composure, stay in the hunt, she has a chance over that last 100 meters.
So Jenny moves past Sinclair Johnson and up one more position. Field still led by Ellie Perea St. Pierre. The real ignition point for Perea St. Pierre was last winter, early 2020, when she broke the American record in the indoor mile. That was a real turning point of her career, a real point of self-belief that she was at that elite level. And look at her run now.
You know, Ellie Perea St. Pierre is not messing around here. I talked to her coach, Mark Hugood, who told me she might take this race. She didn't want to leave anything up to risk. She felt comfortable leading from the front. We saw her do this in Mount Sac earlier this year, and he said that was all planned in preparation for this moment right now.
Corey McGee ahead of Danny Jones. These two train together. Shannon Osika there in the blue and green. Shannon's come up into the top four, and they've broken away from Jenny Simpson and Nikki Hiltz.
You know, it's so hard to run from the front like this, like Perea St. Pierre is doing. But one thing I'll say about her, she is able to squeeze down the pace slowly and surely without any tell on her face or her body. She always looks so composed. So she might be squeezing it down, and you don't even realize it. As we see, a gap is opening up between them and third place.
Here we go. It is one-on-one. Ellie Perea St. Pierre up against Corey McGee, the 29-year-old from Mississippi. They have broken away from Shannon Osika.
This is the race of Corey McGee's life. She has wanted this so bad. She has not made a U.S. team since 2013, and she is determined to make this happen today.
They've met the Olympic standard. The two ladies up front. So has Shannon Osika, by the way, who runs third. But it is Perea St. Pierre up against McGee in the Olympic trials in the women's 1500. Top three get a berth to Tokyo. Osika has lost that third spot. Ellie Perea St. Pierre has now broken away. She's in a league of her own in this race, and she's going to become an Olympian. Ellie Perea St. Pierre is off to Tokyo, winning the women's 1500 in 3:58.03. It's tight for that third spot. Osika's going to miss out. I think it may have been Helen McLean.
Helen McLean got into this race on protest. She finished outside of the capabilities to advance to the final, and she protested her way in. Now she just placed top 3 at the Olympic trials.
Perea St. Pierre, Corey McGee, and Heather McLean, the top 3.
What a run by all 3 of these women. A year away from competition just made Perea St. Pierre more dedicated, more determined, and more confident.
Let's go back to the start of this race and the physicality in the open.
All right. Who out there was feeling the adrenaline rush? And how cool is it that that woman that was running the 3:58 mile is right here with us today? And how exciting that she is one of our very own, having grown up in the dairy industry, hands in it. And Ellie, watching you run that video, some of the things that you just can't help but get excited about. If you caught that part right in the beginning, as you were pushed off track by some of the other competitors, but able to bring back the steadiness and focus to get your head in the game and lead that race. It's those type of skills that you learned growing up on a family dairy farm that have made you a successful runner today. And folks, in our next hour, we are going to be highlighting Ellie's background, her upbringing on a dairy farm, her career as a runner, and her heart for serving the dairy community. We'll spend a few minutes having questions up here on the stage, and then the last 15 minutes of our time together will allow you from our audience to ask a few questions as well. And so, Ellie, just to dig right in, you are a dairy girl through and through, not just a world record, not just a U.S. record setter and an Olympic runner, but a dairy girl. And what people may not realize is that your roots are growing up on that family farm in Vermont. So tell us a little bit more about your background as a farm kid growing up on your family dairy in Vermont.
Hello, everybody. Thank you for coming out. Yes, so I grew up in northern Vermont on a very small farm. I was 5th generation. My siblings and I were the 5th generation. So we milked about 40 cows in our tie stall. We had mostly Holsteins, but growing up, my siblings and I were always very active on the farm. You know, when I was younger, we had hired help, but as we got older, we didn't really. So my family really did all the work on the farm. My chores mostly consisted of taking care of the heifers. And then when I got older, I was doing some of the milking, always before school, and sometimes after school. I played a big role in helping put up hay during the summertime. We had square bales, so I really think a lot of my strength came from throwing those square bales in the summertime, you know, being up in the hay barn when it's really hot and miserable, and you still gotta get the hay in. I really think a lot of my strength came from doing things like that. But I also, you know, had pigs growing up, and I was heavily involved in 4-H. So this is actually my second time coming out to World Dairy Expo. I came out when I was in high school with my 4-H group. We did the 4-H National Dairy Conference. My husband and I, he was my boyfriend of the time, but we both came on that trip, and so we got to come to the expo, and I just still remember it being one of my favorite trips, and it's just so fun to think back to me then, and you know, I was on the cross-country team then, and so was my husband, Jamie, so every morning when we were in Madison, we would wake up and run, and it was like still dark out, and I remember all the kids were kind of like the partiers were out late still, but me and Jamie were getting up to go run before you know, all the farm tours and everything during the day. But yeah, so 2 years ago almost now, 2020, my family sold our milking cows, so that was obviously a very hard thing that our family went through, but we still have some beef cows and heifers up at the farm, and I feel very fortunate that now I'm able to work on my husband's farm, so I've been pretty involved with that.
Yeah, and tell us a little bit more about your involvement on your husband's family farm and what your roles are there.
Yeah, so after we sold the cows, I was, or after actually, it was after 2021, after the Olympics, when I was home more is when I started on payroll there. So that was my my first time, you know, actually having a job there. I always helped growing up, like, you know, when I would go to Jamie's house, like I would help on his farm, and when he came to mine, you know, the same. But obviously the farms are really different. I, you know, had a small farm, and he has a large farm. They milk a few thousand cows on 3 different sites, and so it's a lot different for me, but it's been really fun to learn all of the different, you know, jobs and skills that you need to work on such a different farm. But you know, I don't really have a title there. I just kind of fill in where I can. I really enjoy working with the cows and the heifers mostly. So, you know, I'm trucking cows, sorting cows, helping with vaccines. I've really helped a lot with identifying like lame cows and kind of making, you know, adjustments for that on the farm, and you know, it's been really great. My husband and his brother are starting the transition to take over the farm, take over ownership of the farm from their parents, and so that's been kind of ongoing this year and into next. So, you know, it's really exciting to be a part of it. And Jamie went to Cornell and studied dairy, and so he's brought a lot back to the farm and made a lot of changes. And so it's, you know, it's just fun to see him in his zone and, you know, see what he can do. It's really awesome. He's kind of just like a jack of all trades, where he kind of likes to work with the cows, but he also, you know, manages people, and you know, he does help with cropping because he likes it. But you know, he recently, you know, kind of helped design the new feed center at the farm, and that's been really awesome and a great resource at the farm. And he also helps with sugaring and stuff, and so sugaring's been a really big part of the farm, of their farm too. It's kind of nice because you know, the seasonal workers during the summer that are doing like cropping and stuff have a job during the winter time, and so they're kind of doing that. But Jamie really likes the sugaring. I'm more like the cows, so I'll work at the cows all day and then go and sit by the sugar rig at night and kind of just sit there and relax while he's working.
And for those of us that aren't familiar with sugaring, just give us a little definition of what that type of farming is.
Yes, so I'm talking about maple sugaring. It's a Vermont specialty where we tap the trees and we boil down the sap to make delicious maple syrup. But yeah, it's pretty great.
Yeah. Thank you, Ellie, for sharing that background from coming from a family dairy farm and being hands-on, mowing those hay bales, milking those cows, and also your role today on the family farm that you're part of through your husband, too. And that's part of your identity, is your dairy background, and that's so much of who you are. But what so many others know you for is your career in running. So take us back to your days as a kid in Vermont, growing up. When did you get your start in running?
So I was always active on the farm and doing different sports. I feel like I just built up a level of strength from an early age. And I guess the first time that somebody recognized me as a good runner was actually during basketball tryouts. My freshman year, I was trying out for the varsity team, and we had to do a 1 mile run. And I basically just blew everybody out of the water. And so the assistant coach was actually the track coach. The assistant basketball coach was the track coach. And so he was very excited to see how well I did at this 1 mile run. And so he convinced me that I should run track in the spring, which I really didn't want to because I loved softball. But after basketball season was done, he started helping me train to run track. So he would drive his truck behind me up on the back roads of Vermont and kind of just follow along. And, that worked out pretty well. But one day he did get pulled over because it was suspicious, which is really funny now, obviously.
Yeah.
He was just helping me. But, and so I ran in high school, and we didn't have a cross-country team my freshman year. So I played soccer that year, but the next year we started a team, and it was really small. It was really just me and a few other kids, and I did track all 4 years. And honestly, I didn't love running in high school. Like, I was good at it, and I felt like people expected me to run. And, I liked it, but it just wasn't what I loved. But I ended up getting a scholarship to go to run in college, and so that's really where I fell in love with the sport. And I was introduced to so many amazing other runners and people. That's where I really started to excel. And, it was after I won a national championship that I was, starting to be recruited to run professionally. And I just, that...
Yeah, and so Ellie, that is such a great story of hearing how you got into running, started to uncover this talent. One of my favorite parts of your running story is that you referenced being on the track team, but in your small Vermont town, you guys actually didn't have a track, right?
Yeah.
So you really were out there like running those back roads of Vermont and getting those extra hill intervals, and I'm sure because that's how the roads are. But that really set you up for that endurance and that stamina to take your running to that next level. And so you then became a professional runner, a career runner. And that's something that many of us might be curious about. How does that work? How does being a professional runner work with, training and endorsements? Just open our eyes a little bit to that career of professional running.
Sure, yeah. So like you said, I feel like the back roads of Vermont definitely helped me. I didn't need all the bells and whistles, and I think that kind of was set the stage and really grounded me as a runner and as an athlete. But running professionally was not what I thought I would be doing as an adult. I feel like we all have an idea or an image of what we will do when we're older. And if you would have told me that I was a professional athlete or a professional runner, I probably would definitely not have believed you. So I think it's kind of an unknown career to the public. It's it's a lot different than maybe some other professional athletes. So most professional runners have one shoe sponsor. So I'm sponsored by New Balance, and they can be a part of a team or they can run individually. It's kind of like everybody has their own individual contract with their shoe sponsor. And then they can have other sponsors, like I have a few dairy sponsors, and it's really just individual, like what your personality is and what you can bring to the table. Or most professional runners kind of, their goals are the Olympics and based on the Olympic cycles. So there's, that's a 4-year cycle where there's the Olympics and then there's 2 world championships, and then 1 off year. And in that off year, a lot of times people go over to Europe and race. There's different leagues over there. The Diamond League is like a really big league that a lot of professionals kind of strive for. But the racing season is mostly during the summer, but also some people do indoors. But the fall time is kind of the downtime for us professionals. But the biggest change for me as a professional was that I was in charge of my running. Like everything that I do, everything about my training is kind of like up to me. It's my responsibility. Like I have my team and I get my training from my coach, but like it's my job now, and it's not just like I'm on a college team. Like this is my job, and so it's my responsibility to get enough sleep and to hydrate and take care of my body. And that was a big change for me going out to Flagstaff. We do a lot of training in Arizona at 7,000 feet altitude. So we got to Flagstaff, Arizona, which is a great town, but there's just like not a lot to do other than running, and you're just exhausted all of the time. So after you run, you kind of just go home and like take a nap, make lunch, stuff like that. And that was really different for me because, as a farmer, I was always used to being so busy on the farm and always having something to do. And so now as a professional athlete, it's kind of like if you're doing stuff during the day, then you're not, like, that's kind of frowned upon. So it's really a different kind of lifestyle for sure.
Yeah, and especially with that rest portion, because you didn't grow up sitting still.
No.
And neither I'm sure your husband doesn't sit still much, nor anyone around at the farm. So this is a discipline to focus on that rest portion and letting your body do what it needs to do so that you can perform at this high level that you perform at.
Mm-hmm.
And touch a little bit more, if you would, on your training. So you mentioned going to Arizona to Flagstaff for some of your training. You also do some training in Boston as well,
Mm-hmm.
right? So tell us a little bit more about how that works with having a couple different locations and, traveling for training and that.
Yeah, so I do travel a lot. That is another kind of staple of the professional career. I'm all over the place. Our team is based in Boston, so when I signed with New Balance, the team that I joined is based in Boston, so I did get an apartment there and moved there right after college, and spent most of my time training there with my teammates. But now as I've gotten older, I've really wanted to kind of be in Vermont. Like that's where I love, and my family's there, my husband's there, the farm is there. And so it's really different. I feel like a lot of other professional runners don't kind of have this other career. So I do quite a bit of training now on my own, but I do go down to Boston mostly during the summer for the workouts, and then we spend a few months out of the year in Flagstaff. So I feel very fortunate that my husband comes out to visit me when I'm out there, but I do get very homesick when I'm out in Flagstaff. But the training is, really intense, like especially when it's, close to racing season. When we're gearing up to racing season, I'm running about 80 miles a week to 85 miles a week. So that's, running twice a day. 2 days out of the week, I do a hard session. So like on the track, like a track workout, running like race pace for different intervals, or sometimes we do like tempo work for more strength stuff. So that's 2 days a week, Tuesdays and Fridays. With Sundays, it's Sunday long run. So Sundays are anywhere from 14 to 16 miles all at once. And then Saturdays are my kind of down days or off days, which was when I first became a professional, I took off days like as off days, but now it's kind of like run 4 miles and that's your off day. But I also have incorporated a lot of lifting and gym work into my, my training, which has really benefited me. That wasn't something I did in college, and I've really enjoyed it, and I feel like I had that natural ability in the gym just from growing up on the farm, and so it's nice to be more intentional about it, and you know, it translates well to the track.
Yeah, so you bring that stamina that you learned growing up on the farm to the endurance that you put into your training and on the track and in the weight room. And Ellie, just to kind of recap where we're at with this story, so what we've shared is growing up on the farm in Vermont, starting to develop and really see that you were pretty good at running, pretty good. But as you said, maybe not quite in love with it until you get to college. And that's where you find your group, you find your niche, have the opportunity to push yourself to that next level, and then become a career runner. And at what point along this journey did the Olympic dream start to build inside of you?
You know, it's hard to like pinpoint which time I think that it became a realistic goal. I think it was kind of just building and building throughout my career. Like every year I got a little bit better, and so it became more realistic. One thing that really opened my eyes was I ran in the 2016 Olympic trials, and so qualifying for that meet was a really big deal for me. I was just, you know, so excited. I qualified in the 3,000 meter steeplechase, and when I got to the Olympic trials, I was kind of toast. I had a long season. Running in the NCAA is a lot different than running professionally, so like by the end of the NCAA season, I was kind of just really tired. But anyway, so I didn't do that well at the 2016 Olympic trials, but that was kind of my first like taste of seeing what you have to do to become an Olympian, and that really started to kind of get the ball rolling. And you know, I think just like I said, like every year I got a little bit better, and so it became more of a realistic goal. But I think I really started to think about it more as a professional, and I qualified for my first World Championships in 2019. I went to Doha, Qatar, in the 5,000 meters, and that was, so qualifying for the World Championships is the same process as qualifying for the Olympics. So that was kind of like when I realized, like, okay, I can do this. That was, you know, a really, really special meet for me, and honestly, I feel like it's just so easy to doubt yourself all the time. So like, I always wanted to be an Olympian, but like thinking that I could do it was like another thing. And I remember this one run in particular, I was in Flagstaff, kind of just like dying on this long run. And I was running with this Swedish girl, and she was an Olympian. And she, we were just talking about the Olympics and the next cycle and everything, and she told me that I was gonna be an Olympian. And I thought she was just being nice, but she's like, no, you're gonna be an Olympian. And like, she was just so adamant about it, and she knew that I was strong enough, and she said that she knows what it takes. And so that, you know, that helped me. I think that was like a turning point, and so I feel very thankful for that.
Yeah, she could see that in you. Yeah. And so speaking of the Olympics, 2020 was supposed to be an Olympic year, right?
Yes.
Yeah, but like many of us, COVID impacted our schedules and our plans for that year. And so for you, Ellie, it brought an unexpected turn, and that turn was actually something you're very grateful now, because it brought you back to the family farm for a summer. So tell us how you spent the summer of 2020.
Yes, so like I said, I'm usually on the road, like always on the road as a professional. And so this summer, it was March 2020, and our coach texted us and said we couldn't have practice the next day because of COVID. He's like, I don't know what this is, like, just go home for 2 weeks and we'll meet back up in 2 weeks for practice. So I go home, I pack my bag, like with not a lot of stuff, and I go home, and then I ended up staying there for like the rest of the summer because of COVID. Like we didn't have any races, we didn't have practice really. And so naturally I was home. I was helping my dad on the farm every morning, and helping my parents, and it was, you know, it turned out to be a really special time in my life that I got to spend every day with the cows and with my family working on our farm when normally I would be away traveling, and I didn't know at that point that we would be selling the cows that winter, and so it ended up being a really sweet time in my life, and it kind of helped me find the kind of silver lining of COVID. You know, it was unfortunate that the Olympics were postponed and that I didn't get to have a racing season, but it was kind of like a pause, and I got to go home and do something else that was really important to me. So
reconnect to those roots. And speaking of those dairy farming roots, share with us, Ellie, a few things that you learned on a dairy farm that have helped build you into the successful runner that you are today.
Yes, I get this question a lot, and I still don't know which direction to go with it. Like, honestly, I think just growing up on a farm has made me who I am, and it's hard to say totally, but there's so many things. Like, I've definitely learned a work ethic on the farm, and I feel like that's like the one that everybody goes to. Like, yes, you work hard on a farm and you work hard as a professional athlete, and so that has really translated well for me. Like, just growing up on the farm, you know, you have to work until the job is done. Like, you can't just quit because you're tired. You know, the cows need to get fed, they need to get milked, you need to get your hay in. And, you know, I think that is one lesson that I really carry with me in my career is, you know, I'm given this training plan and I need to accomplish, or I need to do the things on the training plan, and that's the job ahead of me. And so that's something that I learned on the farm. And I also think dairy farmers are just incredibly resilient, and that is also something I carry with me. You know, there's so many variables and things that go wrong on the farm day to day and year to year, and farmers just keep bouncing back. You know, there's things that you can't control. You can't control the weather, you can't control the grain prices and the milk prices, and people have been through a lot of hardships on farms, and you know that it's kind of like just really similar to running. Like, you can train for years, and then it comes down to the day, and if you don't perform, or you got the stomach bug the week before, or, you know, there's so many things that could go wrong. Like, you're not going to quit being a runner. You're still going to show up for the next one and wait for the next opportunity, and that's definitely something that I learned on the farm. And you know, like I said, just the physical strength is as my backbone, and you know, working towards goals. And you know, also I think on the farm, just from a young age, I've learned about the circle of life and biology, and learning how to take care of the animals, and you know, how important it is to do that. Like, I think cows are really similar to athletes. That might be a little bit corny, but like, if you think about, you know, giving them the right proper nutrition, and you know, the best place to lay down, and you know, the best, most comfortable housing in order for them to perform well, that's, you know, basically professional running. Like, I take care of my body and feed my body right, and train hard, and then perform my best.
Excellent. Thank you for sharing that. And so just to recap a few of your highlights there, we talked about that work ethic that you learned from such an early age and put into practice through dairy farming and then in your career as a runner. You touched on that resilience piece, and that is you, that is your family, that is what you've seen your whole life, is people bouncing back, working through things, and setting themselves up for that highest level of performance. And so fun, too, to see how you look at the cows you take care of now on the farm, and you can lay that next to the way that you know to take care of yourself, and help them reach their peak performance as animals, too. So some great nuggets of wisdom that you're sharing with us about the things you learned on the farm growing up that have helped you be successful in your career as a runner. And so also, Ellie, you have a really strong social media following. And so how many of you follow Ellie on Instagram? Yeah, a lot of fans in the room. Right here also. And so what you might see if you follow Ellie is that not only does she share about her running career, but you have been just an advocate for dairy nutrition and for sharing the story of dairy farming as well. So speak a little bit into how you use social media as a platform for telling the story of dairy farming and dairy being a part of nutrition and a performance diet?
Yeah, I try to use my social media the best that I can to advocate for the industry. I'm always looking for tips from anybody, but I really just try to be myself, and I think naturally that is telling my story and talking about what I do on the farm and talking about my experiences. I think that's really important to me, to be authentic and to give my story and my side of the dairy industry, and I think that really resonates with people. They like to connect with somebody that they know or somebody that they like and see what they're doing, and so you know, it's a tricky thing. I think we all probably know about dairy in the media sometimes, you know, is misrepresented, and so I think it's just really important for all of us to use our voices and to, you know, tell them what we do and tell them what we're a part of, because I think the dairy industry is really amazing, and it's something that people don't know a lot about, like the general public. It's kind of like professional running. People don't know that much about it, and so we have to tell our stories. But yeah, I do like to talk about just the things that I do on the farm and dairy nutrition. I genuinely drink milk after most of my hard workouts, so chocolate milk is my go-to. I think it's, you know, it's naturally just filled with all of the things that I need after a hard workout. It's got the right ratio of carbs to protein, it's got electrolytes and calcium, and honestly, like being pregnant, I crave milk all the time now, so I've been drinking even more milk, and I'm a firm believer that, you know, your body kind of knows what you need nutritionally. So like if I'm craving salt, that probably means I need salt. If I'm craving sugar, then it probably means that I need more energy. And so I think if I'm craving milk, that means I need those extra nutrients and calcium. So yeah, I think just as an athlete and as a dairy farmer, it's worked out pretty well for me to kind of be on both sides of the industry.
Yeah, and on behalf of our industry, thank you for sharing the stories that you do. We couldn't be more fortunate than to have you as an advocate, as an athlete, a high-performing Olympic-level athlete that's out there telling dairy stories and also bringing in the way that you use dairy nutrition to fuel your body and fuel your performance. And you work with quite a few different dairy organizations to promote dairy in what you're doing. Share a little bit about some of the groups that you work with, Ellie.
Yeah, it's been great, honestly, just like networking in the industry. I've worked with DFA and Agrimark. So my farm used to sell our milk to Cabot, or to Agrimark, I mean, and so I have done a sponsorship with Cabot and DFA, which is where my husband's farm sells their milk to now. I've also worked with Milk Pep and Northeast Dairy. So, you know, I've kind of just got some bigger sponsors and smaller sponsors, but it's really fun to like work with different groups.
Yeah, and thank you for doing that. Mm-hmm. It's a benefit to all of us. And so as you look towards the future, Ellie, we know that you have some exciting things happening in March with the arrival of your first little one for you and Jamie. But when you look ahead, what does the future hold for you as a runner and also as a dairy farmer?
You know, so this year, yes, I'll be focusing on my pregnancy and bringing this new life into my world. So we're due on March 2nd. Very excited. After that, you know, it's hard to say how long I'll need for recovery. I'll probably take a few weeks off of running. I've been running so far through this, and you know, but the goal is to just gear right back up into training. I'll take the time that I need, obviously, and be diligent about coming back into you know, heavy training and everything. But I plan to, you know, probably have a small season in the fall next year, and then get ready for Paris 2024. So,
woohoo! Yes. Well, I'll be cheering you on for Paris 2024. Oh. Yeah, and so we're going to go to Q&A in just a moment here, but before we turn the mic over to our audience, one of my last questions for you, Ellie, is this. And so I know that out here today, here around the grounds at World Dairy Expo, and out there to people that are listening to you on this stage in this moment, that there are some young dairy girls growing up on small dairy farms, in tiny little towns, in schools that may not even have their very own track, but there is an Olympic-sized dream in their heart. Maybe it's to run in the Olympics like you. Maybe it's to walk a cow across those colored shavings next door. So what advice, what wisdom can you share with those other young women out here in the dairy community that have their very own Olympic-sized dream?
Well, there's a lot I would like to share with them, but I'll try to summarize. Honestly, I think, growing up in a small town is an advantage. Just the pride and the support that you have from growing up in a small town is something that's different. And being a part of this industry, whether that's growing up on the farm or just being a part of the community, I really believe that it sets you apart and it gives you an advantage. Like everything that I was just talking about that I learned growing up on a farm, that's all a part of you too. And you can really use that in your career and to chase your dreams. And like, just growing up in a small town, you have to come from somewhere, right? That's what my coach would always say. And he's given me a lot of great advice that I would now give to young girls and young women. I think I had a unique story, entering the running career into my running career, and it's really, it's hard not to compare yourself to other people all the time. And like in running, like you're always like, how many miles are you running, like during training and like during the year, and like what times and everything. It's really easy to compare yourself all the time, but I honestly just think that people should embrace what they're doing and see what they're doing is different and it's unique and it works for them, and that there's not just one road to take to become successful in your career. So like I think people should just be themselves and be proud of that, and that's some advice that has really helped me. And I think just along those lines, you need to have confidence in yourself. You need to believe in yourself, and that's something that my current coach has really helped me with. And he just has the utmost confidence in his athletes, and he was an athlete himself, and he said that once he figured out that the people he was competing against, these big names, the people that were running these big times were just people, like the same as him, then it became like less so idealistic, like it was not attainable. Like once he realized he belonged, then he was able to. So I really just think, just have confidence and know that you can do it. Like how many people have seen somebody do something and it really surprised you? Like what if they didn't believe in themselves? They had to believe in themselves. That's like the number one thing. And I also just think you need to work your butt off. Just figure out what you like, figure out what fuels you, and work your butt off. But also, finding balance in that and not overdoing it. I think something that's really helped me in my career is the fact that I've had 2 careers. I didn't put all my eggs in one basket, and that I think that's kind of takes the pressure off a little bit. Like before a big race, I'm like, if this doesn't go well, you know what, my family still loves me, and I have the farm at home, and I think it's just really helped me find balance in life, in that you have different things that you're good at, and if you want something bad enough, then it will happen.
Yeah, it's that perseverance.
Mm-hmm.
And thank you for setting an example for so many of us, and so many, especially young women in our dairy community, to see where they can be, because we've been able to see the example of you, Ellie.
Thank you.
And so now we actually do have the opportunity to take a few questions from our audience, and I believe Ashley's got a mic that she's running here. So are there any questions that you have for the dairy farmer and Olympic athlete that's on the stage today? Oh, got one in the front.
What are some of your favorite ways to connect like dairy and agriculture and health and running?
My favorite ways to connect them?
To kind of connect the two, like your 2 passions that you have.
Yeah, so I'll repeat for you. So Whitney, that was favorite ways to connect dairy and running.
Yep.
Yep.
Correct.
Well, I think it honestly just happens naturally. You know, I feel like the strength that I had growing up on the farm has really translated well for me as an athlete, and now like as a runner, I always refuel with milk, and so it kind of just like goes hand in hand. But it is pretty cool to be on social media and to be able to, you know, educate people who follow me for my running about the dairy industry. I think that's one really great way to connect the two different communities and worlds.
So as dairy farmers, sometimes we receive criticism for what we do. And I'm curious if you have also maybe received some of that criticism, and how do you handle it?
Yes, it's a tricky thing to do. I recently posted something on social media about just dairy farming and it being sustainable, and I just received a lot of bad comments on my social media. Like, I think we've all seen you know, these people on the internet, they just honestly, like, I think it's just like fake accounts. Like, it could really get in my head, it could bother me a lot, but I just kind of choose to ignore it. Like, you could tell them all the reasons why you think what they say is not right, but honestly, like, at the end of the day, it's just not really worth arguing. Like, a lot of times I just end up, you know, ignoring the really obnoxious comments, but like sometimes it's nice to like have a conversation with somebody if they have an open mind, you know, and I think it's important for dairy farmers to also keep an open mind, and I genuinely think that people have, you know, they have the same goals and the same values. I think people want milk to be made, you know, sustainably and to treat animals the way that they should be. I think that the problem is that people are just so disconnected from our world, and so they don't know what that necessarily looks like. And so I think just like trying to be positive and explaining that, you know, in a respectful manner is what I've done so far. But honestly, like, just like having a presence on the internet through running, like, has taught me that there's just internet trolls and you can't do anything about them. Like, it's kind of like, I just don't even view some of the really bad comments as people. Like, honestly, I just ignore it.
Good advice, Ellie. Thank you. But thank you for being persistent and continuing to share dairy's messages online too. Other questions from our audience today? Yes.
As a fellow Cabot girl, what's your favorite Cabot product?
Oh boy, I can't narrow one. I obviously love the cheddar. One thing that my husband and I really like is the spreadable cheese, the sharp cheddar. It's really good. Those tubs don't last long in our house.
We're familiar with professional athletes as far as football and basketball and how they're compensated. I'm curious how you can make a living other than endorsements and speaking engagements. As a runner, are you compensated for winnings, and how do you use that in supporting the finances of all your training?
Yeah, so I have a salaried contract with New Balance, so that's the majority of where I get paid. But I also have other sponsors, and you know, I think most track athletes don't get paid what they should. It's kind of like farming, but it's a lifestyle. You love it and you do it. You know, I've done pretty well, so I'm pretty happy. But yeah, it's mostly from my main sponsor, and then I have the other sponsors. But
and another question in the back.
Over the last couple of years, we've seen a big spike in professional athletes starting to shift towards plant-based diets. So I'm curious, being a professional athlete, given your background as a dairy farmer, do you ever have dialogues with some of your peers on the running circuit about what it's like being on a dairy farm, all the benefits of dairy farming and dairy products? Just curious if there's ever been a dialogue with some of your peers.
Oh, definitely. You know, obviously like telling my story online, but also like when I go to Flagstaff, that's kind of like a hub for professional runners. So I get to run with a lot of different athletes from all over the world, really. And so kind of just like meet up in places and go for runs. So you're running with people that you've never even met before. And it's kind of fun to have those kind of conversations with them. And I think I've found that they really appreciate like hearing from people in the industry, and it kind of changes their perspective some. I've had some great conversations with runners. Sometimes like it gets heated and then the pace starts to pick up. But for the most part, I really just enjoy talking about it and explaining that, the protein and the nutrients in milk is more bioavailable for humans to digest and to utilize. And, it's just a better quality protein. And so, if their stomachs can, some people have intolerances, like that's the one thing I can't really argue with. Not gonna lie, when somebody says they're intolerant, like I'm just kind of a little bummed, but it's, I've really enjoyed having the conversations with a lot of different athletes, and I don't know, I feel like there's people who drink milk every day and they're just not like that loud about it, but the people who drink the plant milk are like really loud. So.
And you get to be the living example of dairy products, real dairy products at work with your performance when you're running alongside some of your plant-based friends. Yeah. And I hope that you give a nice kick at the end of those training runs as a billboard for real dairy products. Other questions from our audience? We have time for a couple more.
Hi, Ellie. Congratulations to you on all of your accomplishments and your upcoming baby. That's so exciting.
Thank you.
I loved watching the race clip from the Olympic trials that they had at the beginning. I remember watching you when it happened, and I just would like to hear you in your own words talk a little more about how it felt making that team, and then your teammate Heather making it with you. It was just fun to watch you guys up there. So just talk about kind of some of your joyful memories of that.
Sure, great question. So I trained years and years for that one race, so it all kind of came down to that day. Obviously, the Olympics were postponed, so I even had an extra year in there to train and really feel the most prepared for that race. And I really think I was the fittest I've ever been at that race, and it was so nerve-wracking before. What they didn't show in the video is that we had 2 races before that, so that was actually my 3rd race of the weekend. And so at that point, you're pretty tired, but you just have to have the confidence in yourself. And everything that I had done leading up to that was preparing me for that moment. And I was doing like a lot of workouts specifically at that pace, and leading a lot of workouts. And the one thing that you prepare for is the unknown. Like, you just don't know what's going to happen in a race. Like, you could run the 1500 3 times again and it would be a different result. So you just know it's going to be fast and it's going to be hard. And I knew that I had the strength and the speed to go fast, and so I wanted to make the race fast. I think like if you sometimes the race gets tactical, it starts slow and then it winds up, and honestly then is when I think the people who are the strongest are not necessarily coming out on top, because it's kind of like who has the best kick and the best positioning. So I didn't really want to lead the whole race, but I did get pushed off the track, as you saw in the beginning. So I hardly remember it. Like, I remember stepping off the track and like trying not to land on things, and then just jumping back on. But honestly, it kind of gave me an adrenaline boost, and I just went after that. And I didn't want to lead the whole race, but it just ended up that way. And I actually ended up injuring my foot pretty badly when I got pushed off the track. So that's not something I have talked a lot about. But when I landed, I kind of just landed on my foot wrong, and it didn't hurt in the moment at all. But the spikes that I'm in, like, there's just not a lot of give to go sideways. So I actually tore a ligament in my foot and had stress reaction in my in the navicular bone. And so I didn't really notice it until I was doing my victory lap, and I didn't feel well. My foot didn't feel very good. So anyways, that kind of it wasn't the best lead up for Tokyo, but it was still just such an amazing experience. Just, you know, my friend Teresa was there. She's right up here in the second table. She came with her husband to watch, and so we had a few friends and all my family there to cheer me on, and it was such a special time, just like making that team and you know, being able to celebrate after, and you know, making it with Heather was just like something we had just talked about and just like hoped for and dreamed for, and so the fact that it actually happened was just so surreal.
Oh, and that was the moment dreams became reality.
Yeah.
Probably have time for about one more question from our audience, if anybody has one last burning question for Ellie. We've got one right up front.
So earlier, I think on Wednesday, maybe, at the Tan Bar, there was what was it, the Good Sport? Yep. The product that is an electrolyte that's actually derived from dairy. I'm curious if you've drank or maybe consumed that product and maybe what your thoughts are on it.
So the Good Sport product, that's what she's asking about. Have you heard of this or consumed it?
I've heard of it. I haven't actually tried it, but I would definitely be more apt to try it because it's from dairy. I mostly just drink milk, but sometimes, like, if I'm looking for a little extra protein, then I'll use things like that product, or honestly, like Fairlife is great. Just, you know, anything that has the natural proteins from cow's milk.
Excellent. All right. And before we wrap up, we've got time for about one last question. So I'm going to toss one over to you to close us out, Ellie. And that question is this. You talked about your training and performance and all the things that have gone into that over the years. And you mentioned coaching and mindset. What is the best piece of advice when it comes to mindset that you have been given or learned that you can share with us today, and how to have that mindset of a high performer, mindset of a champion?
I think it definitely comes from my coaches, but also just something from within. Like, I think somebody who wants something really badly, like, you're gonna make it happen, right? Like, if you are competitive and you want something, like, it's never just like a linear line to get where you want to go. And so I think a lot of times, like, people get lost in the weeds or like in the process of getting there. But I think it's really important just to, like, always just know that what you're doing is your best, and always just try to do a little bit more. So, like, every day I just try to do a little bit more, try to work a little bit harder, do what you can, you know, but be nice to yourself too, you know. Like, I think every year I try to run a little bit more mileage, do a little bit faster stuff, and so it's all about that progression to get where you want to go. It's never just, you know, you start down here and get up here, you know. You kind of got to gradually get there, and just always be thinking about what your goals are, and think about, like, every day, is this going to help me get to where I need to go and accomplish the goals that I want to accomplish? And
Yeah, incredible focus, incredible discipline, and so much of that goes back to those dairy farm roots. Ladies and gentlemen, let's thank Ellie one more time, this Olympic athlete, dairy farmer, for joining us today here at the Tan Bar.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Tony Rice with the National Milk Producers Federation and the U.S. Dairy Export Council, and welcome to the 2022 World Dairy Expo. This morning's seminar, I guess we're in afternoon now officially, is The Future of Our Dairy Markets, What Reforms Are Needed. and it's sponsored by the National Milk Producers Federation. Our panelists today are Dana Cole, Dr. Roger Cryan, Dr. Andrew Novakovic, and Jim Sleeper. Moderating today's panel is Dr. Mark Stevenson. Federal milk marketing orders have been regulating aspects of U.S. dairy markets for more than 80 years. They have evolved over time to accommodate changes in technology, consumer preferences, and structure of our industry. However, their basic tools, classified pricing and pooling, are not fundamentally different than they were in the 1940s. The panel will examine what substantial changes are needed for future U.S. dairy market regulations. Small adjustments. All right, these panelists are deeply entrenched in the agricultural finance sector with decades of experience and representation of a broad geographic area. Panelists include Dana Cole. She is the Deputy Administrator of USDA's Agricultural Marketing Services Dairy Program, where she administers the federal milk marketing orders as well as managing dairy market news reporting, development of dairy product standards, dairy quality grading and inspection, export certification program services, and oversight of the fluid milk and dairy promotion and research programs. Roger Cryan, PhD, Chief Economist at the American Farm Bureau Federation, is familiar with providing insight on a wide range of market and policy issues. Before joining Farm Bureau, he served as part of USDA's Agricultural Marketing Service, the National Milk Producers Federation, and the Federal Milk Marketing Administrator in Atlanta, Georgia. Andrew Novakovic, PhD, has focused his 45-year career on the economics of dairy markets and policy. He has worked closely with congressional and USDA staff on the analysis and development of dairy programs, specifically as a senior economist in the USDA Office of Chief Economist. Jim Sleeper, managing partner of Sleeper Consulting LLC, has extensive knowledge on dairy economics and policy, thanks to his prior positions at Southeast Milk, Foremost Farms USA, Land O'Lakes, Dean Foods, Milk Marketing Incorporated, and the USDA's Federal Milk Marketing Order Program. And this panel was moderated by Mark Stevenson, the recently retired Director of Dairy Policy Analysis at the University of Wisconsin-Madison. Throughout his 40-year career, Dr. Stevenson conducted applied research on the impacts of dairy markets and policy at the farm, plant, and sector levels, and has worked on many projects looking at federal milk marketing orders. I'd like to ask everyone to please silence your cell phones, and I'll turn it over to Dr. Stevenson to kick us off.
Thank you. That's an important reminder. I don't want that going off either. That's really embarrassing. Just curious, how many of you folks know one or more of the people who are panelists up here? Oh, a lot of folks. Well, then you'll have some sympathy for me because this is like herding cats for sure. Not going to be easy to try to keep these in, but in my and on topic. But in my role as moderator and provocateur here for the group, I'm going to throw out just a few questions to specific individuals at first, because I'd like to get some of their response to lay a foundation for what I hope we'll talk about a little bit later. So I'm going to ask Dana and start with Dana. I'm pretty sure that most of the folks who are here today don't really totally understand federal milk marketing orders. A few people would probably make that claim that they actually did. So I'm asking you to correct some of that shortcoming, but not really trying to go into great depth here. But I wonder if you can at least give us a thumbnail sketch as to what federal orders do. It's not just classified pricing and pooling.
Thank you, Mark. Good morning or good afternoon, everyone. It is great to have an opportunity to be here. I have to say, in my 34 years at USDA, working in the dairy sector, this is my first time at World Dairy Expo, so this has been fantastic. And I get to talk about federal milk marketing orders. I'm probably one of the few people that get really excited to talk about it. And the reason I get excited about it is because federal orders offer so much to the industry and to U.S. producers that people often don't realize. When I started at USDA, probably the most prominent thing related to federal orders, or what people really talked about, was just what you said, Mark, pricing and pooling. And that's really all people recognize with the federal orders. And then they'd say they're just so complicated. So what message I want to relay is, first of all, federal orders establish the terms of trade between the handlers and the producers. And that's really the key foundation of it. And through that, they do pricing, they do pooling, but there are many, many other things. And probably as we've seen the industry and the agricultural sector, and actually the whole world consolidate, some of the other key things that they provide to the industry, and particularly to producers, have become more important. And some of those things would be ensuring that you all get paid the proper amount, the verification of your weights and tests of the milk that you are actually delivering, verifying that the handlers are using the milk in accordance with what they say they are. So we're going in and we're auditing and we're verifying that usage. Very important, again, to make certain that the proper monies are returned back to the producers. Another really key thing that has become more and more important is enforcement of payment dates, ensuring that you as producers are paid at least twice a month. And if payments are not made, we enforce those provisions on the handlers. We have penalties that we assess to them. So it's really important that you get paid, because if you stop and think about it, what does most of the world pay on? 30, 60 days? We say, nope, you're gonna pay twice. This is when you're gonna make those payments. And then because we are in the plants, we're auditing, we're verifying producer payrolls, we have this wealth of data, we're able to provide that information out to you. And we do that through our various market administrator office websites. There is a wealth of information. And if you talk to others, or even if you talk to dairy farmers who are working in other sectors, one thing that they really love, Mark, is the amount of information that is available. Of course, these gentlemen like the information too, because they use it in a wealth of different ways. But those are some really key things that federal orders do way beyond the pricing and the pooling, which are two key functions. But we can't forget the many, many other aspects that federal orders bring to the industry and the things that they provide.
Oh, thanks, Dana. I mean, that's only a brief overview. I mean, you do testing, you do grading, you do just a bunch of stuff that is really important to an industry to help them function. I'm wondering if you might pass the microphone to Andy at this point in time. I am not trying to go in a particular order, but there's nobody that knows dairy history probably better than Andy and has a great oversight, I think, of federal orders and what they are. So I would ask Andy if you can help us understand and think a little bit about what the culture was, what the problems were that federal orders were trying to solve at the time that they were being considered and put together back in the late 30s, early 40s. I think you turned off.
This is Dana saying don't take too much time. So before I get to what Mark said and just kind of me telling you stuff, I have this quiz. Like I'm a professor, right? So I have a quiz. How many of you grew up on a dairy farm? Lots of folks. How many of you remember your parents, some adult, maybe in a VOAG class, somebody talking about federal milk marketing orders or the fact that there's government regulation of prices? How many could say yes to that? A few? Okay. So like you're like the oldest guy close to me, so I'm going to ask you, what do you remember about that? Do you remember kind of vaguely knowing something about it, or do you remember kind of getting into it? What do you recall?
Probably our OAG teacher, probably in NWTC at times had brought it up and discussed it briefly.
Yeah?
But probably not enough to get a real insight into it.
Do you have a sense of why it existed, why we were doing it? Do you remember anything about that?
I think it was in fairness to farmers that was
Okay, all right.
in place.
Yeah, something wasn't right and the government helped fix it up. Who else remembers some conversation as a youth who's willing to have me come by and ask them? Oh, come on. You guys are farmers. You're not afraid of anything. Come on, come on. Somebody, say something. You want to say something?
I didn't drive from California. This is my first year here.
And that has what to do with my question?
To do with that.
When did California start regulating milk prices, you remember?
I do not.
1960.
1960.
Yeah, were you alive then?
Not quite, no.
Not quite? Okay. So you remember talking about the California price regulation at all?
No,
No?
never heard of it.
Never heard of it? You pull my leg, right?
But I know what I would like to see is, as a probably a future farmer, would be like to see some the family farm to come back. That'd be kind of neat. My mom grew up on a family farm. I know that's somewhat kind of.
And what to you is a family farm?
I would say where the family's involved.
Okay, so 1,000 cow farm where the family's involved?
I mean, it's not a matter of necessarily numbers, but bringing back to where the generation is involved. Like me, I have no clue
Okay.
about what, let's say, dairy or farming in general is all about.
Okay.
I'm a city boy from LA, and so to kind of bring city folks back to understanding what farming's all about, I think would be a very
That is a big goal in this room, I can tell you that right now. So people sit in the back because they figure they can be anonymous, but here I am, walking back here. So somebody back here raised their hand and admitted that they remembered hearing something about it. Now, I'm going to stand here until somebody fesses up. You don't count. Till somebody fesses up. Mary doesn't count either. Come on. Who's going to do it? I'm going to call on you now because...
You already talked to my husband.
I already talked to your husband?
Yeah.
You didn't grow up with your husband, though, did you?
Pardon?
You didn't grow up with your husband, though, did you?
No, since high school we did.
Yeah, okay. Do you remember anything from your own personal life about this? I mean, when you were a kid?
No, I guess not. He knows more than I did.
All right, okay, all right. How about you? John, I'm not going to ask you either. You grew up on a dairy farm? No. No, see, why bother with him? Okay. You, all right. Yeah. This is not a normal person, but okay, we'll let Miss Knigge here have her say. That it was complicated. Like in a good way or a bad way, or? Yeah, my brain's full. How about perception of was it a good thing or a bad thing? Probably not. Yeah, so Minnesota, Wisconsin, it's kind of a deal. All right, so Mark is already thinking I'm taking him too much time, but the reason why I wanted to do this is because a lot of folks have opinions about federal orders. A lot of folks have ideas about why we have them and what they do. Dana gave you a whole bunch of things about what federal orders do that really didn't talk about setting minimum prices or establishing an average price that all farmers share in, at least as a minimum. And in fact, that's very true. There are a number of things that are done that try to calm the waters, try to give some sense of fair play, give some sense of everybody's got kind of a rule book. It's kind of like the black and white shirts, not preventing you from playing the game, but making sure you don't hit low, that you don't go off on the side, that there's some sense of a rule book that is absolutely fair to farmers, but also reasonable for the folks on the other side of the trade, that it's a reasonable proposition for buyers of milk, processors, and so on. The idea for this system, the law for this system came about in the 1930s. It kind of got a rough draft in the first Farm Bill in 1933, and then really got kind of more specifically finalized in 1937. But the idea of classified pricing and pooling as a way to create sort of a system that made some kind of sense was started by small-scale cooperatives in the New England area, which of course was earlier settled and had a big dairy industry, in the 1890s, 1890, 40 years before we actually had a federal law. 40 years, think about this. This is an adult working lifetime. The people that came up with this idea were long gone, probably, by the time we were starting to talk about this in Congress. By the time we were talking about this at the federal level, there were 60 cities, 60 cities in the United States that were doing classified pricing and pooling schemes of one type or another that were a private effort, that were organized by cooperatives on behalf of their farmers. When the S hit the fan in the 30s, Franklin Roosevelt, who had been governor of New York, a huge dairy state, who knew a lot of folks in the dairy community, asked for ideas. Co-ops primarily came forward. Farm organizations like the one Roger works for came forward and said, this is an idea that we think could be helpful to our producers. We found out that it didn't solve all the problems, but it is the one major dairy policy created in the 20th century that still exists and is still trying to calm those waters and be the guy in the black and white shirt. To be sure, everybody's got some idea about how something could be improved, and I think Dana would be the first to say, very open-minded to what improvements would look like. But also keep in mind, whatever it is that bugs you, if you thought about it, you'd probably think of 5 or 6 other things that actually you could recognize were pretty useful. So my pitch in response to Mark's question is, this is a thing that rose organically from within the dairy industry. It was not something that some politician made up to inflict pain upon dairy farmers anywhere in the US. And it's a living instrument that continues to be possible to adapt and change, and in fact, it's done a lot of adapting and changing over the years. A real challenge is it's a regionally based national system, so you kind of have to have sort of rules that are played similarly everywhere. You can't just have a Wisconsin rule, or you can't just have a Oregon rule or a Virginia rule, and so getting folks to agree on stuff, which seems to be a lot harder today than it used to be, is part of that challenge, but I think probably a challenge worth accepting and taking. Thanks.
Thank you, Andy. And for those of you who were personally traumatized by Andy back here in the audience, if you need a hug, let me know. I feel your pain because when I gave an answer that Andy didn't deem to be appropriate many years ago, he threw an eraser at me.
Sometimes you got to get attention.
Roger, I want to turn to you next. You've been working with and within federal milk marketing orders for a long period of time. Andy talked a little bit about the evolution, the culture that kind of brought some of the original ideas together. Federal orders are difficult to change substantially, but not impossible. The mechanism was certainly put in place to be able to make some changes, but maybe not wholesale changes to that. I'm going to ask you whether the problems that we had back in the 1930s and 40s, at the time that we actually pulled together much of what we think about as the machinery of federal orders, addresses the same problems we have today, or are those problems different?
I'm very happy to be here also, and the Expo is a great event, and it's a pleasure to be up here with all 3 of these folks and Mark. The problems, the federal orders did a good job addressing a lot of the problems that were faced in the 30s and 40s. It's easy to say we don't have some of those problems now, but it's because we've got a system that keeps us from having these problems. In some countries, sort of what Dana alluded to, in some countries, basically the supermarkets decide what the price of milk is for farmers. They decide when they're going to pay them, and they decide how things are going to flow and how work's going to be organized. In other commodities, we have very, very close supervision of growers by integrators in the broiler industry, for example. That's one way to do things. That's the way the markets worked it out. But the federal orders do a lot to help support individual farmers and co-ops of farmers. Co-op organization does a lot to help farmers run their farms the way they want to, and market their milk through an intermediary that they control. So I think that's all been important. It's also important that that the orders don't only operate for co-ops. They should operate for all producers. And over time, the market has changed in ways that have kind of forced us to rethink some of the calculations of pooling, for example. There used to be a lot of Class 1 milk. All the federal orders were organized around fluid milk markets. They were organized around city markets, and they were based on the idea that if you're not really serving a fluid market, you're not going to participate in the system. But over time, with a very substantial amount of fluid milk, there was a lot of consolidation and growth, and we have these large regional federal orders, and that really depended on a lot of fluid milk in each market. Now a lot of those markets don't have that much fluid milk. So things like what happened a couple of years ago where PPDs went crazy. It was a whole bunch of things, that happened all at once. You know, one of the big triggers was we didn't have enough block cheese capacity, which is a long, complicated story I won't get into now. Without that, it wouldn't have happened quite that way. But some of the effects were from the way some rules have been written. We have a pooling of 4 class prices, 2 of which are set or partially set based on prices that are 6 or 8 weeks old. You eliminate advanced pricing. That's one thing that could contribute to less volatility in PPD, more stable PPDs, more. What else? The system was, when it first got set up, it kind of worked until about 30 years ago. It really worked like a way to distribute the price support program fairly around the country. This price support program kind of set price levels. That also was something that it wasn't really built to handle the end of that and the volatility of the underlying prices. So, with the price support program not really having not existing anymore, and the volatility of the markets, then we need blend prices to kind of come together in a way that PPD doesn't get so volatile. I'm sorry, I have a couple of these things here. One of the things that could help also is the higher of class 1, going back to the higher of class 1. We have policy supporting a higher of and keeping the 74 cents. And one thing that would do is by adding more money into class 1, that would leave a little more wiggle room also for PPDs to stay positive. One of the things that has occurred to me, just me, is that so I'm not putting this on Farm Bureau, but it seems kind of straightforward. Is if the CME would introduce a class 1 contract, we wouldn't have to be fussing about how processors and producers could forward price class 1. If there was a class 1 contract, then that would be handled, and you wouldn't have to worry about risk management opportunities on the market when you design a class 1 formula. So
sure.
I will stop at that.
Okay.
So that,
if you'd hand the microphone to Jim. Jim's been around the dairy industry and federal orders for a long period of time. And more recently, you've actually been working with National Milk Producers Federation with a few committees trying to take a look at federal orders and maybe what reform might be constituted. Roger mentioned 2 or 3 times that PPDs are a problem and maybe a couple of different ways that could be fixed. I want to ask you a straightforward question, but I want you to elaborate around that as well. Are PPDs a problem, or are PPDs the symptom of problems?
Okay. So let me first preface a couple things. I, like the rest of the group, appreciate the opportunity to be here at the Expo along with these panelists. Let me also elaborate. You mentioned you're trying to herd cats. I just want to elaborate in terms of my position within National Milk. In every organization, there's a CEO, a CFO, COO, and so forth. I think my new position is CHO, Cat Herder Officer. And Mark mentions trying to herd us. Well, I'm trying to herd several different economists within the task force that National Milk has put together. In terms of the PPD and getting straight to that particular question, there's no question PPD and the negative and the depooling and so forth has been a real issue in many parts of the country. I say many parts of the country. One of my previous positions was with Southeast Milk. And most of us would say in the Southeast, what's a negative PPD? Because we're paid based upon fat and skim. Also, we have such a high utilization and a high class 1 differential that we very seldom get negative PPDs anyway, if it was connotated that way on the producer milk check. So let me get back to, in terms of National Milk and our particular policy. Whenever we formed the task force, which was actually formed in January, we've been meeting on a regular basis. Mark, as you know, we formed 4 separate committees and so forth. PPDs is one of those issues we decided not to tackle because it's not really a national issue. Instead, we believe that individual markets should tackle those one-on-one, and if that means they need to tighten up pooling requirements or whatever they need to do, go do it that way. So we recognize whether it's agencies, separate co-ops, other organizations need to do it in that particular way. They need to handle it on that market-by-market basis. In terms of National Milk and my particular position sitting up here, we're not handling it because we feel it is not a national issue. But there's no question. Some of the things that we are looking at within National Milk, I think would reduce that PPD difference. And a good example is what Roger had already indicated. We're looking very seriously. It's not final yet. And let me preface that before all the writers start writing, well, National Milk believes in this and that and so forth. Nothing is final through National Milk policy in terms of as it goes through the appropriate hierarchy. And things will be blessed here during the annual meeting, which is basically 2-3 weeks. At that particular time, the board of directors will vote on it. But we are very seriously proposing in front of the board of directors going to the higher of, reverting back to it. There's a couple other things that we're looking at, and I think time constraint, we probably can't get into all those other proposals, but that's our position on the PPD. Yes, it is an issue handled by a market-by-market basis.
Okay. You know, just out of curiosity, well, maybe the analogy for me would be I might go see my doctor and say, oh, boy, I've got a fever, you know, 102. You know, and if he tells me just take 2 aspirin and go home, you're fine. I'm going to say he addressed the symptom, he didn't address the problem. I've actually got, you know, maybe an infection somewhere or something. He didn't bother looking at that. And I think the PPD is maybe an issue something like that. That's where we're seeing some of these issues but express themselves. But it does get down to such things as pooling, as what I would suggest is maybe an issue and something we want to think about. If you go back just at the time of our last national reform around 2000, federal milk marketing orders were regulating something like 70% of the milk in this country. If you look at it today, it's more like what, Dana? 60? 60. Yeah, about 60%. And that's with the addition of California to the federal order system that wasn't there then. Substantial amount of milk. So we've actually got quite a bit less going on. I'd like the group to maybe talk a little bit, and I don't really care who this is directed to at first, and maybe Dana can take a swat at it, but is pooling a problem, and if so, what are some parameters that might be done to be thinking about pooling, keeping some milk in the order?
So I'm probably, it's on? Yeah, okay. So I'm probably not the right person to start this because an important role that we play at USDA is listening to the industry. And we come in as, if you want to, the referee in the game that's being played. And that game that's being played when it comes to pooling is between the Class 1 handlers who are required to be regulated. That's who we really focus in on, are the Class 1 handlers. It's a fluid milk focus program when it was established. That's where the emphasis has been. Class 2, 3, and 4 handlers, as I like to say, those are individuals who can either opt to play in the game or they can choose to step out of the game. And why do they do that? They do it because it's to their economic advantage. That's what it comes down to. Are they going to get money from the order, from the pool, or are they going to have to pay into it? And that's where the rub comes. That's what we saw some really unusual behaviors exerted during the pandemic. And it really brought home what milk should be pooled and should those pooling provisions be changed. I'm not here to tell you the answer to that. You in the industry are the ones who need to figure out that answer and bring it to USDA and then justify why it should be changed. I do think it is something that needs to be looked at on a regional basis. You cannot put in a provision across the entire U.S. because if we sit here in the upper Midwest, Jeff knows this very well. Very different market than what we see Jim worked with down in the southeast. High class 1 down there, low class 1 up here. I think with the 2 plants that recently closed, we're down to about 5% class 1 use here in the upper Midwest. That needs a very different look than when we're looking in Florida and they're running about 80% class 1. So there are a lot of things that need to be looked at, but it needs to be done on an individual basis. And the industry needs to think about what provisions and who do they want to have to play and how much do they want to make them play. They make it harder for them to play. They want to make it easier for them to play. And that's up to the industry to decide.
Everybody's grabbing the microphone. Go ahead, Jim. But I guess that maybe one of the questions I would ask you to think about while you want to respond to Dana's thing is whether or not what we really have in place right now is a fluid milk solution to a manufacturing problem.
Let me just make a couple comments that really coincide directly with what Dana said. I fully agree. It needs to be handled on an individual order-by-order basis. There's no question you cannot have a national pooling standard throughout the country because each order is totally different, especially with its utilization and so forth. One of the things that does bother me in terms of the depooling and so forth, you know, when we look at especially upper Midwest, well, you're looking at a less than 10% class 1 utilization. So what value does the federal order ultimate become for dairy farmers? And I really question that. It becomes lesser and lesser value. In terms of my position at National Milk, just as long as my own personal opinion, federal orders have really served us well over the years. Now, are they perfect? No. And that's one of the reasons why, again, I'm punching a plug for National Milk, where we're looking at a modernization effort, not a reform effort, which reform connotates a tremendous change like what we went through in the year 2000. But in terms of making modernization efforts to change some of these things that hopefully will be able to continue the federal order program. And some of our efforts, again, will assist in this depooling issue. It's not directly related to, you know, on an individual order-by-order basis, but on a national basis.
Thanks. Yeah, you can't do everything all at once. I think, Mark, when you sent the processing cost survey this spring, that sort of set folks going. That was the kind of the starting gun for everybody to come up with policy for federal orders and especially for price policy. And I think a lot of us are anticipating sometime next year that there'll be a federal order hearing addressing the 4 class prices, and I think hopefully class prices and class 1 differentials, which is a heavy lift all by itself. But there are a lot of regional issues like pooling standards and all those things that it's just too much to do all at once. So they can contribute to the depooling issues and the PPD issues. Certainly, the formula prices themselves are a factor in whether or not we have negative PPDs, as we've all talked about. The lag, the average of, and the lag in the class 1 price both contribute to PPD volatility, and we would love to see a more, you know, if you have a market-oriented process, the class 3 and 4 prices ought to sort of converge in the long run. It's some special situations that sort of lead to big divergences, and I think as we look at the market going forward, and after years of believing class 3 would always be the highest, now that we have enough class 3 capacity, probably because an awful lot of pooled milk doesn't actually have to be paid the federal order minimum price, which is for some folks is a dirty little secret, and for other folks is just a fact of life. An awful lot of manufactured milk in the federal order can be pooled and not paid the minimum. And so as the industry has adjusted, that we've started to build, like the block plants got built out. They were in process before COVID hit. COVID kind of caught the industry with their pants down. They didn't have enough block capacity, and it blew up, and it created a kind of a unusual situation that wouldn't happen if COVID happened like it did. If the same thing happened in 2023, we would not have the kind of PPD problem that we had in 2020. Wouldn't be perfect, but it would be a lot different. So I think it's important not to worry too much about fighting yesterday's battles. It's important to look at what's going on going forward and fix things. We have, Farm Bureau hasn't always had a big role in federal order issues. I hand it to my predecessor's chief economist, John Newton, who came in with a lot of dairy background, and a bunch of our members got excited about the opportunity to really engage on dairy. We had several iterations of working groups to look at dairy policy. What they came up with entered into the mix. That group evolved, the recommendations evolved, but over time, a variety of policies went into the hopper in our policy process, which is very grassroots for those who don't know Farm Bureau well. National policy typically comes from a county Farm Bureau meeting where a policy proposal is offered, and if the county supports it, it gets passed along to the state. If the state resolutions folks, your committee likes it, it gets passed to the state delegates or board or membership vote on it, and it becomes a state policy. If they want to pass it along, if it's a potential national program, that gets passed along to AFBF, and through a committee process and a review process, it gets passed along ultimately to our delegates, which is a much broader group than our board. And policy we only support things if the membership broadly supports it. And we have now developed quite a amount of policy, quite a substantial amount of federal order policy, not so comprehensive that there's no room for discussion. Some of it is not so prescriptive that there isn't room to talk about it. And next week in Kansas City, we're having a conference, and Jim is going to be there, and Dana's going to be there. We're trying to bring everybody together to talk through the issues, specifically the stuff that we expect is going to be in the scope of the hearing next year on prices. We're going to try to avoid some of these regional issues that can just be divisive and aren't going to be talked about in next year's hearing anyway. So we're trying to be constructive, and we hope you show up too, Mark.
Well, you forget that I'm retired, or very nearly so. I really want Andy to try to kind of collect thoughts here on these last few questions and the comments we've had, and maybe bring us back to a little bit more focus, if you could.
So, Cornell University sits on the headwaters of a lake that's 40 miles long, 1 to 2 miles wide, and really deep. 478 feet is the steepest point. You can be 5 feet off a shore and be in 100 feet of water. This is a lot like federal orders. And I sort of feel like a lot of us just submerged into about 100 feet of water. And so I kind of want to step back a little bit, because pooling is a really fundamental and consequential question that can be looked at narrowly, but really has a lot of broad implications. It has implications for how prices are shared and who pays what, and a lot of different things. So, but fundamentally, the question of pooling is about who participates in the order and how easy it is to get on and off. It answers the question, who must participate? You don't have a choice. Who may participate? And how easy it is to change your mind if you're in the may group. As Dana said, this system historically has gone back to the notion that the guys who buy milk from farmers to put it into little packages and sell as a beverage to consumers are going to pay the highest price. You can't give them the choice. Raise your hand if you want to pay a higher price. So those guys must be part of it. They don't get to pick. Everybody else is more in a what have you done for me lately kind of group. Do you want to participate? Yes, I would, because participating means I get to share in the revenue that these higher priced guys are putting into the system. What do I have to do to participate, just raise my hand and say, give me the money. Some places, actually, it's not a whole lot harder than that, but there are other places where you've got to do something. You've got to show an ability or willingness to deliver milk to these guys if they need it. The rules, as other speakers have said, vary around the country. In some places, it's pretty hard to get in. You've got to really do something. These are called performance standards. In other parts of the country, it's like come one, come all, pretty close. Does that make a difference? Well, yeah, it makes a difference. It makes a difference on how many people get their hands in the till when the class 1 guy is putting money in. How many fingers are drawing out? Is it good to make that hard? Or is it good to be generous and spread it around? You be the judge of that. That's not for me to say. But that's a very fundamental question. Do you need to do something to earn this participation, or is this come one, come all? I'll make the observation that under the old California state order system, which was in place for 40 years, they had what was called mandatory pooling. Every drop of milk sold commercially in the state of California was going to be part of their pricing system. They shared in the responsibility, and they shared in the benefits of having this sort of weighted average, so-called pooled price. When they came along and asked USDA to work with them on changing their system from a state system to a federal system, there were a lot of voices out there that said, oh, and by the way, we think you should have mandatory pooling, just like we do now. They asked for several other things that were consistent with what they'd done under California, but not at all consistent with what we've done under federal milk marketing orders. USDA came back and said, you would be the only one in the country that had mandatory pooling. That is not part of our culture. We're not going to approve that. Coincidentally, curiously, what is it now? 1/3, pushing towards half of the milk in California does not participate in the California federal milk order system. These are the guys that said, force me to do it, and then said, oh no, change my mind, don't want to. So was it good that they had that flexibility? I'm thinking the guys that got out did so because they wanted to. So at least from their perspective, that was a good thing. So that's the question we're talking about with pooling. The other question is, okay, if I'm in the I maybe group, I'm not required, how easy is it for me to get in and out? Do I go up to the market administrator and say, I changed my mind, I don't like the prices this month, so count me out? And you go, okay, sure, whatever you like. And then 2 months later, you go, I like the prices now, I want to come back. Or should it be, okay, you got to earn your way back, like you had to earn your way into the first place? That there's consequences from deciding to opt out. You want to opt out and stay out? If you're in the maybe group, hey, knock yourself out. Do you want to just kind of flip in and out whenever it suits your purpose? Or is there a consequence to say, well, if you're going to be out, you can come back, but it's probably going to take you, it's going to be a little hard for you to come back. That's a big question, and frankly, the latter one, the flipping back and forth, really was one of the big contributors to this issue of negative producer price differentials, trying to avoid it when you didn't want it and trying to come back when it was to your favor. So this is a critical question, and it's a fundamental question. Should we be generous? Everybody plays? Should we be saying, no, no, you have to earn your way in? And should the answer be different in Florida than it is in Minnesota? Everybody's here saying it's an order-by-order thing. But then you have folks saying, well, I got to do this in my area, and you don't have to do anything. So, okay, is one size fits all, and we're all good with that, or not? So pooling is a really important question, and it's not super simple, like nothing with federal orders is super simple, but it's one that we should really try to understand, and understand it as different dimensions that contribute to how the system works and how the people who are part of the system play the game.
Okay. You know, we could not only spend the rest of this hour, but the rest of this day and probably week talking about pooling alone, but I'd like to, you know, throw a little bit of some other ideas out for the group to chew on. One of them is just the changes that we've seen in our dairy system. We still produce milk in all 50 states. Not very much in some. California, or not California, California produces a lot, but I was going to say Alaska and Hawaii still have a dairy farm or two each, not many. Enough so that they don't even report the milk production statistics in NAS anymore. But we're seeing regions, states, seemingly specializing into or out of milk production. So it's not just like almost everywhere now. We're down below 30,000 dairy farms in the country. Concentration is happening a lot and still producing more milk than ever. Is this a problem or an issue with federal milk marketing orders and the way we try to move milk around to meet the needs that the system has? I suspect it is, but you know, getting milk to move from point A to point B is a difficult thing. Who wants to take a pass at that? Jim does. Jim does.
Thank you, Andy. Yeah, I've moved more than one load of milk in my day. So is it a problem? Absolutely. There's no question. We have seen tremendous changes, not only in the milk production side, but also on the cheese capacity, on the Class 1 plants continuing to close, just on both sides of the equation, as well as demand driving a large part of that as well. Just recently, no question, diesel fuel is really changing the dynamics of how milk needs to flow from one region to the next region. Trying to find adequate milk haulers, stainless steel to move the milk. We've got a lot of factors. And that's one of the things that, again, a plug for National Milk, that we're trying to modernize some of these things, because in many cases, a good example are the protein are the coefficients that are in the formulas. They haven't been changed in 22 years, Mark, as you well know. Class 1 price surface needs to be changed, because in order to get the milk to where it's needed, and that's really what the purpose of the class, you know, the whole federal order program, we're looking very diligently at how those Class 1 differentials or Class 1 price surface should be changed. We're actually commissioning a study to take a good hard look at that. It's basically the same modeling, but much more comprehensive, that was put together in the latter 90s that developed the 2000 federal order reform. So we're taking a look at that. Now, when I say that, that's the scientific part of it. When I say the scientific, that's what the model says. Well, those of us who've moved milk, there's rivers and there's bridges and there's other boundaries and so forth. We're taking a good hard look, and there's several of us representing the National Milk, and basically we're the economists representing 16 different co-ops. We're taking a good hard look and making sure that the scientific part meets the art form as well. We call ourselves, you'll appreciate this, the Colored Pencil Crew, where we're looking at all 3,100 counties and trying to re-examine the current Class 1 price surface in those counties and what it should be, given all the dynamic changes that have occurred in the last 22 years.
Yeah, and it's 3,108 counties.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mark.
You know, Class 1 differentials.
I don't think, I mean, if the question, maybe I heard the question wrong, but I don't think that concentration in dairy is a function of the federal orders. I think quite the opposite, I think.
No, I didn't say that.
Okay,
No,
but
didn't
let me make the point then anyway. Yeah, I think there would be a lot more concentration in dairy if it weren't for the federal orders. So.
I wouldn't disagree with that. But I think that one of the things I'd like to follow up on with some of you folks, maybe Jim's the most adequate person to talk about this, but Class 1 differentials by themselves are not big enough to move milk. And in point of fact, if they were, then I think we would have a lot of milk moving to where it didn't need to be. They only encourage milk to move in the right direction. Am I right about that? And if so, why do you even worry about it then if they're not big enough to cover the cost?
You're absolutely correct. The Class 1 price surface is not adequate enough to pay the full amount. Dairy producers usually end up paying the difference. However, we need an adequate Class 1 price surface to assist in that movement. And that's how we're really taking a look, because those differentials or those Class 1 price surfaces haven't been changed, as I indicated, in 22 years. So if we can get at least some of that money back to help enhance us to be able to move the milk, that will assist. The other thing that has really changed in the marketplace is, especially those of us who've been involved in overorder agencies, overorder premiums, that's been a tremendous change. A good example, as I indicated, I was in the Southeast. I was located in Florida. We were known for some of the highest Class 1 prices in the country for years, if not decades. Well, the overorder price surface has really deteriorated over the last several years. In fact, it's very, if not zero, pretty darn close to zero throughout most parts of the country. And in some places, yeah, 50 cents, 75 cents, something like that. But that's not enough to move the milk to where it's needed. In my opinion, some of the other areas where some of the orders assist in that by providing other incentives, transportation credits is a good example in some orders, where the processors are actually forking up additional dollars within the pool. Those people who demonstrate by servicing the Class 1 are able to capture those dollars to return those back to the haulers to get the money for where the milk is needed.
You know, those Class 1 differentials, they're not just to move milk, they're to sustain local supplies as well. It's very important that the deficit areas, places like the Southeast, places where it's tough to supply milk, that they have Class 1 differentials that are high enough to help sustain that local production. It's not all about moving, and I don't think Jim disagrees. I think it's just he's as a guy who had to manage logistics, he thinks about moving the milk. But maintaining that local production, it really demands adequate Class 1 differentials. That's why it's important to relook at those.
No, I don't disagree with that at all. I mean, we have to have an adequate milk price to get milk into the door of a plant. If we can encourage it to be produced locally, that's great. If we need to attract it down from a further distance, then that's also part of the plan. Dana, I want to ask you a question. Part of what we do with milk, or have done with milk, is to follow it to its end use, and then think about how we get those prices or values back to the producers that produce the milk in the first place. It's not just structure that's changed. Where milk's being produced, on what farms, in which regions of the country, or where people are choosing to move. It's also about what we can do technologically with dairy products now. It's being separated into all kinds of components, and bits and pieces of milk are going in different directions, not necessarily the same class. Can you follow it? Is this a problem? Do you worry about that? Do you simplify it? What?
So fortunately, we have a great staff of market administrator employees that follow every drop of milk, which is good. Every drop of milk, I'll say, that is pooled, and that's the key thing. We're dealing and we're concerned about the milk that is pooled. Currently, we have 4 classes of milk. In the history of the program, there have been 3 classes of milk. You can talk to many people, they'll say, you know what, because of all the product differentiation that's going on that you've talked about, Mark, we should have 7 classes of milk. Or others articulate we should have 2 classes of milk. There are a lot of new products on the market. Sometimes federal orders are often criticized because we prevent innovation. I'm not sure I understand that particular argument, because I look, and if you look around, look at your local grocery store, you're gonna see all sorts of new dairy products that are out there. And we do have the ability to follow and track that milk through our audit process, which again, this is important because it comes back to getting that full value and how is that milk used. And we have a classified pricing system. All of this conversation goes back to what Andy was originally talking about. We have a 1937 Act, and in that act, it's very, very prescriptive in some ways, in that it says that there will be classified pricing. And we have determined that classified pricing right now to consist of fluid milk, and then we have your soft products, and then we have your more storable products. And each one of them, if they're in order, obviously it makes sense fluid is the highest and your storable products are the lowest, because they can be maintained for a longer period of time. And I think this is, it's an important piece of the order system. As far as innovation, it needs to continue. Should the orders adapt to that innovation? Again, I leave that up to the industry to determine. Should we go to 7 classes of milk? Oh. Might be a little more challenging for our employees to follow that through. But it is important for us to understand and to make certain that all of the the milk that is pooled is accounted for, and we can do that.
Andy, I want to give you a shot here at asking a different kind of question. Federal orders have a process for reform within the framework of what we currently have. And yet I think there are a lot of things that we've talked about that we might want to consider as far as reform goes that would really require an act of Congress to make that happen. What's within the ballpark of what we might expect in the way of a federal order hearing, and what's kind of outside the ballpark?
So there's, I think, maybe 3 different layers here. One is, what is really specific to a particular milk marketing order area? What is particular to the Southeast? What is particular to the area we call Central, et cetera? And can that be dealt with just within that local framework? Or maybe a couple adjacent ones, but locally, not nationally. What are things that really need to be thought about in a system-wide basis? National isn't probably quite the right word because it isn't every geographic area, but there is a network of marketing orders that spans the country, and what needs to be considered nationally. The question that Mark is particularly asking is, what can you do within the rule book you currently have, and what kinds of things would you need some new rules? So a lot of the issues, the hearings that were done historically, were localized, and there was this attitude of, well, that's a Tennessee thing, that doesn't matter to us. More and more since the 1990s, which for some of you seems a long time ago, but isn't really all that long ago, more and more things started to feel more national, started to feel more like we can't just do this in one place. How many classes of milk can we have? Well, it used to be not every order had the same number of classes, but now we feel like, yeah, that doesn't make sense. We should all have the same classes. And other payment dates. Should we have different payment dates in Minnesota than we have in Oklahoma? That doesn't make any sense. So often now we find ourselves saying this is really a national question. National questions tend to be a lot more outside the box. And so there are things like, could we do this or could we do that? And actually, there's some folks within the South building who wear the hat that says, I know the rule book, talk to me. And a lot of times you go talk to that person, it's like, yeah, we really couldn't do that without a rule. The higher of thing was a good example of that. Could we have gone to a federal order hearing to reconsider how Class 1 prices are established in relationship to the foundational classes 3 and 4? Could we have had that hearing? Answer, yes, we could have had that hearing. For whatever reasons, not my cross to bear or explain, it was decided, let's do this legislatively instead. Maybe that goes faster. Maybe we're more certain of the outcome. Maybe whatever, maybe. That was done. Did it have to be done? No, but it was. I think we should have mandatory pooling. Could we talk about that as a national federal order hearing? And the high priestess of the USDA rulebook would say, yeah, no. There is no provision in the 1937 Agricultural Marketing Agreement Act that would allow us to even talk about mandatory pooling. You want to do that? You have to change the order. So there are a number of things where new legislation would be required in order for USDA to think about that. And we can get more specific if you want, but my only comment on that, block voting would be another example of that. Block voting is permitted. It's not required. It's simply permitted in the act now. You didn't want to do that? That would be a legislative thing. It's in the act. It's not something that Dana made up. My only final comment would be be careful what you ask for. Think this through really quickly. The folks that said, hey, I got this great idea. We're gonna do like the average plus 74 cents, and most of the time that's gonna be great. And then they found out there's sometimes that really sucked big time. So you really want to think through whether or not that's a good idea before you just go run off and see your favorite congressman.
Okay, I'm going to just say the first shall be last. Dana, we've come to the end of our time period here that we're supposed to be in this session. I think we could all go a lot longer, but quick question, and I think it's going to be a really quick answer because I suspect I know. Any insights as to the timeline of when we may be having a hearing? And importantly, if you care to explain what it means, what will the scope of the hearing be?
Okay, it's time for us to all leave now. So if I could project the timeline when I expect to get a proposal in, I'll buy a lottery ticket and we'll all be happy. Based on the industry conversations, I would anticipate that there would be some type of proposal submitted in for a national hearing next year. I believe it'll probably be maybe in the first half of the year. I'm not going to say if it's the fiscal year or the calendar year or whatever. I've been in Washington for a little while, so I'm dancing on that answer, Mark.
That's perfect.
But I do think that based on the conversations and on the will of the industry to want to move forward, that probably there'll be something submitted. Do I think it'll be as comprehensive as what maybe the whole industry would like to have? I'm not sure that it will be. I just think that there are a lot of tentacles that are being extended out there as you get into the issues and as you talk about them. It's kind of like, okay, can we make this change? Can we make that change? A couple of them talked about here. A lot of controversy about why we went to the average, right? Let's move back to the higher of. Okay, well then they say if you're going to open up class 1 and you're going to go back to the higher of, well, maybe we should look at class 1 differentials. Well, that suddenly adds another layer. It adds another topic, and I think we're beginning to see that. You know, yeah, let's look at make allowances. Oh, maybe we should look at the composition of the milk. You know, maybe we should go a little bit further in those formulas. Maybe there are other things. So that's why I believe the timeline is going to be a little bit longer than what I think some in the industry would like. But I'm trying to be a realist. Once we get a proposal in, then the secretary will do an evaluation. And, you know, we look at everything that has been presented. And basically at that point, the secretary will decide how far he wants to go and what he wants to hear in that. Or as Mark said, what the scope is, how we frame the hearing. And that is a key thing, because when we frame the hearing, those are the topics we're going to discuss. And those are the only topics that will be allowed to be presented. And one of the points I want to make real strongly today is that there is a hearing process that was designed to be very transparent. And it's a process that's designed to let all interested parties participate, either coming to the hearing and testifying, submitting in comments, making suggestions, submitting in proposals. I'm certain the secretary will ask for additional proposals once we get that in. And it's really important. It's an opportunity for everyone who has an interest to be able to participate. This is one of the few processes that's very transparent and really encourages that to happen. And if I were a handler or a dairy producer, I'd want to make certain I have some input into what my future is going to look like. So he will limit the scope to some degree. How far that's limited depends on the proposal that comes in and how well developed it is. That's the other thing. There has to be evidence. The decisions that are made, the orders that we currently have are based on evidence that's been submitted. And that again goes to transparency within the process. I can't suddenly pull a magical make allowance number out of the air and say, whew, this is what it is. It doesn't happen that way. USDA will make a decision based on all of the data that's been entered and all of the facts that have been presented. And then that's how it is, and that's the basis of the orders that we have. And they're there to be changed. You know, people like to say, Mark, they're archaic. You know, they're old. Geez, they were put in the 37, like Andy said. Whew. You know, that's really old. I wasn't born then. Neither were you. But so anyway, we're good that way. But they've changed. They change continually, and they evolve continually to adapt. And this is a time that they need to evolve again. But it's going to be based on what the industry comes forward with, what the industry is willing to put the factual evidence into the record on, and then we at USDA will evaluate it. And most importantly, the producers will determine whether or not they go in place and whether or not those changes happen.
Well, I want to thank you very much. And if I were grading you, I would probably give you, Dana, maybe a B+, possibly an A-, because you were very eloquent and didn't actually answer the questions that I asked. So that was ideal. No, but thank you. Actually, yeah. I want to actually thank all of you folks for participating today. There's a lot of knowledge and information about the dairy industry up here. It's going to be a long, interesting road, I think, ahead of us, and we appreciate you coming to listen to this portion of it. So I suspect folks will be up here for a little while, and we probably still have some access to the room if you want to come and ask some questions. So thank you very much.
Very briefly, please fill out one of the evaluation forms at the back table if you have not already, and leave it with the folks back there. Once again, I want to thank the panel and thank the National Milk Producers Federation for sponsoring this event. Let's give our panelists and our moderator one last round of applause.
Check, check, check.
Check, 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 1, 2, 3. Check, check. Check, check, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Check, check, check. Is that okay? Check, check, check. 1, 2, 3. Check, 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 check. Check, 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 check. Can we test their microphone there in the table, in the chairs? ¿Se pueden venir a sentar acá para Rosario, Juan, Javier?
¿En estas de acá? Ok.
En esta orden.
Exacto.
Oh, ok.
Rosario, Juan, Javier.
Si alcanzo,
Eso es.
déjenme.
Perfecto.
Bueno, sí se escucha.
Lo que vamos a hacer es que se van a rotar el micrófono. ¿Ah? Acuérdense el orden. Empieza Rosario, Juan, Javier. Todas las láminas son así. ¿Sí? ¿Quiere probar el micrófono, Rosario?
¿Perdón?
Rosario, ¿cómo está? ¿Cómo está? ¿Cómo está el día de hoy? ¿Cómo amanece?
Pues cansada, pero bien.
¿Cansada de qué?
Bien,
¿Qué hizo?
Jorge.
¿Qué hizo?
Nada. Trabajar y trabajar para poder venir para acá.
Ok, pásele a
¿Se
Juan.
escucha bien?
Ese está bien alto.
Sí, sí se escucha, ¿verdad? Sí.
Sí,
Yo pienso que
si
todo
lo pueden
se escucha,
acercar
sí.
incluso más a la
Sí.
quijada.
¿Sí se escucha? Sí.
Sí, sí,
Perfecto,
sí.
sí.
Perfecto, pásele a Javier en la quijada.
Buenos días.
Uy, 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 ese está bueno. ¿Ya vio la diferencia? Si lo acerca más a la quijada.
Se escucha mejor.
Sí, correcto. No escupa nada más, Javier, ahí. Ok. Muy bien, muy bien. A mí sí me escuchan bien ustedes, ¿no? La idea entonces, yo voy a manejar los slides. Ustedes no tienen que preocuparse de mirar acá. Y yo voy a dar acuérdense, él va a dar la introducción. Ron, you're going to do the intro, right? Cortito. Va a agradecer especialmente a Procross. Bienvenido. Luego me lo pasa a mí.
Una cosa, ayer yo creo que fue muy importante que has pedido quién viene de afuera, quién está aquí trabajando en un rancho. Es interesante saber el mixto, ¿no? El grupo. No sé si usted quiere hacerlo o yo puedo hacerlo con introducción, nada más manos.
Como usted quiera, Ron.
Okay.
Algo rápido.
Muy rápido.
Sí.
Sí, claro que sí.
Hágalo usted.
Sí, ok.
Ok, él hace la introducción, luego yo paso a hacer la introducción de cada uno de ustedes. En el orden como lo tengo aquí es Javier, Juan y Rosario. Y luego pasamos a la presentación, ya saben los slides, ¿verdad? Y el orden que ustedes tienen que seguir. ¿Alguna pregunta hasta ahí? Facilito. Y yo tengo aquí mi teléfono, las notas. para no estar yendo a la computadora y estar viendo cada rato atrás. La Rosario tiene buenas notas, mire, ella es la más lista de los, porque es mujer, ¿ya vio? Imprimió las diapositivas. Ah, usada Rosario, ¿eh? Versión digital, lo mismo que usted.
Exactamente. Si te falla el teléfono, aquí está el resultado.
Gracias. Excelente. Bueno, esperemos entonces. Okay. So, you have to turn it off from there, or can I? Thank you. Gracias, Juan. And you know how to say you're welcome, or in Spanish? De nada. Oh, did you? Did you hook my computer? Or? Oh yes, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Thank you so much, EDC. Thank you.
The battery was low, so I believe
Thank
you.
you so much.
Yes.
Appreciate it, sir. Excelente, excelente, excelente. No, pero si hay agua por aquí, entera la llave.
Y no quise comprar unas porque me tomé una hace rato y dije, no, no voy a estar que quiero ir al baño. Me voy a esperar a tomar más allá. Pero donde estaba el otro barn, estaba bien caliente la calefacción. Salí sudando de ahí ya para venir acá.
Check, check, check. Check, 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 check. Me escucha, me escucha, me escucha. Me escucha. No lo conocía su esposo. No, ¿y por qué se asombra como si? Qué gusto, ¿ah? Un gusto verlo, primera vez en persona. ¿Ah? Qué paciencia la suya, ¿eh? y están grabando. Dice Carolina, hasta para aquí sigo riendo. So, ay, ay, ay. So, Ron, you want to do it? It's 2:02. You want to use the microphone? Yeah, microphone.
Muy buenas tardes. Me llamo Ronald Bustis, soy interpreter translator aquí en el World Dairy Expo. Por parte de World Dairy Expo quiero saludarles y muy bienvenido a este seminario. Voy a decir pocas palabras, pero nada más me gustaría saber cuáles países son representados. ¿Qué países?
Brasil.
Brasil. Colombia. Colombia. Puerto Rico.
Ah, boricua, boricua.
Venezuela. Perú. México. ¿Algo más? Huh? Turn the mic
It was never on, huh? It was good, though.
¿Y quién está viviendo aquí en Estados Unidos y laborando, trabajando con una granja rancho? Sus manos.
Todos.
¿Casi todos?
No, ya no, de
¿Quién
boricua.
vive afuera de Estados Unidos y está trabajando como encargado o empleado en un rancho? Dueño. 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 Esto es importante. Bueno, nada más.
Progressive.
Quiero decir que este seminario y todos los seminarios esta semana han sido por parte de Progressive Dairy. Y ellos pagan los gastos y sin el soporte de ellos no podemos hacerlo. Bien, nada más, pero que disfruta y que disfruta el World Dairy Expo, lo que queda hoy. Y me voy a dar micrófono
I got one. That goes back to.
Oh, it goes back.
Gracias.
Rosario.
Ok. Bueno, muchísimas gracias, Ron. Lo que vamos a hablar el día de hoy, tenemos una audiencia muy pequeña, así que por favor traten de ser interactivos, traten de hacer preguntas para que esto sea activo, sea emocionante y también puedan aprender bastante el día de hoy ustedes. Lo que voy a hacer es, mi nombre es Jorge Delgado, yo soy ecuatoriano, pero trabajo aquí en Estados Unidos ya más de 28 años y trabajo para la compañía Alltech y lo que hago es entrenamiento para empleados en Estados Unidos. Hoy tenemos el privilegio de contar con expertos en la parte de manejo de conflictos o resolución de conflictos en lecherías y lo que voy a hacer es voy a moderarlos y vamos a tener una conversación muy linda con ellos, muy abierta. Y en este panel tenemos el día de hoy a Javier Nexticapán, hace la mano Javier allá, tenemos al señor Juan Quesada y tenemos a la señora Rosario Ibarra. Rosario, ella es gerente general de la lechería Grotgut en Newton, Wisconsin, aquí en este estado. Y Rosario supervisa y coordina las actividades de la lechería de 3,000 vacas de ordeño. Y se encarga del funcionamiento diario de la lechería y las instalaciones. Tiene varios años de experiencia en la industria lechera mexicano-estadounidense, importando aditivos para la comida de las vacas desde Wisconsin. Se mudó Rosario a los Estados Unidos en el 2012 y como trabajador profesional con Visa TN vino para acá. En abril del 2017 mejoró su experiencia en la granja como gerente de terneros en Gold Star Farms en Chilton, Wisconsin. Y Rosario tiene una licenciatura en agronomía y un MBA y un masterado en administración de negocios, ¿correcto? Se graduó en Cornerstone Dairy Academy, que es un curso educativo y dinámico de 3 años, centrado en un conjunto único de habilidades de comunicación y liderazgo. Así que bienvenida, Rosario. Muchísimas gracias. Juan ha trabajado en todos los puestos dentro de una lechería desde el año 1980, desde ordeñador hasta supervisor, y tanto en establos como en Texas, en Nuevo México, en California y finalmente aquí en Wisconsin. Juan también se ha desempeñado como consultor en establos en Dinamarca, México, Suecia, España, Finlandia, Eslovaquia, Holanda y Alemania. Durante 10 años, Juan trabajó como director de seguridad en Milk Source y en la actualidad se desenvuelve como director de capacitación y desarrollo en Milk Source, y Juan lleva trabajando más de 23 años en la compañía. Bienvenido, Juan, y muchísimas gracias. Y Javier se desempeña como gerente de la lechería Team Agribusiness, que está ubicada en Wayne, Nebraska. Javier es responsable del funcionamiento óptimo de la granja de 900 vacas y también de la crianza de 500 becerras de reemplazo para otras 2 lecherías. Javier es originario de Puebla, México, y en el 2004 emigró a los Estados Unidos y desde entonces ha trabajado en granjas lecheras. En sus inicios empezó con muy poca experiencia en cuanto al conocimiento de la industria lechera en Estados Unidos, pero con muchos deseos de superación pudo pasar por todas las diferentes áreas de la lechería, algo que hoy, el día de hoy lo aprecia mucho, ya que gracias a ese conocimiento tiene un mejor entendimiento de las dificultades y retos que la lechería enfrenta día a día. Así que muchísimas gracias, Javier, sobre todo por venir de tan lejos desde Nebraska. La idea de esto, como lo mencionamos, es hacerlo conversacional. Si ustedes tienen preguntas al momento, lo pueden hacer ya que es un grupo pequeño, pero si no, las podemos guardar para el final. Y sin más, lo que vamos a hacer ahora es pasar a conversar un poquito con ustedes sobre la resolución de conflictos. Y para eso, lo primero que tenemos que hacer es darles un concepto de conflicto. Este concepto de conflicto es muy sencillo, lo sacamos de una página web, y es interesante que el concepto de conflicto dice lo siguiente. Conflicto es una situación caracterizada por divergencia de intereses. Hay diferencia de intereses que conlleva a confrontaciones. ¿Quién no tiene confrontaciones en los negocios, ¿verdad? Especialmente en agricultura y en lechería, en el que vamos a hablar el día de hoy? El término puede emplearse en innumerables contextos, siempre y cuando se considere que en estos existen intereses contrapuestos que predominen sobre los intereses en común. Los conflictos pueden solucionarse diplomáticamente, generalmente con la intervención de un tercero que sirva de parte neutral o mediante el uso de mecanismos regulatorios. Lo que vamos a hacer el día de hoy es que los panelistas nos van a presentar historias donde ellos han sido expuestos a conflictos, y conflictos muy comunes en los que ellos trabajan en las lecherías de ellos. Luego vamos a pasar a solucionar esos conflictos en base a la experiencia de ellos. Una cosa importante que les quiero mencionar a ustedes el día de hoy es que toda la información que está aquí es basada en la experiencia de ellos. Este es el único slide que sacamos de internet. Lo demás es los años que ellos han pasado trabajando en lecherías, así que esperamos que ustedes se beneficien de la información que tienen ellos. Una vez que estamos establecidos con el concepto de conflicto, vamos ahora sí a pasar a la parte de los conflictos más comunes, Rosario, Juan y Javier, a los que ustedes se enfrentan día a día. Los conflictos más comunes en las lecherías que hemos establecido y que conocemos muchos de ustedes es el salario, las funciones de esos empleados, la personalidad y la cultura de estas lecherías. Rosario, ¿qué nos puede contar usted en su experiencia, cuando se ha tomado y se ha visto involucrado en conflictos en lo que respecta a salario y a funciones del personal? ¿Qué nos puede contar?
Creo que el que más nos enfrentamos es el quiero un aumento hoy, y porque si no, ya no vengo a trabajar. Es un claro ejemplo. Otro es llega alguien y te dice, ya tengo 10 años aquí en este establo. Cuando yo empecé de ordeñador, empecé a $8 la hora, pero escuché que ahorita estás contratando a un ordeñador a 12. ¿Por qué? Son ejemplos de los problemas en que nos enfrentamos.
Parte del salario.
En parte del salario.
¿Cuánto funciones de empleados? ¿Qué nos puede contar, Rosario?
También un clásico, ese no es mi trabajo. Desde ¿por qué no levantas la basura? No es mi trabajo. A mí nadie me dijo que lo hiciera, o a mí no me pagan por hacer eso.
Correcto. Juan, en la parte de personalidad, ¿qué nos puede contar en su experiencia cuando se ha visto involucrado en conflictos por personalidad en las lecherías?
Sí, yo pienso que todos sabemos que todos somos diferentes, absolutamente todos. Y todos tenemos diferentes maneras de pensar. Y buscamos muchas veces, excusas para decir que está pasando algo, de que aquella persona no me cae bien, de que pues, está diciendo esto, de que está diciendo aquello. Pongo un ejemplo, en una ocasión, hace muchos años, rápido, un muchacho me dijo, don Juan, aquel me cae muy mal y quiero decirle de esto. Y ya me dijo muchas cosas de él. Cuando fui con el otro muchacho, me dijo, don Juan, quiero decirle algo de él. Y ya me dijo muchas cosas. Lo llevé a los dos a la oficina y le dije, ¿saben qué? Nos sentamos, le dije, no se sienten. Así parados les quiero decir que ustedes parecen unos niños. Sálganse de aquí de mi oficina y van a resolver sus problemas. Cuando resuelvan sus problemas de trabajo, vengan conmigo. Cuando quieran problemas de trabajo, vengan conmigo. Pero ahorita están actuando como unos niños. Se salieron a la media hora, andaban besos y abrazos. Así es. Es que
personalidad, ¿verdad? Diferentes personalidades en todo negocio. Es
somos
correcto.
Diferentes, exactamente.
Es correcto. Muchísimas gracias, Juan.
Sí.
En la parte de cultura, Javier, si le puede pasar el micrófono a Javier, por favor, Juan, muchísimas gracias. Antes de empezar la charla, estamos hablando de culturas, ¿verdad? Y sobre todo ahora en este país que viene mucha gente, ya no más aparte de México, pero sobre todo gente de Centroamérica, de Nicaragua, Guatemala, incluso con una cultura muy diferente e incluso con un lenguaje muy diferente. ¿Qué nos puede contar, Javier, en su experiencia en la parte de diferencias y conflictos en base a cultura?
Llegamos a entender que es un proceso de adaptación, pero la cultura, ¿dónde empieza? Nosotros tenemos que adaptar a todos nuestros compañeros de trabajo a nuestra cultura. El gran problema es que muchas veces o en muchas lecherías no tenemos una cultura. En nuestro caso no teníamos cimientos de cultura. Entonces ahí es donde nosotros empezamos a crear las bases de generar una cultura. Correcto. Responsabilidad, respeto, educación, esfuerzo. Entonces desde ahí, cuando nuestros compañeros de trabajo vienen a nuestra lechería y buscan trabajo, entonces decimos, ok, esto es lo que pedimos, esto es lo que buscamos, necesitamos que haya una adaptación. Por parte nuestra tenemos que aprender, porque inclusive las comidas que ellos comen, ¿dónde encuentran lo que necesitan? Entonces es generar una conexión, una adaptación.
Correcto. Y en muchas lecherías, Javier mencionaba, ¿verdad? No hay una cultura, ¿verdad? Y se tiene que buscar, cada lechería tiene una cultura, tal vez a veces no está definida, correcto, pero se tiene que comenzar a crear una base en esa cultura. Exacto. Es perfecto. Toda lechería tiene una cultura buena, positiva, negativa, la hay, pero hay que comenzar a estructurarla y organizarla. Excelente, muchísimas gracias, Javier. Eso es en la parte de conflictos, ¿verdad? La experiencia que ellos han tenido normalmente en la mayoría es en salario, funciones, personalidad y cultura. Una vez que hemos hablado de esto, vamos ahora a hablar de la prevención. ¿Qué es lo que hacen ellos en su experiencia para prevenir que pasen estos conflictos? Conflictos van a pasar en cualquier organización, pero lo importante es tratar de prevenirlos. Y en prevención tenemos algunos puntos y nos van a ayudar otra vez Rosario, Juan y Javier. En prevención, Rosario, usted nos habló muchísimo sobre lo que hacen en su lechería y nos habló sobre organigramas, reglas y regulaciones y establecer periodos de prueba que son importantísimos, que no todos los hacen, pero usted lo hace en su lechería. Cuéntenos un poco sobre cómo le ayuda el organigrama de trabajo, reglas y regulaciones y el establecer periodos de prueba en su lechería, Rosario.
Sí, gracias. Obviamente siempre es un trabajo en progreso, no es que ya esté todo hecho, que seamos perfectos, siempre estamos aprendiendo y aún nos falta poner ciertas cosas en práctica, pero el organigrama es muy importante porque guía al trabajador a saber con quién dirigirse en caso de que tenga una duda, desde la parte del entrenamiento hasta cuando ya está ejecutando sus funciones. También el organigrama, hay ciertas culturas que preferimos un orden jerárquico, preferimos saber quién es nuestro jefe. Hay quienes no, quienes nos gusta un trabajo de forma más horizontal, pero también te ayuda a que crees un equipo, es decir, mi supervisor en el área de la ordeña, sé que con él puedo contar, ayuda a crear equipos dentro del establo. En la parte de las reglas y regulaciones, ahora hablando del tema de los salarios, por ejemplo, te puede tener definido cómo vas a pagarle a los trabajadores, también te ayuda a minimizar, reducir o evitar los conflictos. Desde que entras y sabes si estás en la posición de la ordeña, quizás eres quien das un bono por conteo de células somáticas, si estás en las becerras, a lo mejor un bono por reducción de mortalidad, etcétera. Eso te ayuda también a las expectativas, ¿no? Y saber que, volviendo al ejemplo que di anteriormente, ¿por qué este trabajador gana más que yo? Bueno, mira, porque él trabaja en las becerras, también ordeña, puede ayudarme con el camión, puede manejar esquister, cierto, tú llevas 10 años aquí, pero siempre has estado en la posición de ordeñador, no porque no te hemos dado la oportunidad, porque quizás ahí es donde tú te sientes más cómodo. Y para mí, esta otra persona la puedo mover a diferentes áreas y por eso tengo que recompensarle. Y en el establecer periodos de prueba, también tenemos que aprender a valorar las cosas y el trabajo es algo que debemos de valorar, por lo que en los primeros 2 meses se considera un periodo de prueba donde tienes que adaptarte a la cultura, al ambiente, no dramas, minimizar el estrés, y entonces ya eres parte del staff.
Perfecto. 2 meses lo hacen ustedes.
2 meses.
Perfecto, excelente. Juan, si nos puede contar un poquito usted en la parte de cómo puede ayudar la definición de funciones, que es muy similar a la parte de organigrama y reglas y regulaciones, ¿verdad? Pero una parte interesante, Juan, cuando hablamos y nos preparamos para esta charla, fue que ustedes hacen un entrenamiento formal para reducir conflictos. No solamente se entrenan ustedes como supervisores para reducir conflictos, pero también entrenan al personal. Y obviamente las descripciones claras del trabajo, escritas, y la visión y la misión, que lo hacen muy bien en MilkSource. Si nos puede contar un poquito sobre eso, Juan.
Sí, o sea, yo pienso que la definición de funciones es muy importante que todos sepamos qué es lo que quieren, ¿no? Yo pienso que es importante que si vamos a contratar a una persona, que ellos sepan qué nosotros queremos de esa persona, y nosotros también necesitamos saber qué ellos quieren también. O sea, porque ellos tienen también, así como nosotros tenemos sueños y queremos tener unos números buenos, también ellos también quieren tener sueños. No sé cuáles son los sueños, necesitamos preguntarles. Así que es muy importante que preguntemos qué es lo que están buscando.
Y eso pasa mucho tal vez cuando se establece la parte de misión, ¿verdad, Juan? En muchas lecherías se pone una misión, ¿verdad? El mission statement que llevamos aquí en Estados Unidos. Y se habla solamente de la misión nuestra, pero nunca se incluye el trabajador, lo que acaba de decir.
Voy a poner un ejemplo, y no voy a decir el país, he estado en muchos países. En una ocasión fui a un país y luego en la misión de ellos era, hablando ahorita de la visión y la misión de nosotros como empresa es esto: no queremos ser los más grandes de Estados Unidos, queremos ser los mejores. No los más grandes, queremos ser los mejores. Es muy diferente. Sí. Sobre misión y la visión. En una ocasión fui a un país, no lo voy a decir, y me invitaron y me dijeron que en el país, lo primero que yo miro es la misión. Y cuando miré la misión, en la misión decía que el objetivo de ellos era hacer rico a los socios. No mencionaron en absoluto a los trabajadores.
Ahí quiero trabajar yo.
¿Y qué pasó? Que de ese lugar, lechería, me corrieron. ¿Por qué? Porque no estuve de acuerdo yo con la misión ni la visión de ellos.
Correcto.
Así es.
Nunca les preguntaron a ellos qué es lo que querían, ¿verdad? ¿Cuál es el sueño de ellos?
Exactamente,
correcto.
Nunca les preguntaron, así es que eso es un poquito. Y eso yo pienso que si ustedes, para reducir un poquito los conflictos, yo creo que deben de preguntar a ellos, en realidad, qué es lo que buscan.
Correcto. ¿Cuál es la misión y visión de ellos también?
De ellos
Perfecto,
también.
excelente.
No nomás la de uno nomás, ellos también.
Correcto. Javier, cuando estábamos hablando de esto, ¿verdad? Usted nos contaba la importancia de la lechería de ustedes que hacen en la parte de relaciones externas para evitar conflictos. Usted toma mucho tiempo en pasar el tiempo con ellos, con necesidades, por ejemplo, no solamente de de ordeñar vacas o trabajar con ellos, pero también, por ejemplo, llevarlos a citas médicas, abogados, lo que sea.
Correcto.
Lo hacen para relacionarse con ellos, para evitar conflictos. Si nos puede contar qué es lo que hace y también la comunicación constante, Javier, que hay en la lechería.
Correcto. So, la pregunta que me hago a mí mismo es, ¿cómo puedo vender mi producto? ¿Cómo puedo yo demostrarles mi integridad? ¿Cómo puedo yo demostrarles a ellos si ni siquiera me tomo el tiempo para conocerlos? ¿Y dónde es donde realmente conoces tú a alguien o a una persona? Es en las situaciones difíciles, en las situaciones de necesidad. Ahí es donde realmente yo he aprendido, he vivido con muchos de mis compañeros de trabajo, ahí es donde sabes. Y obviamente pues yo saco beneficio de eso y no, esta persona me cabe en tal área. ¿Por qué? Porque tiene las características necesarias para esto. Entonces, solamente así, y independientemente, la jerarquía, Rosario mencionaba acerca de la jerarquía, la mayoría nos ven como, oh, es el jefe, o es la persona que nos va a gobernar, y realmente no, porque nosotros somos dueños de nuestras propias expectativas, no hay nadie más nos puede poner limitaciones más que nosotros. Entonces, yo utilizo de ese modo, es conocer y encontrar las características que cada individuo tiene para ponerla y que sea beneficio para la lechería.
Y evitar conflictos de esa forma.
Exacto.
Excelente, correcto. Miren, hablamos de la definición, hablamos de los conceptos normales y hablamos de la prevención. Pero a pesar de que estamos preparados, ¿verdad? Y establecemos esa cultura, van a pasar conflictos, los vamos a tener que desafiar. Y ahora lo que vamos a pasar a hacer es, ¿cuál es el plan de acción que ellos tienen cuando ustedes están dentro involucrados de un conflicto? Nuevamente, los conflictos van a pasar, no es algo que vayan a ser completamente invisibles. Y de esto, estas características, sobre todo en los panelistas, son cosas que hemos aprendido de ellos y que ellos quieren compartir con ustedes. Rosario, cuando hablamos con usted sobre cómo resuelve y que el plan de acción cuando está dentro de un conflicto, usted nos hablaba sobre tiene que ser neutral y tiene que generar preguntas y recolección de información. ¿Qué nos puede contar de su experiencia, Rosario, cuando está dentro de un conflicto y cuando habla de neutralidad y generar esa información?
Sí, claro. Cuando se presenta alguna situación, lo primero es ser muy clara en el decir, ok, voy a escuchar la versión de lo que sucedió, pero también quiero que sepa que voy a buscar la otra versión. Siempre les comento que siempre voy a escuchar las dos partes de la historia, porque eso hace que la gente también realmente se tome un tiempo para pensar lo que va a decir, y si está exagerando, sabe que va a tratar de irse a los hechos porque sabe que voy a buscar el otro lado. Entonces, lo primero, también eso me da a mí un tiempo de recordarme a mí de ponerme en el medio, en ser neutral, y no dejarme guiar por situaciones previas que conozca de cada una de las partes envueltas. En generación de preguntas y recolección de información, lo mismo es, ok, te voy a escuchar, dejas que hablen, pero empiezas a hacer las preguntas claves, cómo, cuándo, qué estabas haciendo, alguien estuvo presente, etcétera. Recabar toda la información posible para poder llegar a una solución más adelante.
Excelente. Juan, cuando hablamos con usted nos decía que cada conflicto es diferente y no se tiene que asumir y se tiene que investigar también. Cuéntanos alguna historia en su caso, Juan, sobre este tipo de asunciones que a veces uno hace y cuando no hace investigación, ¿qué es lo que puede pasar?
Sí, miren, yo creo que todos nosotros, me incluyo yo, todos tenemos doctorado, tenemos maestría, somos profesionales en asumir. Todos estamos igual.
Es una carrera de 7 años, ¿no?
No, de más. Son de 20 años y vamos a seguir. Y todo el tiempo asumimos. Tengan en cuenta, es una cosa muy importante y le voy a hacer un ejemplo. ¿Ustedes saben cuál es el secreto del mejor vendedor del mundo? ¿Saben cuál es el secreto del mejor vendedor del mundo?
Carolina, usted que sabe todo y si no lo sabe se lo inventa.
Sí, ok. Es escuchar. Es escuchar. ¿Y qué es lo que pasa? Que asumimos y no escuchamos. Y pensamos que, muchas veces
Jorge, ya sé que Jorge todo el tiempo le gusta hablar de fútbol. Y asumo que Jorge va a venir otra vez, ahí viene Jorge a hablar de fútbol. Ya me tiene cansado.
Se la sabía, ¿eh?
Pero no sabemos que Jorge esta vez viene a hablarme porque acaba de tener un hijo o de que tiene un problema familiar o de que algo. Asumimos todo el tiempo y ya otra vez viene Jorge con lo mismo. Así es. Es que nunca asumamos. Nosotros también lo que es investigar. Nunca tomen una decisión. Viene Jorge y me dice, ¿sabes qué? ¿Sabes qué? Que Rosario me dijo esto. Rosario, estás corrida. A veces, ¿qué hacen eso? Oh, ¿por qué? Porque Jorge es mi favorito.
Correcto.
Es mi favorito, mi trabajador favorito, y yo le creo a Jorge. Yo no le creo a Rosario. Ahí es que necesitan investigar, y cuando si acaso pasa un problema, al menos a mí, yo estoy en muchos conflictos. Somos 700 empleados en nuestra empresa. Yo estoy en muchos conflictos, y todo el tiempo lo que hacemos nosotros, lo que hago yo es juntar a las dos personas y más testigos todavía.
Investigar, excelente. Qué interesante esa parte de testigos, ¿ah? Muy buena. Javier, cuando usted entra en un conflicto, actúa como un moderador, como lo dijimos al principio, y también, sobre todo, crea el ambiente apropiado. Lo mencionó Rosario, lo mencionó Juan, ¿verdad? Trae a las personas y crea ese ambiente apropiado. En su experiencia, ¿cómo trabaja usted como moderador y qué tipo de ambiente tiene que crear usted para que se presente ese tipo de eficiencia cuando se reduce el conflicto?
Claro, para empezar es entender qué es un moderador y, por ejemplo, usted está haciendo el ejemplo correcto justo ahora. Usted lleva el ritmo, yo tengo que llevar el ritmo de la situación y probablemente va de la mano con crear un ambiente. Probablemente no es ni la hora ni el momento adecuado. Muchachos, nos vemos mañana a tal hora y vamos a hablar al respecto. Y del mismo modo, todo va de la mano, no hay que colectar información de ambas partes, pero ser un moderador, inclusive es necesario estar tranquilo, estar calmado, estar concentrado. A veces no es óptimo hacerlo en el momento porque no es el momento oportuno, hay que estar tranquilo y hay que pensar correctamente. Muchas veces es decir, ahorita no, mañana a tal hora.
Correcto.
Nos ponemos de acuerdo.
Y se me ocurre, por ejemplo, lo que mencionaba Juan, ¿verdad? 2 empleados en una sala de ordeño entran en un conflicto y en la sala de ordeño no es el ambiente apropiado. Hay que esperar, hay que moverlos, hay que transportarlos, hay que controlar también ese ambiente. Excelente. Eso es en la parte, ¿algo que decir, Javier?
Solamente que hay diferentes tipos de conflictos. No, mencionaba lo de la sala de ordeño. Si llega y 2 muchachos intentan agarrar a golpes por cualquier razón, es algo que tiene que tomar prioridad, obviamente. Correcto, ¿no? Correcto. Igual no es para solucionarlo, pero debe minimizar los daños.
Excelente observación. Muchísimas gracias, Javier. Ese es el plan de acción, ¿verdad? Diga, continúeme, Juan.
Miren, quería yo agregar algo muy importante. Yo lo hago, ojalá que, no sé si ustedes lo hacen, pero quería agregar algo a esto sobre crear un ambiente apropiado para un conflicto. Cuando hace algunos años yo iba a una cárcel que está aquí como a 2 horas de aquí, y lo que hacía yo era entrenaba a los reos que iban a salir pronto a la sociedad, que iban a cumplir su condena, y los entrenaba para ir a pedir trabajo. Sí. Y lo que hacía todo el tiempo yo es que a nosotros íbamos varias empresas y a nosotros nos ponían en un escritorio y nos ponían una silla aquí y luego el escritorio y la otra silla del otro lado. Y a mí nunca me gusta eso. Para Juan Quesada yo no hago eso. Cuando yo me entrevisto con una persona, quito el escritorio y me pongo enfrente de la persona. Así es. ¿Y qué quiere decir eso? Que no hay, cuando uno está detrás de un escritorio, ejerce uno como un dominio. Tú estás aquí y yo estoy allá. Y es cierto, sí, somos supervisores, pero también hay respeto. Y al menos para mí, yo hago eso. Cuando estuve en la cárcel dando esa clase, un reo me dijo, Juan, ¿sabes cómo se llama eso? Le dije, no, eso se llama respeto.
Remueva esa barrera también, ¿verdad? Yo pensé que iba a darnos un consejo sobre cómo eliminar el boxeo en la lechería, y cuando habló de la cárcel dije, se la sabe. Era todo de sparring, alguna cosa. Pero qué bien. Excelente, Juanito, excelente. Y tomando la parte de lo que me dijo Javier, ¿verdad?, de moderador, Cada uno de estas personas, y ustedes tienen que actuar como moderador, y las características de ese moderador son las siguientes. Y esto está basado en lo que ellos han hecho, entre Rosario, Juan y Javier. Rosario, cuando usted hace de moderador, usted lo que nos había indicado es que está presente física, mentalmente y emocionalmente y evita interrupciones externas. ¿Qué nos puede contar sobre eso y su experiencia en la lechería con algún conflicto que ha tenido?
Pues sí, recapitulando un poquito, tomando lo que dijeron los compañeros, es encontrar un lugar adecuado. Primero tienes un problema a medianoche, lo tratas de resolver de la mejor forma posible. Muchas veces no estás en el establo y tienes que apoyarte en alguien más para resolver ciertas situaciones, pero la realidad es que el establo tiene que seguir funcionando y tú tienes que seguir funcionando. Entonces pasas la resolución del conflicto a una hora más adecuada, a menos de que el conflicto sea extremadamente grave. Nos vemos cuando termine su turno. Ahorita concéntrese en lo que tiene que hacer para evitar más problemas y nos vemos saliendo o nos vemos mañana. Eso te ayuda a que tú estés, a que recojas toda la información que necesitas, que lo hablamos anteriormente, los ánimos se calmen también y uno como moderador esté presente física y mental y emocionalmente.
Correcto.
Porque quizás estás en medio de hacer horarios, quizás estás haciendo cuentas, etcétera. Entonces, uno también tiene que darse el tiempo
Correcto.
para poder estar al 100% en la resolución del conflicto.
¿No?
Es una inversión de tu tiempo. También para eso nos pagan, entonces tenemos que estar al 100% en esa parte. Y evitar interrupciones externas es encontrar un lugar, una oficina cerrada, encontrar un espacio donde las dos partes envueltas, tanto que puede ser dos trabajadores o un trabajador y nosotros representando a la empresa, estemos libres, tomar el tiempo, tengo media hora para que lo resolvamos, si no se nos van a ir las horas.
Correcto.
Dejar el teléfono, que ahorita es casi imposible, pero dejar el teléfono de lado y estar presente. Y una clave es, al menos para mí, es ya estoy preparada para saber si voy a poder resolver el conflicto de la forma en que yo lo quiero, cuáles son las acciones que voy a tomar. Pero si el resultado no es el que yo quisiera, ¿qué es lo que va a suceder?
Exacto.
Es decir, vamos a salir de esa reunión y voy a tener que despedir a la persona. A veces es inevitable, pero ¿y qué va a pasar mañana? ¿Quién va a tomar su lugar? Entonces, también por eso uno necesita darse el tiempo para irte adelantando en los posibles resultados de tu reunión.
Y otra cosa que tal vez se nos pasó aquí un poquito, que hemos hablado entre los tres, con ustedes tres y con mi persona, es el manejo del tiempo también, ¿verdad? Javier mencionó la cultura, y en nuestra cultura cuando llegamos a reuniones, ¿qué tendemos a hacer? A darle la vuelta, y este dijo, y ese dijo, y no me gustó, y el tiempo se pasa y se pasa. Entonces una cosa que ustedes hacen muy bien es establecer como moderadores el tiempo, le dan el tiempo necesario, establecido y suficiente para eso. Muchísimas gracias, Rosario. En la parte de su experiencia, Juan, usted nos hablaba, ya habló sobre todo de no generalizar, pero sobre todo la privacidad. ¿Qué importancia usted le da la privacidad a esa resolución de conflictos? Hay mucha gente que viene, como hace Rosario, por ejemplo, establece esa privacidad y a veces pasa que no se queda ahí, sino que se cuenta a otras personas lo que pasó. ¿Cómo maneja esa parte de privacidad, Juan, usted?
Yo pienso que es muy importante. Por ejemplo, voy a volver un poquito para atrás de no generalizar, porque todo el tiempo, así como repetí hace ratito, pensamos que va a venir otra vez Jorge con lo mismo y no es cierto.
Correcto.
Va a ser, generalizamos y decimos, es lo mismo, no es cierto. No, cada caso es muy diferente. Privacidad. Hace un mes y medio estuve en la Ciudad de México y fuimos a un restaurante. Y en el restaurante, el dueño, yo creo que eso es el dueño, fuimos a una taquería y era el dueño y había mucha gente, habríamos en ese momento como unos 30 personas, había familias, había niños, había de todas las edades. Y el dueño, yo sentí que la mesera era nueva, yo sentí. Y el dueño le gritó a la muchacha de una manera terrible, terrible, muy feo. ¿Qué es lo que hice yo? En cuanto pasó eso, dije yo, le dije a los demás, a la familia que iba conmigo, le dije, jamás vuelvo a este lugar. Sí, dije, no vuelvo a este lugar. Alguien comentó, quizá podemos ordenar para llevar, pero ya no vuelvo a este lugar a comer. Así es. So, lo que quiero decir es esto, privacidad. Si vamos a llamar la atención, especialmente a un nuevo empleado, entonces vamos a llamar la atención, pero en privado. ¿Por qué? Porque muchas veces esa persona, nosotros tenemos la culpa porque no le enseñamos, no le dijimos qué hacer. Y le estamos reclamando a esa persona por algo que él no sabía. En una ocasión, hace mucho tiempo, nos pasó una cosa, en una lechera de nosotros, hace muchos años, ahora ya eso no nos pasa. Un muchacho dejó ir una vaca con leche. Y uno de los supervisores miró la vaca que iba con leche y luego le dijo, hay que devolver esa vaca para el establo. Y luego ya le dijeron al ordeñador, oyes, mira, dejaste ir esta vaca con leche. ¿Qué no sabes que si la vaca se va con leche puede agarrar mastitis? Y después le dijo el muchacho, ¿y qué es mastitis? ¿Sí? ¿Quién tuvo la culpa? Pues nosotros. ¿Por qué no le enseñamos qué era mastitis? O sea, así eso, como le digo, es un poquito diferente, pero lo que me quiero decir es privacidad, y quiero decir de que cuando tengan que llamar la atención, de veras, es muy importante que lo hagan en privado, porque nosotros, créamelo, muchas veces ustedes no lo van a hacer, y la otra lechería a donde ese muchacho de ustedes se va a ir, le va a decir allá que nosotros o ustedes no lo llamaron la atención en privado. So, ¿vamos a saber nosotros o alguien más va a saber por nosotros? Es que tengan mucho cuidado con la privacidad, muy importante.
Exacto, perfecto. Javier, la parte de seguimiento, ¿verdad? Pasa mucho en las lecherías donde se piden recursos, donde se pide la comunicación, pero no hay seguimiento. Y esta no es la excepción, ¿verdad? En la parte de resolver conflictos. Seguimiento, y a veces nos encerramos y no buscamos ayuda externa. Hay conflictos que no se pueden resolver internamente y tal vez se tiene que buscar un moderador externo, o tal vez incluso ustedes mismos como profesionales buscar recursos externos como lecturas, libros, este tipo de conferencias para poder educarse para resolver conflictos. ¿Qué nos puede contar Javier sobre estos dos temas?
Correcto, es volver a lo mismo, ¿no? Una cosa se conecta con la otra, asumimos, ¿no? Porque nos basamos en un protocolo de resolver conflictos, ¿no? Del 1 al 10, y lo cumplimos todo y solo leemos o lo acatamos como debe de ser, y ok, se terminó, ¿no? Y todos salimos del cuarto y asumimos que ya quedó, ¿no? Ya todos quedamos de acuerdo, pero realmente le damos seguimiento y somos, en mi persona, soy muy culpable de muchas veces, no. 2 semanas después, 3 semanas después pasa de que pues los muchachos siguen teniendo el mismo problema, pero ahora empeoró, porque ya ni siquiera quieren hablar. Entonces, es muy importante darle seguimiento. Y obviamente conozco mis limitaciones, sé hasta dónde tengo la capacidad o los recursos para actuar en diferentes situaciones, y cuando no, entonces también tengo a quién pedirle ayuda, a quién llamar, a quién pedirle un consejo. Entonces es importante. Algo que me gustaría mencionar es que la resolución de conflictos no necesariamente me satisfacen o me generan beneficio propio, indirectamente tal vez, pero el tener la oportunidad de ayudar a que entre 2 individuos se resuelva un conflicto es realmente un crecimiento para ellos.
Correcto.
Hoy aprendí algo que no es para ti, no es para mí ni para la lechería, es realmente un crecimiento personal.
Perfecto, excelente punto. Muchísimas gracias, Javier. Y finalmente, ya entrando en la parte de conclusiones, después de haberlos escuchado a ellos y después de escuchar su experiencia, hay varias cosas importantes que entre los panelistas decidimos darles como conclusiones a ustedes. Primero, y esto nos robamos de Milk Source, de Juan Quesada, ellos utilizan en la parte de seguridad el eslogan que es pare, piense y mire, en cuanto a seguridad. Pero lo que quisimos hacer es tratar de manejar ese concepto en la parte de conflictos. Cuando estamos envueltos en un conflicto, o nos acercamos a un conflicto, lo que tenemos que pensar primero es dar una pausa, luego pensar si ese conflicto vale la pena resolverlo, se puede resolver, y luego obviamente mirar cuáles son esas consecuencias. Y nos poníamos un ejemplo el otro día que repasábamos sobre los cuartos donde, ¿cuál es el concepto, Juan? Donde se mete a una habitación donde... confined space, ¿cuál sería la traducción de...? Espacios confinados, ya se me olvidó el inglés, el español, perdón. Espacios confinados. ¿Vale la pena entrar a ese espacio confinado? ¿Cuáles van a ser los resultados si entramos ahí? ¿Y cómo vamos a reaccionar? ¿Cuáles son las emociones? Y lo que entendemos, por ejemplo, es en el caso del salario, que es uno de los conflictos más o principales en una lechería. ¿Vale la pena tener a esa persona? ¿Cuáles van a ser los resultados si la mantenemos a esa persona? Y estamos reaccionando por emociones solamente para que no se vaya. Entonces, ¿cómo mencionamos ese tipo, cómo manejamos ese tipo de conflicto? Entonces, paren, piensen y miren, vean sus sentimientos también. La otra cosa es lo que mencionaba Javier tal vez, el favor personal o el desarrollo personal que uno entra aquí. Tal vez si nos miramos al espejo puede ser que nosotros seamos los que creamos el conflicto. Muchas veces le echamos la culpa a la otra persona, pero puede ser que nosotros como encargados, dueños o administradores de lechería seamos los que estamos generando ese conflicto. Tenemos que vernos a nosotros mismos. La otra, las acciones sobre los conflictos crean un ambiente de credibilidad. Pasa mucho en las lecherías que reportan, por ejemplo, problemas, daños de equipos de maquinaria, scrapers, tractores, vacas con mastitis, y nadie escucha a ese trabajador. ¿Qué es lo que hace el trabajador cuando se reporta y se deja de escuchar? Esa persona para. Dice, no me importa, nunca me escucharon, ¿por qué voy a seguir reportándolo? Es exactamente lo mismo con el conflicto. Se tiene que escuchar, se tiene que acceder y se tiene que resolver para que haya credibilidad, para que la gente siga llegando a ustedes y a todos ustedes para resolver ese tipo de conflictos y así evitarlos. Y finalmente, lo dijeron ustedes, lamentablemente hay muchos conflictos o algunos conflictos que no pueden ser resueltos. Esa es la realidad, no se pueden resolver. Se tiene que resolver el conflicto en otro momento, no es el momento adecuado. Y esto es importante, tienen que haber medidas de corrección, tiene que haber consecuencias. Sí, se resolvió el conflicto, sí, se ayudó, se mejoró, pero tiene que haber consecuencias. Porque si no es así, ¿cómo podemos aprender y regresar y aprender ese conflicto? Medidas de corrección. Y la última es lo que dijo Rosario cuando estábamos hablando en un principio. Esto es una guía nada más. Esto va a pasar, conflictos van a pasar en cualquier negocio. Y lo que hemos hablado aquí, esperemos que les sirva a ustedes como una guía, no solamente para lechería, sino para cualquier otro tipo de conflictos que ustedes tengan. La experiencia que hablamos el día de hoy es experiencia real de las que ellos han tenido que atravesar y que se la quisieron compartir el día de hoy a ustedes. Finalmente, si ustedes quieren comunicarse con las personas que nos ayudaron el día de hoy en la parte del panel, estos son los correos electrónicos, ahí está el de Rosario, pueden tomar una fotografía, está Juan Quesada y está el de Javier. Ese les damos un chance para que tomen la foto ahí. Ellos trabajan 24 horas al día, 7 días a la semana, sábados y domingos, así que pueden escribirle cuando quieran.
Decía mi padre, yo trabajo
25, se la sacaba una más, ¿verdad? Y finalmente, una cosa que compartimos entre todos es que, lo mencionó hace un momento Javier, es que la educación crea una cultura en la lechería. El educar a los empleados, el entrenar a los empleados, crea un ambiente donde se puede resolver conflictos y evitar conflictos. Quiero mostrarles y compartir con ustedes rápidamente este código de barras de acceso, si pueden el teléfono sacarlo y apuntar a la pantalla. Este código de barras les va a llevar a ustedes a una plataforma de educación bilingüe que lo creamos entre Olten, la Universidad de Nebraska y la Universidad de Iowa, para que ustedes puedan accederlo y puedan compartirlo con sus empleados para que ellos puedan tener acceso a educación. Son videos educacionales en inglés y español, tienen pósters para poder imprimir, tienen dibujos animados para explicar qué es mastitis, cómo una vaca transforma el alimento en leche, etcétera, etcétera, etcétera. Porque a través de educación también se motiva a la persona y se evita conflictos. Así que por favor, si lo pueden abrir ahí y compartirlo en sus lecherías y con la gente de ustedes bien. Y con eso, damas y caballeros, les agradecemos por su tiempo y con esto pasamos a preguntas. Si ustedes tienen preguntas, comentarios sugerencias o algo que nos quieran compartir con los panelistas que están aquí, aprovechémoslos. Mire, el tiempo está excelente, 2:45. ¿Cómo la ven desde allá? Perfecto. Preguntas, por favor. Especialmente Patti, que estaba poniendo atención. Mire, ya la vi. Oye, perdón, Rosario, usted tiene que estar sentado. Usted es la que, yo soy el que tengo que caminar. A usted le gusta, porque no se le escucha sin micrófono a usted.
Bueno, primero que todo me encantó el formato, me encantó la participación, me gustó que nos hicieron un resumen de para aquellos que somos moderadores, también tengo que moderar muchos conflictos. Bueno, me encantó mucho. Les voy a plantear un problema que pasó en una finca. Ustedes, ¿qué haría usted? Tengo un cliente que tienen una persona que es una persona por su personalidad, es conflictiva, ¿sí? Entonces empezaron, no, que Pepito no puede trabajar con Juanito. Entonces pasaron a Pepito para acá. Que Pepito tampoco se llevó bien con... Entonces se viven cambiando los horarios de trabajo para adaptarse a ver Pepito con quién se va a llevar bien. Quiero saber, ¿qué harían ustedes?
Pepito es la clave, ¿no?
Pepito
es el que se mueve, Pepito. Ok, sí. Perfecto. ¿Qué
haría con Pepito?
Pepito, acuérdate Pepito, ¿ah?
Sí.
Ese es Pepito, típico colombiano. Es colombiano, Pepito.
Yo pienso que lo primero que pensamos es que Pepito ya nos tiene hasta la ¿verdad? Que sí, así. Es lo primero que pensamos. Y yo pienso que sí, que muchas veces necesitamos primero saber y conocer a Pepito, sí. ¿Verdad que sí? Sí sabían que a lo mejor Pepito no vino sin comer. Sí sabían que a lo mejor se está divorciando o a lo mejor se peleó con la novia. Sí sabían que a lo mejor en México, en Ecuador, en Chile, donde venga, a lo mejor tiene problemas de familia. Volvemos atrás para asumir, o sea que muchas veces asumimos. Necesitamos primero, antes de decir o decir qué vamos a hacer con Pepito, investigar antes, atrás de él, atrás de su vida. Es muy importante eso de saber qué es lo que está pasando. Mucha gente me pregunta a mí, ¿qué harías? Así en este caso, así como la pregunta, ¿qué harías tú? Y yo les pregunto, yo, Juan, tengo un límite. Yo, Juan, tengo un límite. ¿Cuál es su límite? El de ustedes.
Rosario, Javier, algo de compartir con Pepito. Gracias, sí. Juan, excelente.
Gracias. Exactamente, hay que saber, hay que escuchar la versión de Pepito, hablar con él y serle claro, ¿sabes qué? O sea, estás teniendo conflictos para trabajar aquí con esta persona, ¿qué está pasando? Y escuchar qué es lo que la persona quiere. Pues, lo que les pregunto muchas veces es, ¿quiere usted seguir trabajando aquí? Si su respuesta es no, nos ahorramos la siguiente media hora de terapia. Yo me puedo ir, usted también se puede ir, termina su turno y todos están amigos, ¿no? Correcto. Tienes que saber qué es lo que la persona quiere y si vale la pena pelear por ambas partes, porque tú quieres tener a la persona porque quieres cubrir la posición y la persona quiere tener el trabajo. Entonces es eso, saber si quiere quedarse aquí con nosotros para poder entonces desarrollar el plan para que usted siga aquí. Tienes que conocer la historia de Pepito, cuánto tiempo tiene, qué sabe hacer. Okay, puede ser que realmente sea una persona que solo le guste o pueda trabajar solo. Entonces tienes que irlo dirigiendo a encontrar una posición donde él se sienta cómodo, y cómodo puede ser estar solo. Tú tienes obviamente que supervisarlo, pero así puedes eliminar el conflicto. Y también tienes que entender que si llega el punto donde Pepito ya no está en un buen lugar para el establo, tienes que prepararte para eso, tienes que ir empezando a buscar su reemplazo.
El límite. Javier, algo con... Pero usted es de Nebraska, en Nebraska no hay Pepito, hay Joseph.
No, Pepito no va a cambiar. Pepito no fue diseñado para su lechería y para su cultura que intenta crear. Necesita encontrar él en un lugar donde se pueda... Lo siento, no va a cambiar. Puede lidiar con esta persona por un año. Ahora, ¿en qué me baso al decir esto? Es ¿por quién usted va a ver? ¿Usted va a ver por el futuro de la lechería o usted va a ver puede buscar ayuda para él, pero no va a cambiar.
Gracias. ¿Alguna otra pregunta, algún comentario, alguna sugerencia? No, el micrófono es de ustedes. Bueno, aquí hay una pregunta más. Ya Carolina estaba despidiéndose, mire, haciendo mi trabajo de moderadora, diciendo que ya muchas gracias y todo. Esa Carolina, es un peligro, es un peligro.
Ahorita que empiece la hora.
Adelante, caballero.
Yo creo que para muchos nos pasa, ¿no? El uso del teléfono celular durante las horas de trabajo, muchas veces pasan, uno las deja pasar, ¿no? Y cómo ustedes le dicen, pues, deja el celular para otro momento, etcétera. Si han tenido esa experiencia, ¿cómo lo hacen?
Eso no pasa nunca en ninguna lechería. Mira, ahí hay uno.
Es muy difícil, más en estos tiempos, porque las personas más jóvenes, tienes que darte cuenta del cambio generacional que hay en los establos. Y las personas más jóvenes ya no pueden vivir sin el teléfono. Lo traen todo el tiempo, no pueden comunicarse de otra forma. Es más, ni siquiera te aceptan las llamadas, es un mensaje de texto o es el WhatsApp, es la forma en que se comunican. Es un problema sobre todo en el área de la ordeña. Tienes que mediar y conocer tu límite, hasta dónde vas a dejarlos usar el teléfono. Porque en un establo como nosotros ordeñamos 21 horas al día, 24 horas al día hay personal trabajando. El tener teléfonos es importante por una cuestión de seguridad. Si algo pasa y yo necesito comunicarme con los muchachos y no tienen un teléfono, es muy riesgoso. Si a ellos algo les pasa y no tienen un teléfono, es igual de riesgoso. Entonces tienes que hacerles entender el valor, el privilegio que es tener un teléfono. Si no empiezan a contestar las llamadas, si están empezando a perder el tiempo, entonces ahí tienes que aplicar las medidas de corrección. Pero es difícil, teléfonos en silencio, contesten, solo llamadas de emergencia y concéntrense en su trabajo. Y tratas de también venderles la idea por el lado de seguridad. No puedes estar ordeñando una vaca y acá en el teléfono, es un riesgo. Si no tenemos un circuito de cámaras, si te veo en la cámara haciendo eso y al rato algo te pasa, yo te puedo decir cómo quieres que te protejas si no te estás protegiendo tú mismo.
Ser proactivos, ¿no?
Sí. Y yo pienso que es un problema mundial, no es un problema de nomás la lechería de ustedes o la lechería de nosotros, no. Y nosotros, al menos nosotros, tenemos, inclusive nosotros tenemos, no lo prohibimos, no, pero sí tenemos reglas y si alguien quiere una regla, sí puede pasar. ¿Y qué es? El abuso. Sí. Nosotros tenemos grupos, por ejemplo, de WhatsApp, pues los puros de medicina o los puros de maternidad o los puros ordeñadores y se manda un texto para todos en general diciendo, ¿saben qué? Tenemos una junta a tal hora o está pasando algo. En ese texto se manda para todo el grupo. No lo prohibimos, no, pero si miramos que alguien abusa de eso, sí hay consecuencias, así es. Esa pregunta, he estado en muchos países en Europa y aquí, esa pregunta me la hacen todos los países. El teléfono. Y no hay solución, no hay solución hasta ahorita del teléfono. Porque muchos muchachos o muchachas traen hasta el iPhone y el Samsung juntos. Pero hasta ahorita yo creo que es muy difícil. Así es.
Javier, ¿alguna sugerencia?
Y mi respuesta es basada en meras experiencias, ¿no? Es realmente para que nosotros podamos mejorar todas esas situaciones es en qué situación nuestra lechería o nuestro negocio está pasando. Tenemos los suficientes empleados para que podamos actuar, porque muchas veces suena bien, ¿no? Decir, ok, si te veo en el teléfono 1, 2 veces, a la tercera te corro. ¿Es realístico? Muchas veces no es, muchas veces realmente lidiamos, no tenemos quien ordeñe, entonces toleramos ese tipo de cosas. Y cuando toleramos, entonces solamente va a aumentar y aumentar. Entonces, primero, mejorar la situación creando una mejor cultura. Entonces, de ese modo es cuando se puede hacer. No lo haces, no lo haces. Y una vez que usted o alguien pueda decir, ok, esta es la última vez, te vas. Pero tiene alguien quien pueda reemplazarlo. Entonces, esa acción que acaba de hacer sirve como ejemplo para los demás. Oh, este sí está hablando en serio.
Es una situación muy difícil, ¿no?
Pero claro, es una situación muy difícil.
Muchísimas gracias. Otra pregunta por acá. Tenemos 4 minutos nada más para respetar la hora.
Sí, sería una pregunta como, en mi experiencia, a lo mejor la gente no sabe lo que es abusar o no. Para ellos están haciendo correcto. O sea que hay que dar ejemplos claros qué es aceptable o no. Ok, solamente llamadas de emergencia. ¿Qué son llamadas de emergencia? O asistir a un video o no, o cuándo. Entonces, dejar claro con ejemplos qué es aceptable o no. Porque la gente lo hace porque piensa que está bien. Nadie lo hace pensando que está abusando. Ay, voy a abusar, voy a hacer eso. No, me parece que es un buen horario para ver este video, voy a ver. Entonces, si no les deja claro cuáles, con ejemplos y cuáles son las reglas, yo creo que eso ayuda
es un
mucho.
excelente punto, ¿verdad? Y no solamente en la parte de teléfono, sino, por ejemplo, en abuso animal, ¿verdad? ¿Cuánta gente de Latinoamérica viene y no sabe que es
trates
abuso,
mal,
¿verdad?
no
Pero
trates
¿qué es
mal a
abuso?
los animales. ¿Qué es tratar mal?
Para mí abuso es darle solamente eso, pero eso
Sí,
es abuso, ¿verdad? Qué excelente
con
punto,
ejemplos.
muchísimas gracias.
Bueno, excelente presentación, muy gratificante estar acá con todos ustedes. Un punto de vista que tengo también como experiencia personal que en manejo de conflicto, que he practicado es cuando las cosas se ponen tensas, siempre pienso que como humanos tenemos más aspectos que nos unen que más que diferencias. Entonces, por poner un ejemplo, cuando hay dos personas recién llegadas a este país, proveniente de cualquier país que sea, siempre hay que darles la oportunidad de decirles, estamos acá buscando la misma meta, ¿cierto? Usted ya trajo un hijo, seguramente va a estudiar en el colegio, ese niño va a ir al college, ¿cierto? Usted no tiene, pero mañana va a tener una esposa, ¿sí? Entonces, siempre que hay un conflicto, siempre trato de llevar las cosas más a qué nos une, a qué estamos luchando, y siempre en las fincas hay un modelo o una persona que lleva 20 años y se ha venido superando. Entonces uno les dice, ¿quiere ser como Rafael o quiere ser una persona que mañana va a aceptar cualquier trabajo?
Como Pepito.
¿Sí? O un Pepito. Entonces, digamos que en esa parte, como humanos, es buscar la parte que más nos une, y buscar un objetivo común, ¿sí? Si a Jorge le gusta el fútbol, ¿cierto? Entonces le voy a preguntar por la selección de Ecuador, ¿cierto? Entonces, bajo la tensión, bajo la barrera un poco, ¿sí? Entonces, digamos que ese es mi
No, es
sugerencia, mi
correcto.
punto, ¿no?
Por ejemplo, los entrenamientos que hago yo, siempre empiezo con el punto crucial de unión entre el dueño y el trabajador, que es la familia, ¿verdad? Entonces, trabajamos todos en conjunto. Bueno, hay otra por allá. Qué bien que haya preguntas. Adelante.
Primero que nada, gracias por compartir su experiencia. Y partiendo de la premisa de que sabemos que de un tiempo para acá realmente no hay muchos empleados en nuestras empresas y sobre todo en la agricultura, cuando tenemos una situación de 2 empleados que uno se esfuerza, da el máximo y sabemos que en las lecherías, en las vaquerías, el trabajo muchas veces es en equipo y tenemos este otro empleado que solamente trabaja para cumplir con lo mínimo que se pide, ¿verdad? Y empieza este malestar de esta otra persona que se esfuerza por terminar, por cumplir con su trabajo, pero ve que no está recibiendo el mismo apoyo de la persona que está trabajando mano a mano con ellos. O de la misma manera cuando los supervisores ven unas capacidades en una persona y comienzan a darle más responsabilidades porque saben de lo que son capaces. Pero muchas veces ellos lo toman como más trabajo, ¿verdad? Me estoy esforzando más y me están dando más trabajo, mientras que fulano simplemente da el mínimo y hace el mínimo y realmente quizás trabaja las mismas horas que yo, menos horas que yo, o cobra lo mismo. ¿Cómo podemos hacer un balance en un caso como este?
Qué excelente pregunta. Eso pasa muchísimo. trabaja más que Juan Quesada, Rosario.
Gracias. ¿Cómo hacerle? Definitivamente tienes que ir conociendo a tu equipo de trabajo y vas a detectar aquellas personas que tienen el potencial. Y tienes que acercarte con ellos, tienes que abrir un canal de comunicación, saber qué es lo que está pasando. Cuando yo, digamos así, cuando empiezo a perder el control de los chicos o de las chicas, muchas veces es consecuencia, la mayor parte del tiempo, de mi misma lejanía con ellos, del no estar, de no pasar a saludar, de que no me vean ahí. El ejemplo que uno pone como trabajador y la pasión que tengas es un motivador para ellos. Volviendo al canal de comunicación, es hablar con tu trabajador y decirle, ok, tienes todas estas habilidades y quiero que me ayudes a hacer esto. Te voy a pasar esto porque tú eres el que tiene la capacidad. Y obviamente tiene que ir ligado a un incentivo económico, ¿no? Porque es lo que decía, tienes que tener, nosotros le llamamos un bono de posición, es decir, es un bono por haber aprendido a hacer algo más, por crearle valor al establo. Y hay quienes, hay pepitos, todos vamos a tener pepitos en nuestra vida, y hay ciertos límites que humanamente, mentalmente va a tener pepito, y tienes que saber que tienes que tener 5 pepitos para hacer que tu rancho siga funcionando. Y los tratas como tal, como a pepitos, pero a lo mejor vas a tener a otro, a Jaimito, y tú quieres tener 5 Jaimes que te ayuden a manejar a esos 30 pepitos, porque así es como es, afortunadamente o desafortunadamente.
Sí, yo pienso que muchas veces, decimos muchas veces, es la palabra que usamos, es que es buen trabajador. Así decimos, es que es buen trabajador. Y es muy diferente, es un trabajador a ser un buen empleado, muy diferente. Es que es buen empleado, es que es buen trabajador. Y vuelvo a repetir otra vez, hay límites y necesitamos poner unas reglas y decir, ¿sabes qué? Hasta aquí. ¿Y cuál es el límite? Solamente ustedes saben el límite de cada uno de ustedes. Para todo, porque en la vida, en todo en general hay límites y solamente ustedes saben eso.
Excelente.
Así es.
Últimos comentarios, Javier, que ya estamos con el tiempo.
Claro, un poquito más directo, es porque son situaciones con las que realmente se lidia todo el tiempo. Tiene que retar a la persona que solo hace el mínimo, y 2, para esa persona que tiene mucho más, tiene que motivarlo, no haciéndolo ver como es más responsabilidad o más trabajo, pero es que son oportunidades. Explicar, es que si tú sigues así, ahorita se ve de ese modo, pero te prometo que son oportunidades que vas a salir de aquí, vas a ir allá, vas a aprender muchísimas cosas. Yo trato personalmente de nunca entrar en la situación económica, porque el dinero viene, el dinero un claro ejemplo es cuando alguien viene y ¿cuánto me vas a pagar al principio? No te voy a pagar tanto. Oye, pero ¿cuándo puedo ganar un poquito más o cuándo me vas a subir el sueldo? Y los miro directamente a los ojos y les digo, ¿cuánto y cuándo quieres ganar más? Porque no va a depender de mí, no depende de mí, las puertas te las abres tú.
Excelente. Bueno, muchísimas gracias a los panelistas, un gusto para ustedes. Tienen los contactos, esperamos seguir en comunicación con ustedes. Muchísimas gracias y bendiciones para todos. Un gusto. Vamos a dar una fotito ahorita los tres. Rosario, excelente.
Gracias.
Juan, excelentísimo. Javico, excelente. Muy bien. No se vayan para la foto. Los 4.
Good morning. Nice little chilly morning compared to the last few days, but I hope everyone's faring okay. Welcome to the final day of our Dairy Forage seminar series, and we've got a great one to start off this morning. My name is Dennis Hancock. I get to be the Center Director at the Dairy Forage Research Center. Our research center is part of the USDA ARS, the Ag Research Service. We have locations, 2 research units in Madison, and then we also have a research unit up in Marshfield. And it turns out that Matt actually is co-housed in our unit there in Marshfield, works very closely with our team in that unit. Our first speaker this morning is Matt Akins. Matt is a researcher and extension specialist up at Marshfield for UW. And they have been working, he and several members of the team have been working on some of these alternative grasses, alternative forages, and talking about how they're going to fit into the dairy system. And so this morning, we've invited Matt to kind of summarize some of their work and share feeding grass, alternative species, and cover crops for higher production. So Matt, thank you.
All right, can you hear me? All right. Never know with these microphones, so. All right. Maybe that'd be better. All right, thank you, Dennis. So it's a pleasure to be here. It's been a couple years since I've been down here. Don't always make the trip down from Marshfield, so I'm busy with plot work right now, the last few weeks, so trying to finish those up before it starts freezing up there. But yeah, today, so we're going to be going through some of our recent work with use of grasses and alternative forages in dairy cattle diets, so lactating and heifer diets. And I think we'll save the questions until the end, but we'll try to get through this in about 30, 40 minutes, and then if you have questions, we can try to address those. So first, just go through a little bit on utility, how these might fit, the kind of advantages of grasses and alternative forages, kind of yield and quality that you might expect from these in the field, and then maybe where these fit, where we found opportunities in the dairy cows' diets. So based on our work, we feel that these forages, these grasses and alternative forages have pretty reasonable yields compared to traditional alfalfa or alfalfa grass mixes. The one really nice thing that we see for these is that it allows in-season manure. So during the summer, we see that as an advantage to be able to go in, take those off, and then putting manure right in behind those. So then that leaves you not in a bind like right now after corn silage is finished and having to empty those pits out. So then you're having to, it's a little less of a stress in the fall season and cleaning out pits before the winter season. Also, you're going to be using those nutrients a little bit more effectively on those growing crops as well. With the grass species, compared to alfalfa, we've seen obviously the grasses have a little bit better fiber digestibility, so that's another advantage, especially in the lactating cow diets that we've seen. As far as cover crops, these have been really useful as far as soil cover through winter. You can see here, these are some pictures from Kevin Shelley in the middle, where they've put in rye, and then that provides some cover through the fall and through winter to help hold that soil in place. So we've had really good success with that, with those cereal grain cover crops and protecting that soil. And the other thing with these cover crops, especially cereal grains and some of these warm season annual mixes or cocktail mixes, is opens up opportunities for double cropping. So you can put those cereal grains in the fall, take them off in the spring, and then you got that opportunity to put a warm season annual or cocktail mix and after that. So you can get a double cropping opportunity even in Wisconsin. So first off, I'm going to go through some of our data that we have from Marshfield as far as for grasses. So we'll go through some of our grass work, and then we'll go through some of the more of the sorghum Sudan work, sorghum forage work, and then we'll go through some of the cocktail mix, and then get into some of the feeding studies that we've done. So most of this work with grasses is done by Jason Cavadini up in Marshfield. So if you're not familiar with him, he'd be a really good guy to get in touch with or to work with about growing perennial grasses. He's been doing this for the last 3 or 4 years, evaluating different varieties in plots, and so he's got a good handle on perennial grass yield and quality, at least in central Wisconsin. So he's been working with these different varieties of grass compared to alfalfa for the last 3 or 4 years. As far as yield goes, and this is in a 4 or 5 cut system is what he's trying to target, so dairy quality grasses. We've been getting about 5 to 6 tons of dry matter off these plots per year in a 4 or 5 cut system. The one key to consider in this is he is applying nitrogen after each cutting, so 40 pounds of nitrogen. If you want any, that's really critical with these grasses, is they require nitrogen fertilization, whether that's from manure or from commercial fertilizers. Grasses they're not gonna take up nitrogen from the soils like legumes, so you're gonna have to really, you're gonna have to feed those grasses to really get yield of these. So that's something to consider is, do you have enough manure to be able to do that, or you're gonna have to end up purchasing fertilizer for that, and then figuring out, is that gonna pay for itself? But we've gotten pretty good yields as far as this goes, the 5 cut system in 2021 across several different species. What we did notice is with the meadow fescues, we generally had a little bit less yield compared to the others. But that's something just to consider. We generally do see a little bit better fiber digestibility with those fescues though. So that's something, we sacrifice a little bit of yield for a little bit better quality in those. Moving on to quality of these perennial grasses in that same year. So looking at the blue bars are the NDF digestibility compared to alfalfa. You can see across the 5 cuttings, we consistently had a slightly higher fiber digestibility, about 3 to 4% higher fiber digestibility compared to alfalfa. So ranged about 67 to 70% typically. One thing to consider is this alfalfa over by that 3rd year was about half grass or even greater amount of grass in that, where the alfalfa had winter killed and had filled in with some grass that was in the soil, grass seed. But we do, again, pick up some improved fiber digestibility. But as you can see, the protein levels are a little bit lower than the alfalfa, about 2 points lower, even with that 40 pounds of N applied at each cutting. So we generally see a little bit lower nitrogen in those grasses than compared to alfalfa. And this was a pretty, it wasn't super intense cutting schedule, so every about 35 days in that year. So not a super intense cutting schedule compared to an alfalfa schedule where it's maybe every 28 to 30 days. So. The one thing to consider with grasses is that first cutting is going to be quite a bit different than with your subsequent cuttings, because of as that plant is maturing early in the spring, it's elongating, so you're going to generally have higher fiber values and lower digestibilities because of that. So that's something to consider. So if you can see in this first cutting, relative forage quality was only about 140 to 160, while in that second cutting and the later ones was about 160 to 180. So we generally see our higher quality in those later cuttings because you have less stem. You have mostly leaf material. So that's something to consider. So you might say, maybe we're going to do that first cutting for heifer feed, and then subsequent cuttings for lactating cow feed. So that's something to consider as how we want to differentiate those cuttings and what animal groups those would go to. But it's just based on how that plant matures throughout the season. So, which actually can be pretty convenient because those later cuttings are changing more slowly. Because those later cuttings, so this is some work done by Jeff Brink at U.S. Dairy Forage Center. So you can see in this first cutting, the fiber digestibility declines pretty quickly because that's maturing over time more quickly in the spring. Compared to this second and third cutting, they're maturing, it's basically leaf material, it's not heading out. So then you have the fiber digestibility and the fiber content change more slowly. So over time, it's not as critical to maybe hit your targets right on. You can delay cutting a day or two and you're not gonna have a big hit on quality if you have to delay due to the weather concerns. So that's a convenient thing with grass is that they don't change as quickly due to maturity. So next we're going to move on to Italian ryegrass. So is anybody in here growing Italian ryegrass? There's a few. I know Kevin is, he's got it in plots, but this is one thing that Jason has been seeing being used quite a bit, at least in the central Wisconsin area. Because as we've seen more winter kill of alfalfa, there's some dairies that have gone pretty heavily into Italian ryegrass as a replacement. So that was something we were interested in, looking at what's the yield and quality that we would see of this Italian ryegrass. So he's been looking at this the last 3 years. And what he was most interested in was the nitrogen fertility. So we had set up plots with no fertilization, with manure, and that incremental rates of nitrogen. And Kevin's got some data that he'll show this afternoon, I'm sure, on this as well. But after about 30 to 60 pounds of N, we don't see a huge increase. The main increase is from that where we have no fertility up to about 30 to 60. We get a small bump up to 90 to 120 pounds per acre, but this is per cutting, so not per year. So I can't imagine putting 120 pounds of nitrogen on every cutting for 5 cuttings and being able to pay for that. It'd be a very expensive amount of fertilizer to put on that and only get another 1 ton of forage for an extra 60 pounds of nitrogen per cutting. It just doesn't pay as far as forage yield or quality, really. So basically, we're finding out about 4 to 5 tons per acre is typically what we're going to see in a 5-cutting system, or actually a 4-cutting system, at least in Marshfield. It's highly dependent upon soil conditions, too. If you have a very dry year, Italian ryegrass is going to take a big hit. If you have a wetter year, it does really pretty exceptionally well. So if you run into a drought situation, your yields are probably going to be pretty low because it does need quite a bit of moisture for growth. When we look at the yields by harvest, a lot of it came in the first cutting, about 1.5 tons of dry matter in the first cutting, about 0.8 in the second and third, and then the last 2, about 0.5 ton. In my mind, if I was to harvest, I would not do that last cutting, and I would delay that 4th cutting a little bit to try to make up for that. Maybe delay it a week or 2 to try to avoid that last cutting, because we're probably not really even paying for that equipment cost and fuel cost to even drive over the field for that. So I would probably do a 4-cut system and maybe delay that a week or 2 to try to get that additional yield, so in my mind. But what producers really like about Italian ryegrass is the quality. if we look at the NDF digestibility, we can hit NDF digestibilities of 65 to 70% pretty easily with this stuff. It's all leaf material, very little stem, if any. So very consistently high fiber digestibilities, low UNDF, so nutritionists really like feeding this stuff, and pretty consistently pretty good forage quality across with these forages. But we do see an impact of nitrogen fertility on these. You can see on average, this is the gray bar. We do see an incremental increase with fertility. If we were to put about 30 to 60 pounds of nitrogen, we probably would expect about 16% average. But again, big differences between cuts. Where we had a really high yielding crop in that first harvest, it was about 12 to 15%. By the last cutting, where it's very low yields, it's 20 to 25%. So it's a big dilution effect going on there of that material. But typically, like 15 to 16% is probably about average what you'd expect across all those harvests. So a decent protein, but the fiber digestibility is really where we're focused on with this tine ryegrass. Is high fiber digestibility is what producers really like in this forage. So next we're going to move on to some cover crop work that Wayne Koblenz had done in the mid-2016, 2017. That pretty nice work. So this is a 2-year study that he did, and it shows the variation that we can see in these cereal grain forages. This is in triticale. So this is so it's planted in the fall and then harvested in the spring. And you can see 2016 we had really good conditions, growing conditions, decent, wasn't too wet, good heat units coming in, and we had good yields. So by boot stage we had accumulated about 3,000 pounds of dry matter, and it continued to increase. By soft dough stage, we were up to 5 to 6 tons of dry matter of that forage, so exceptional yields in 2016. If we look at 2017, really wet, cold spring, we had barely reached 1,500 pounds by boot stage, and by soft dough, we were right around 2 tons. So you could just tell the difference between 2 years with identical management, fertility, just difference in weather patterns and how that affects these cereal grain forages. So not always going to be consistent every year on what your yields will be, so that's something to consider. So weather will play an impact. And there's lots of other factors with it too. When you plant it in the fall is a big factor, so the earlier you get it in, the better, usually in the spring. So there's different factors to consider with these cereal forages and what impacts. But usually for lactating cows, we generally say about boot stage for harvest, and then heading to anthesis for heifers usually. And the reason for that is if we start looking at the fiber content, it's right around 40 to 45%, about 45 to 50% for boot stage. If we start delaying that too far for lactating cows, it just gets too much fiber. And at 45, that boot stage at 50% fiber, it's still got good fiber digestibility in it. That fiber hasn't lignified very much yet, so it's good quality fiber. If we let that go too far, it's really going to turn into heifer feed, which is actually a really good quality heifer feed, high fiber forage that fits well into heifer diets. So the feed's pretty versatile, whether you get in there sooner to get it for lactating cow feed, or you let it go for a little bit longer and it turns into heifer feed. But it's fairly versatile crop, but really need to to make sure that you know what you want to feed those to. Whether if you're targeting cows, you're going to want to get in there early. If you need heifer feed, let it go a little bit longer, let it head out. One thing to consider with this is if you let it go to soft dough, those stems will become fairly hollow, and it becomes a bit difficult to pack. So that's one thing to consider is packing can be a difficult thing with these cereal grain forages. Once they elongate and get hollow stems, they get to be really a hassle to get it packed, and they dry down fairly quickly in the field. So you probably want to target this range if you're looking for heifer feed before they become hollow stems. So. All right, so moving on to sorghums. Trying to keep on time here, cruising through. So one reason I've been interested in sorghums the last 5-6 years is mainly for heifer feed. Trying to get some high fiber feed for controlling feed intakes. But what I've found is that these can also be sources of lactating cow feeds as well, if we manage it correctly. So if we want lactating cow sorghum forage in Wisconsin, I probably would recommend going with like a BMR sorghum Sudan grass or a Sudan grass, and then using a multiple cut system is probably the way to go if you're looking for lactating cow feed from this type of forage. Mainly, you're getting similar to the ryegrass. You're looking for high fiber digestibility is the main thing. You're looking for energy from the fiber. And these are just some kind of a schematic of what we use for the process in Wisconsin. So we typically are planting that in early to mid-June. Usually that's going to be happening after a cereal grain harvest. That's really good situation. So taking off that spring crop and then putting that, direct seeding that into into that crop after you harvest and probably put some manure down. And then that first cutting usually coming about 40 to 45 days post-seeding. Generally, you're going to be targeting about 30 to 36 inches, maybe 40 inches height. The one thing to consider is you don't want to take this too late. If you push that back too late into early to mid-August for that first cutting, that doesn't leave enough days of growth for that second cutting. Because in Wisconsin, by mid-August, our days are really getting shorter. Heat units are getting short. So you really need to probably target that late July, early August to be able to get another crop off in the fall. So take that off in late July and then come in with that second cutting in either mid-September where you cut and wilt that, or you let that get frozen and then harvest that directly off, cut it and chop it off. Obviously, if you let it freeze and then cut it, you're going to have a lot lower protein values, but it's going to be dried down fairly right where it needs to be at 30 to 40% dry matter if you let it freeze and let it sit for a week. Generally, we don't have to worry too much about prussic acid if you let those leaves dry completely down. That'll volatilize off. Plus, you're going to let it, if you ferment it too, that'll help to eliminate that toxin issue. If you're looking for mostly heifer feed, a single crop system probably is more going to be provide you that forage quality that you're looking for. You're looking for high fiber levels that are with lower digestibility. Plus your yields are going to be probably about 1.5 to 2 times higher than with the multi-cut system. So that's another advantage is your yields are going to be quite a bit higher. If you want to use forage sorghum, this would probably be the main option you would use anyways, because you're probably looking for maybe a little bit of grain development as well. One thing to consider is the type of variety that you use. So there's some new varieties that have a photosensitive trait. So those will not become reproductive until the daylight is less than about 12.5 hours a day. So that's in about mid-September. So there's no signal for that plant to start drying down. So you have to wait for a frost for that if you want that to dry down naturally. Otherwise, you're going to have to cut and wilt that stuff to get it down to the moisture for harvesting. Just one thing to consider when you're selecting those. So what we've used, our system is to plant in early to mid-June. And then as far as harvesting, some dairies are now starting to do a mid-September, late September cut when you get some good drying weather, like we had in mid-late September where it's 70, 80 degrees, good drying conditions. Cut that, let it sit for 2 or 3 days, and then come back and chop that off. And then they don't have to worry about freeze drying, which if anybody has any thoughts back to 2019 where people were putting in prevent plant sorghum Sudan and then trying to get it off in the middle of winter, that was a disaster for some producers trying to get that stuff off. So this just eliminates some of that risk of letting it freeze dry and then having lodging issues later on. Because there is some risk as if you let that freeze dry and you get a hard wind or snow, that stuff will lodge pretty quick if you have a good snowfall on it, just from personal experience too. So we've seen that in plots in large fields up in Marshfield. But this can work, especially right now. We're gonna have a freeze probably tonight. We've had heavy frost last week, where it's enough to kill the leaves. You get leaf material that's dry, that even with the stems are going to be wet, that leaf material is enough to get the moisture down to that 30%. And then if you extend your cutting length out to about 1 inch, that'll help with your seepage issues. If you cut it short chop length, you're going to have probably seepage issues if you don't, if you chop it when it's too wet. So if you want to avoid the seepage issues, cut it longer. That'll definitely help out. So as far as yields, so on this left side is our multiple cut system. So obviously corn doesn't work very good in a multi-cut system. It doesn't grow back very well. But we did it anyways just for the treatments. But you can see forage sorghum and the BMR forage sorghum and the conventional just don't do very well in a multi-cut system. Pretty low yields, 3.5 to 4 tons. Sorghum Sudan grass is really better suited for this, especially the conventional. We saw pretty good yields, at least in our plot work, of 5 to 6 tons of dry matter across 2 cuttings. When we look at single harvest yields, we can just in general, you can see compared to the multi-harvest, we're getting about 1.5 to 2 times the yields. Getting more, you don't have that regrowth time that you have to deal with. But just between these, we do see a difference between conventional and BMR. So BMRs, we see a little bit of a yield drag, typical like what we see with corn silage as well. We see a bit lower yields. But we also see a big effect of environment too. So the blue bars are in Hancock. That's in really sandy soils. Everything's irrigated. We can see really tremendous yield potential on those dry conditions. That on more wetter soils, like in Marshfield, we see quite a bit lower yields of 1 to 2 tons less forage yields compared to the drier, really ideal conditions for growing sorghum. So if you have dry soil conditions, sorghum Sudan grass can work really well as a forage source. But in general, for these single cut systems, we're seeing 6 to 8 tons of dry matter per acre. In Marshfield, we generally see about 5 to 6. In Hancock, we're seeing 7, 8, 9. We've seen up to 10 tons of dry matter on some pretty exceptional, during really good years, but probably about 8 tons is our typical average in those drier soil conditions with irrigation and good nutrient. We typically put about 120 pounds of nitrogen per acre on these sorghum Sudan grass single cut systems. So. As far as energy goes, you can see with the multi-cut system, we're getting fairly good energy, 62 to 67%. BMR obviously has a better energy values, better fiber digestibility compared to the conventional, about 3 units increase in energy values. Compared to the single harvest, we see a pretty good decline, so more fiber, less digestible fiber in that material. So these are really ideal for heifer feeding. Again, these are more ideal for lactating cow feeding. Okay, so next we're going to move on to cocktail forage mixes. So we've done some work the last 2 years with cocktail forage mixes. Kevin's been working with me on some of this over in Outagamie County, and he'll talk more about more of the fertility side of it later. So these have become fairly popular, and especially the northeast part of the state and central Wisconsin. It's slowly coming on as well. But especially putting these in after cereal grain forage harvest, it's becoming more popular. And what we were looking at was in our plots, we had a mixture of sorghum Sudan grass, there's a BMR type. We had Italian ryegrass, red and berseem clover, and hairy vetch. So you got your grass components, and then you have a legume component. So that's pretty typical with these cocktail mixes, is to have that mixture. And ideally what we're trying to get is we're trying to get some nitrogen credits from those legumes. In theory we do, but if we look at plots in person with nitrogen applied to them, you don't see much of the legumes appear really at all throughout the period of our season, at least in our plots. And same with Kevin's plots that I've seen as well. So you don't generally see a lot of the legumes come up, so I don't know what the actual nitrogen benefit or credit would be following the following year. What the big thing that I do see an advantage is having this sorghum Sudan grass and ryegrass together, is that you get a potential for three cuttings through the year, through the summer, because you can take 2 cuttings. This first cutting is in early August, second cutting in early to mid-September, about 30 to 35 days later, and then you have an opportunity for another cutting in early to mid-October of that ryegrass. So it opens up that opportunity to get another cutting of really high quality lactating cow feed. The one thing to consider is that these species change throughout the season. So your first cutting is going to be mostly sorghum Sudan. The next one's going to be usually about a 50-50 mix of sorghum Sudan and ryegrass, and by that third cutting you're going to see mostly ryegrass come in. So you're going to have to figure out a way to manage that. Either you just put it into the pile and mix it in, which some people probably will do, or do you differentiate those and put it in bags or small piles and try to target feed that forage to certain groups. But this is just illustrating this change over time. Typical yields we see in our plots is about 1.5 tons in that first cutting, maybe 1 to 1.5 in the second, and about 0.5 ton to 1 ton in that third cutting, depending upon the nitrogen that we had available. And you'll see some pictures the next slide. These are some pictures from Oconto County. Some really excellent established fields over there. Some really nice first cut of sorghum Sudan grass. You can start to see a little bit of the red clover and the vetch come in, but pretty minimal. Not a lot of material down there of those legumes. You can see a little bit of ryegrass coming in too, but that sorghum Sudan really shades out those other small seeded, they're a little slower to develop. What's really interesting is, and Kevin got a really nice picture of this. This field, it's the same exact field. One part of the field didn't have manure applied after the second harvest. This other side had manure applied to it. You can just see the effect that those nutrients had on that crop. demands nutrients. It needs nitrogen to grow. So you really need to be feeding this crop to get decent yields from that. As you can see, just a dramatic difference in the same field, same conditions, and the effect of the manure on that. So really important that you're managing nutrients appropriately for these cocktail mixes in sorghum sudan or sorghum forages in general. But you can see even in that third cut, they had really pretty good yields at this farm, and they had applied enough manure after each cutting, so they really got a big benefit from that manure at that farm. So as far as on-farm yields go, big difference between these across these farms and different management. So a lot of the farms applied manure before the first cutting, so in between the cereal grain harvest and the planting, they apply manure, and then they use commercial fertilizers in between. Farm 3 applied manure after each cutting, so they saw a big benefit from using manure on that field. It could be soil conditions as well. Farm 3 is in a little bit more sandy region as well, so those sorghum and sudan obviously probably benefit a little bit from those drier soils. So that's one thing to consider is your soil conditions too and what effect that has on it. But you can see a pretty good variation. But in general, we see about 1 to 1.5 tons across these cuttings. The blue bar is the cereal forage, so we saw about 1 to 1.5 tons across those 3 farms that did harvest it. So pretty good harvest of cereal grain forage. The cocktail mix was about 3/4 to 1.5 tons across most of the farms, across those 3 harvests. And then this last farm, this is Marshfield, so we had a big first crop, and then about a little under 1 ton per acre for the second 2 cuttings as it got more into the ryegrass. If we look at the forage quality, again, I talked about those cereal grain forages can be really exceptional forage quality, right around 200 RFQ for those cereal grain forages, so exceptional feed value for those. When we look at the cocktail mixes, quite a bit lower, right around 120 to 150 at this farm, about 100 to 150 at this farm. This farm that had the really high yields, they generally saw a little bit lower forage quality going on there. And it's likely due to that higher yields, they're really diluting out that, having a higher fiber, more lignin, probably really driving down that, maybe decreasing that quality of that feed a little bit because of the higher yields. So the use of these alternative forages in the dairy diets really is depending upon what the quality is. And as I mentioned before, there's highly variable. So testing is really critical of these. So sending samples into the lab is really important. And for each cutting, so you want to be testing each cutting throughout the season to make sure that you're allocating those to the right groups. As far as what we could use this in place for, mostly it's going to be probably for either grasses or alfalfa, or even probably maybe some other high fiber byproducts. So you could replace some soybean hulls in the diet, some gluten feed possibly in the diet, just due to the fact that most of these forages have really good fiber digestibility. As far as in lactating cow diets, most of the energy is coming from that fiber pool. So that can be a big benefit on some of these really high corn silage diets. Really driving that fiber digestibility is really important to fat tests. So you can really, that can be a big advantage in some of these diets. The other thing to mention is that the sugar values on these can get exceptionally, very high. Especially sorghum forages in the fall, we can run 10, 15% sugars in these. sorghum forages after a few frosts. So we can really get some really high sugar values, and that can be really useful in these lactating cow diets as well. One thing to mention is potassium on these forages. Some of them get really high, like sorghum forages, cereal grain forages. They can all accumulate a lot of potassium, especially if we apply manure to them. So getting potassium, get a good mineral test on them is really critical if you're wanting to use in dry cow diets, because that'll play a big role in how much your nutritionist is able to put in the diet. So now we're going to get into a couple feeding studies we've done. So the first one we did last fall, last October, about a year ago, we started it. We had harvested some cocktail forage mix, a Senkunk cutting, so it was about a good blend of the sorghum Sudan and the ryegrass. And if we look at the quality of it compared to the corn silage and haylage, we were right around a 15% protein mark. Quite a bit of higher fiber, right around 48, 50% fiber. But our fiber was very digestible, about 61%, compared to the alfalfa grass mix. Much lower UNDF 240. So in all, our TDN values were very similar to that alfalfa grass mix due to that higher fiber digestibility. So in our diets, what we did was we fed the exact same diet. All we did was swap the cocktail mix for the haylage mix. So we were trying to see how that would impact production of those cows and intakes. So we fed those cows in these gates, so we keep track of individual intakes. Not a lot of fun to go in and scoop the feed out every day for the farm crew, but that's part of their job. So that's what we do. We feed them in these gates, and then they measure the refusals back every day to do individual feed intakes. So I'm glad they do a really great job up in Marshfield doing that. Glad to have our crew that we do have. So if we look at our diets, they were about 29% corn silage, 18% of either the alfalfa grass or the cocktail mixed silage. If we look at the nutrient content, about 26% NDF and 26% starch for the control, a little bit higher fiber for the cocktail mix and a little bit lower starch. When we look at intakes, really no difference in intakes across these two diets. So they ate all about 57 pounds of dry matter. The raw milk production was a bit higher for the control. But when we look at the fat content, the cocktail mix fed cows had a little bit higher fat content due to the greater fiber digestibility. So the fat yield was similar. The protein percent was actually a little bit higher on the cocktail mix diet. And so they produced similar amounts of protein and fat per day, and actually the same amount of solids corrected milk. So the amount of solids that were produced by these cows is pretty similar, just a little bit lower fluid milk volume from those animals. So really interesting, they're just getting energy instead of from starch, they're getting more of it from the fiber pool. So really, it just shows that you can, if you have really good fiber digestibility forages, you can replace some of the starch in the diet and replace some of your other, the alfalfa and grass, which have a little bit lower fiber digestibility. You can replace those and basically swap out some of the nutrients for that. This work's been done at Prairie du Sac as well, looking at Sudan grass. So again, a warm season annual. And they replaced it at from 0 to 30% of the diet. They were replacing both corn silage and alfalfa silage. And they saw as they increased the Sudan grass content of the diet, they did see a decrease in intakes due to the higher fiber amount, so they're filling the rumen up more, filling the digestive tract a little bit more. And they did see a reduction in milk production up to, but really no difference up to about 10% of the diet. So similar amounts of solids corrected milk up to about 10%. Any more than that, you really start to see a decrease in milk production due to that higher fiber and lower intakes. So there's probably some limits to that, how much you can put into these forages and what impact on intake would be. If they were to replace more of haylage instead of corn silage, they might have saw a little bit different effect on that diet as well. So kind of have to work with your nutritionists and see how that's going to fit in your diet and what it might replace. What I really like to do with these sorghum forages is replace them in heifer diets, use it as a replacement for corn silage and maybe some of the other high fiber feeds. So heifer diets is to control feed intake and control growth. So just a bit of summary. So these forages to fill in spots. They fit nicely in some rotations. Good use of manure during the season. They can be used in a variety of different diets, whether cow diets, lactating diets, dry cows, heifers. So they have a pretty versatile. One thing to consider is make sure you're testing if you want to separate those feeds to use in certain diets. Make sure you do that. Have separate storage or bags or separate bunkers or piles. So if you really want to target use these. So I guess I took too much time. I see Dennis is out there walking around, so. But I guess we can take some questions. So if you have anybody has questions, I can try to answer those. Yeah, so we haven't looked at the health benefits yet. We haven't done any long-term studies. That was only about a 2-month study. But you could imagine, we do see benefits of feeding higher fiber diets on the rumen compared to a higher starch diets. So you see improved fermentation, so lower acid levels, lower acidosis issues, better feet. You should see better foot health with higher fiber digestibility diets compared to a higher starch diet. So in theory, you should be able to see improved cow health, especially in foot and gut health with the higher fiber diets. So, but as far as doing research on that, we haven't done that yet. So, but that's a good question and good thing to look at. So, yeah, Mike, did you? So Festuolium. Yeah, I haven't worked with those directly. Jason's been doing that, but what we have noticed, at least in our pasture work, is that we've seen those. They'll be present for a couple years, and then at least in the pastures, they'll kind of disappear. They're more of a 2 to 3 year type of a presence in the pastures, at least. So. Yeah, Italian ryegrass is about we manage as a 1 year, an annual, really, but. Yeah, I can't comment on that, I guess, too much, Mike. We didn't look at the different varieties. I think he had only tested one variety in his plots. But yeah, I could imagine if you have different combinations of the fescue and ryegrass in that you would pick up maybe some different persistence. That's something really interesting, though. We just don't have a lot of data in Wisconsin on different. Well, there is some older data from Dan Understander where they looked at persistence, but I'm not sure about the different combinations of fescue and ryegrass. So that's. Yeah, we haven't had any issues up there with winter kill on meadow fescue. We've had meadow fescue in our pastures for going on 5 years, and we've grazed that down to the ground with stockpiling, and it came back really nice the last 2 years. So we've actually had pretty good luck with that. Actually, we've had more of an issue with orchard grass thinning out in the pastures when we've intensively grazed it than with meadow fescue. But yeah, I can't comment on. We've had an issue, but maybe Kevin could comment. So.
Yeah, the irony is one of the farms that I work with, where we're doing the research with the Italian ryegrass and cocktail mixes, we had several hundred acres of meadow fescue that was lost this spring. We collected samples, sent them to the disease diagnostic lab to see if there was anything there that was a part of it, and the conclusion was it was abiotic factors as far as the type of winter we had. And we had a full-on melt in the Pondean fields up in the northeast that probably contributed, and it was the older stands, Mike. The younger meadow fescue stands survived, but anything that had age on it, and it wasn't just this farm. I know that we have individuals who sell seed that did see large-scale winter kill from meadow fescue this spring. See, the one that I was familiar with was a new seed. Oh, see, this farmer, it was all this older seed. Some of the younger stuff survived. So that's interesting. So 200 acres. This was 600-700 acres. It was substantial. So in those cases, were they harvested in the fall? Were they cut at all? We had a mix. We had some that was harvested in the fall. We had some that had fall manure applied to it. Others that weren't. Now that this comes up, I wish I would have included some of those photos more so in my talk later today. But we couldn't find a definitive.
One thing to consider is that this is plot data too. They're not under field conditions, so that's where you probably Yeah, we actually the perennial rye is sustained pretty well in our plots, which you wouldn't expect that usually. Yeah, we get decent amount of winter cover, so yeah, probably snow cover makes it pretty. And then we don't get a whole lot of ponding, at least in where we have our plot work and pastures. So if you have soil conditions where you get some water that ponds in the winter, yeah, that's probably conditions where you probably get some winter kill, just like with alfalfa. So yeah, I think any situation with alfalfa where you're going to get winter kill too, you're probably going to see some issues with grasses. So they're not impervious, or they're not gonna be able to do any better than alfalfa in those situations. I don't think they're going to be just as susceptible. So, but yeah, that's good point, Mike.
So Matt, back on the cocktail mixes for a moment. Have you all tried to put a pencil to the cost of production and I was just looking actually a couple nights ago at the UW budgets for some of those mixtures and versus some of the other crops, and pretty pricey, right?
Yeah. For the cocktail mix, they're not super cheap to put in, and the reason for it is I think when you're putting in 9 pounds of legumes and you're not getting any benefit from those, at least from what we can see in our plot work and field work, we're just not seeing those come through even in the fall. In my mind, we could probably take those out in some of those mixes, at least based on our work, that we're just not seeing that legumes come through, and probably could think about taking those out and saving some seed costs as far as that. Because that's
How much nitrogen were you putting on it planting?
Yeah, so nitrogen-wise, we're putting on about 40 pounds of nitrogen per harvest or per cutting. So 40 on at planting, and then 40 after each. So it's about 120 pounds of nitrogen per acre. So yeah, it is fairly substantial amount of nitrogen to apply if you're not using manure. So that's something to consider. That yeah, those nitrogen costs this year were pretty rough buying commercial nitrogen. So, but yeah, I haven't looked at the production costs yet on those, but yeah, that's one thing to consider is nitrogen fertility on these grasses is going to get kind of costly. So if you don't have a manure to apply to them, you got to kind of think about that. And do you put a mixture of grasses and legumes? And hopefully the legumes provide the nitrogen credit to those grasses. That work's been done pretty well in New York, and they've had pretty good success with putting legumes in with grasses. They've had pretty good success with that. So, yeah, Kevin.
I would just comment, I know, Matt, you saw our site last year in Calumet County, and I wholeheartedly agree. I questioned why we had the legumes in there, especially when we fed the Italian ryegrass nitrogen. It just took over the sites. However, this year we had later planting dates, and our weather pattern was different. We saw the most veg
Oh,
we
yeah.
ever did in both sites, and we did see a larger presence of both the red clover and the raceme. So this is why we do multiple sites and multiple years to try and collect data, because you simply cannot make a judgment from 1 year, even when you have multiple sites. So I'll touch on some of that stuff later today that Dennis is asking in my talk.
Yeah, we're doing our second year. We've done work at Marshfield and up in Door County at the Peninsular site, and at both sites this year we just haven't seen. We've seen a little bit of the vetch come in, and then very few plants of clovers come in. Just pretty minimal this past year too. I think a lot of it has to do with the planting, how we put it in. We need to make sure that the planter's set up or the drill's set up nice so that it's getting the right depth. Depth is really critical for those clovers. If we plant them too deep, I think it's a disadvantage to them. But yeah. Yeah, I don't. That's good. We just don't even see them emerge really. We don't see they don't even come up. I don't know if it's a planting issue, but they don't even. Yeah, the grass comes up so quickly. Especially the sorghum Sudan comes up, and within a few 3 or 4 weeks, that's canopied. So it really restricts the growth of those clovers, and it restricts the ryegrass. Until you get that sorghum Sudan taken off, that ryegrass doesn't do very much really. But yeah, that's just what we've seen in our plots that we've. But Kevin will touch on what he's seen this afternoon. So. But yeah. But yeah, it's really those cocktail mixes they have their place, but sometimes they're frustrating, to be honest. Like the planting of them, get different species together. It can be a challenge to get the depth correct. You almost need to go shallower in my mind, especially for those ryegrass and the clovers. If you want those to come in, is to go a little bit shallower than deeper. So that's what we've been doing, is trying to look at different depths mainly of that. So that's a big thing. At least we're thinking that's a big reason why some of those small seeds aren't coming up very well. All right, we appreciate it. Thank you very much for coming.
Thanks, Matt. Great presentation, a lot to think about there, and a good lead in to this afternoon's presentation from Kevin as well. As you go on the way out, see our booth over there to pick up a couple of these cards. On the back of the cards actually have links to the websites where these videos will be located. So both for the Dairy Forward seminars here as well as our webinars that we do as a center, those are posted up on the web as well, so you can access those. So again, thanks, Matt. Appreciate it very much, and look forward to seeing everyone this afternoon at 1:30. All right, good afternoon. Well, it's the last on the schedule. Unfortunately, the week has drawn to an end, but we've had a great week of seminars here. And I think we've got a really great presentation here at the end of new subject, new research ongoing. First, let me introduce myself. I'm Dennis Hancock. I get to be the Center Director for the U.S. Dairy Forage Research Center, one of the USDA ARS research facilities around the country, and really excited to be able to help bring these seminars to you every year at World Dairy Expo as part of the team with the World Forage Analysis Super Bowl. Kevin actually serves in that capacity and helps with the contest and does a great job as one of the committee members. And we had decided in talking about this particular topic, we wanted to bring in some of the newest, latest and greatest information from an unbiased source. And Kevin has been doing a lot of work on this subject, and really excited to bring Kevin forward to do that. So with no further ado, Kevin, I'll hand it over to you.
Thank you, Dennis. So in agriculture, what I've learned spending a lifetime growing up on a farm and then 4 years as a high school agricultural instruction role, and then 23 years here with UW Extension is agriculture, we tend to have things that show up once again. So I've got a photo up here that kind of represents the diversity that I think we used to have. I remember as a young person growing up on the farm, we had alfalfa, we mixed clover, we had some timothy, we put that in a bushel basket, and that's what we put out in the field. And we went away from species diversity for a while. We'd see these straight alfalfa stands. That became the rule, and it's funny how we're revisiting some of those things. So why is it that we're growing alternative forages? Well, the list is varied but pretty straightforward. We had a lot of winter kill in 2018, 2019, and 2020. I've talked to a lot of individuals who've been around longer than me, and I've said, was there a year worse than 2019? And the closest I've got is, well, there was a similar year in 62 or 67, but nobody's told me they can recall a worse growing season in Wisconsin than 2019, and so that was dead in the middle of that stretch. We had difficult corn silage growing conditions and harvest in 2018 and 2019. We couldn't get in the fields. We had silage get drier than we would have liked. As far as land viability and suitability for overwintering alfalfa, what I would say is most farmers would tell you, okay, you've got your top tier land, we'll call that the tier 1. You've got your top tier 2 or the middle ground. And then you've got that third or bottom tier. And some of that may be land they picked up that the rent was cheap or whatever the case may be. And so we don't have land that's always suitable for alfalfa, but it needs to be productive for us. As far as economics are concerned, I'll share with you a crop enterprise budget as far as the costs of establishing alfalfa. It does not work to have alfalfa serve as an annual forage. Not a good thing. The inability to rely on importing forage from western states, I think all we have to do is look west of the Mississippi and what those folks have been putting up with these last few years to know that there are areas where Wisconsin is known to bring hay in, western hay, and the availability of those supplies has definitely been impacted. And then last but not least, in 2020, that's when I started my journey on this alternative forage project where we did a survey across the state. Many of my colleagues and peers contributed to that. And it was at that time that it was like, we're on to something here. This alternative forage stuff isn't just heifer feed. So farmers will always ask what it is they can do to extend the life of their alfalfa stands. And working for UW, we have a number of recommendations. Make sure your soil test K levels are where they belong. As far as your cutting schedule, don't mismanage that. And then obviously leaving winter cover is one of those recommendations. But I think we have all seen in Wisconsin and other states where you can do everything right and you still aren't rewarded for your efforts. And so the problem is when we take a look at this photo here, we are having these melt events that happen in December and January, and it's not real difficult to find a time frame or a place where it's the middle of winter and we've got ponding in these fields. Granted, this is not an alfalfa field, but when we take a look at the landscape, it's pretty obvious that it is an issue. As far as the winters are concerned, because we get that warm weather, well, then things melt and we get this. And it's pretty clear that we've got some tissue that's succulent green and there's turgor pressure there, which that should not be happening in January. Interesting thing, all the money on research and development that's spent on alfalfa, not only did this field make it through that winter, it's still in production today. So take that for what you'd like. We had a question this morning about meadow fescue. And as you can see, here I've got some samples that I pulled from a large amount of acreage this spring. This was not something that I was intending to do. One of the farms we work with, this Midwest Forage Association Alternative Forage Project on, they just happened to be at the table one day for a team meeting and said, yeah, looks like we've got a problem out in some of our fields. I said, well, I'd be happy to collect some samples, get them down to the plant disease diagnostic lab and see what we can find. Well, we usually collect something that's dead. We look for a transition zone, and then you want to send something healthy. Well, this was as close as I could get, and unfortunately, abiotic conditions was the diagnosis. We could not isolate a pathogen or directly identify the cause of the loss in the fescue. So this is a picture that helps bring perspective, and the idea is that we can Google things, but I had a question in 2019 in November from a farmer. Kevin, how much moisture does snow add to hay, third cutting, if we're going to chop it? Well, I don't know that UW has a reference for that, so in extension fashion, I went out to the field. We took a swath of the windrow with snow on it. We shook the snow off and then collected that sample, tested it, and the answer is 20%. So we went from 50% to 70% moisture. So I told them, why don't you rake it? That'll remove some of the snow, but not all of it, and ensile it. And they did that, and it worked out. And yes, this is not soybean stubble. This is hay that's being baled in there. Never seen it beforehand. Hope to never see that again. So as far as cost of establishing alfalfa, we know that 2021 was a disappointment because it seemed a lot like 2020. I think all of us were ready to move on from all the things that have happened. Well, unfortunately, 2022, farmers were greeted with $1,400 fertilizer. They were greeted with $5, $6 diesel fuel, and that meant we really needed to spend some time on these crop enterprise budgets. So if we take a traditional establishment of alfalfa and we have a nurse crop in there, and then we have the harvested alfalfa, we're getting about 2.5 tons of dry matter off that field. So we generated $470, we could call it $500, whatever number we want to apply. Bottom line is at the end of the day, when we establish that alfalfa field, we know we're not going to be out of the red the first year, and this number kind of surprised me as far as we were down $554 after that first year. So my comment about we can't treat alfalfa as an annual crop, it's gotten a lot worse than what it was economics-wise. But that's where some of these alternative forages can come in, and especially on some of that land that maybe isn't our top tier, it's our second tier or third tier. When we take a look at this as far as dry matter, we went with 4.8 tons of dry matter, and we approximated $1,200 of value there. We had total expense of just under $1,100, so we netted $100 an acre. We could have removed a lot of financial risk on some of this ground by going ahead and selecting a different crop than alfalfa. It wasn't that long ago that when we take a look at what our alfalfa supplies were, it was scary. We had places where if you take a look at the numbers from USDA, we've been keeping records on hay stocks since 1950. So in 70 years, we reached our lowest point here in May 2020. Again, we had bad weather 2018, 2019, worst year. We were really down. So that's where I started getting a lot of calls from farmers saying, Kevin, what can I do? What can we put in place when we come to the following spring and we have hay fields that look like this? So I think the interesting thing about my time in this area of alternative forages has been we know what the why is. We just don't know the what. And this was talked about earlier today in Matt Aiken's talk as far as planting depth. So here, it's very hard to see, but we've got some material germinating way down here in the seed furrow, and we've got things on top. And so it's very hard to just say, okay, there's going to be a one answer fits all. But back to my analogy of, okay, we know the why, but not the what. I realize we're at the World Dairy Expo, the Super Bowl for forages here. We've got the highest quality cattle in the land here. I realize this cow may not place in the showing here, but I kind of liken alternative forages to this cow. I pride myself on the fact I grew up on a farm. I taught high school agriculture. I can tell you what the breeds of cows are. I'm looking for someone brave in the audience who wants to tell everybody or demonstrate their bovine knowledge. What breed of cow are we looking at in the stall there? Is anybody brave enough to tell me what that is? Let's start with maybe what it's not. Is it a Holstein? Okay. Is it a brown Swiss? Color doesn't quite look like a Swiss. How about a Guernsey? Does that look like a Guernsey? Jersey? Milking Shorthorn? Ayrshire? All right, so here's the story behind the cow. This is on one of the farms I work with. I work with farmers who have 35 cows to 8,000 cows. So we have diversity in Outagamie County. We're not worried about what this cow is. It's why this cow is in the stall. She milks well. She's low maintenance. When it's time to calve, she doesn't need assistance. She produces milk 305 days like a cow is supposed to. So we've got an animal that basically fits the bill, doesn't require a lot of attention. That's why she's in the stall. As far as alternative forages, we don't know all the what, just like we can't give you the pedigree on this animal, but we know the why. So this is from 2020. This is that first year I got started in this, and this is in Seymour, Sunny Days Dairy. What we've got here is an absolute jungle. We've got oats in there. We've got peas in there. We've got forage radish in there. We've got red clover in there. We've got Italian ryegrass in there. You had to dig under the canopy to find this stuff. This was crowded out by everything else. And so when you take a look at this, I've got numbers there that we'll look at as far as what we harvested. But here's what Matt Aikens was referring to as far as composition. We had fine rains and precipitation leading up to the first cutting on that, but once the first cutting came off, Mother Nature turned the water faucet off. It was dry, it was droughty. Can you see the difference in what we have going on? We still have some of the forage radish. I could find a little bit of red clover in some low spots, but that's basically a 90% Italian ryegrass stand. And that's what it remained for the rest of the growing season. So when we take a look here, we harvested first cutting on June 28th. August 1st was our second cut, September 5th, and then November 2nd. We'll talk about this cut the following year because this was planned but unplanned, all at the same time. So as far as harvest is concerned, you can see that we obviously harvested the first stuff for silage, but then the other stuff here, we got dry enough. We actually made baled hay from that ryegrass for the second cutting. The subsequent cuttings were chopped, although be it on the drier side, they were harvested as silage. So as far as our crude protein in that mix, here you can see from first cutting, second cutting, third. By the time we got to fourth, it was extremely dry and droughty, and that probably is a reflection of some nitrogen deficiency, but we averaged in that 15, 16 range. when we take a look at ADF and NDF numbers, as far as 20, 30, 40, as far as protein, ADF, NDF, we could look across the board here and see what happened. Obviously, the numbers drop, and we had higher quality feed here in these subsequent cuttings as we would expect. But at the end of the season, we'll see what that meant as far as the yields. We spend a lot of time talking about low lignin and alfalfa. But if you haven't looked at these numbers or have an appreciation for this, we have a naturally low lignin forage available to us, and it's ryegrass. This was the mix of all those different components in it, and you can see we were under 4% lignin there. But take a look at the ryegrass, 2.5, 2.22, 1.13. So when we're growing ryegrass, we're putting that stuff in that animal's ration, and it's being utilized. So when we take a look at the next items here, as far as the sugars, it's extremely high here in that fourth cutting, and I think that may have had a contributing factor to why we were able to take another bonus cutting the following spring. As far as ash is concerned, certainly that's a function of the equipment harvested. Dry conditions make that a little more difficult, add to that number. But as far as our relative forage quality is concerned, again, we had what you would expect in that type of mixture. When we were straight ryegrass, we were in that 140, 150 range, and that's what Matt showed us this morning as far as some numbers that we could expect. By the time we got to that fourth cutting, we were extremely high, but again, tonnage there was very, very limited. As far as our relative forage quality, when we take digestibility into account, I think we can see we had some really nice numbers. And when it comes to this cutting here, this is where I want to say, this farmer, Matt talked about a system. With alternative forages, they're usually a part of a system. It's not a one-off. The farmer planted this, and the idea was, I'm going to plant cereal rye in the fall after we're done, and I'll have that to harvest next spring. That farmer did that. The problem is we had a mild winter. Even though the cereal rye germinated, it got outcompeted by the Italian ryegrass. So Italian rye normally doesn't overwinter at the rates or level that this stuff did, but you could not find any of the cereal rye in that stand the following spring. So this really was, the farmer intended to take a spring cutting. He just thought it'd be cereal rye, not Italian rye, which it turned out to be. So as far as tonnage is concerned, we can talk quality all day, but we know that yield matters. Doesn't matter if we're talking about alfalfa or some other crops. If you don't have yield, it's very hard to make that sale to the farmer. And so when we take a look at that first cutting, we had almost 2.2 tons of dry matter in that mix. Once the rain went away, we got a ton of dry matter for the straight Italian ryegrass. By time third crop came along, again, very limited as far as precipitation. This farm couldn't get rain to save their life. And here's that fourth cutting that was really, really high as far as some of those quality measures. There was very, very little out there. I think what's important is when we look at, it's not just the milk per ton, we're taking the dry matter yield, and the number that most farmers want to talk about is how much milk per acre am I harvesting from these crops. And you take a look, we had a really nice first cutting there. A lot of that is yield driven, respectable numbers as far as our second cutting. We really fell off as far as our third and fourth, but that was again that function of lack of yield. We had almost 2 tons of dry matter that following spring, and that feed for overwintering, that Italian rye was still extremely high in quality, and you can see the quantity of milk we harvested there. So when we add all this up and we still come up with about 20,000 pounds of milk per acre, I think we can compete with a lot of different crops. So when I talk to nutritionists and I say, how do you get an impression of a feed? What is it that you're looking for? You know, my background being in crops and soils, they say first thing they're looking at is dry matter. Then they're looking at crude protein. Then they're looking at NDF D30, and then a quality measure, whether it's RFQ or milk per ton. So this is a project that again, we started with. In 2020, we couldn't travel around freely or do the things we wanted to. So what I did is I reached out to my peers statewide and said, hey, if you've got alternative forages being grown, we want to collect some samples. And I want to give a shout out to Matt Akins, because without his help, it would have been hard to organize these samples into the different categories. I expected to have about 80 samples to work with. We ended up with over 140. So it was a big project, and Matt's help was invaluable as far as trying to figure out the categories. So we separated them to cereal and Italian rye, cereal legume, cocktail mix. I just threw corn silage in there so we'd have it as a reference point. Grass legume mix, Italian ryegrass, legume alfalfa. I had a plot where I had low lignin alfalfa and conventional alfalfa, so I pulled and averaged those two again, just to have something for comparison, and then our sorghum Sudan. So I think what we walk away with is what we heard earlier. Alfalfa, if we're looking for protein, we're not going to have these other alternative forages compete quite at that level. I mean, we've all seen alfalfa at 23, 24, 25. We can get this number higher than that. We're probably not going to see that with these other items. But when we look at NDFD 30, again, we've got the different categories, cereal, Italian rye, and across the board. Boy, the one that jumps out right away is this Italian ryegrass. My first experience working with Italian rye was in 2005, that spring. 2004 was a very difficult year. We had a lot of bad alfalfa fields, and I had a farmer say, Kevin, I've got 30 to 40% alfalfa left in the field. What can I do to patch it or amend it? And we interseeded Italian ryegrass in there, and these are characteristics that I saw on feed tests back in 2005 from that summer, whether it was young immature stuff or if it was further along as far as its growth stage. So I think the point here is that when you manage it correctly, you can have a lot of these crops compete with our traditional forages when it comes to NDFD 30. As far as RFQ is concerned, again, these are all a function of management. We're going to have to get some cooperation from Mother Nature, but at the end of the day, you can see, again, our Italian ryegrass topped the charts as far as the samples that we received. We know that we used to have just straight alfalfa. We've got a lot of grass legume mixes out there. We would expect them to be that high. If we let our cereals get a little further along in maturity, we know we're not going to have the same ability to compete as far as RFQ with highly managed forages of the traditional nature. But this kind of sums up that if we could just feed the cow corn silage, we wouldn't have to have a need for this discussion. We can't harvest something with more tons of dry matter, basically, than silage. And when we look at milk per ton, whoops. As far as where we're at, again, it's clearly above others, but you throw in Italian ryegrass here, we're not too far off, and well-managed alfalfa as well as a well-managed grass legume mix. Again, we're not going to do better than silage, but we're at least in the same ballpark as far as competing. So I thought this was important to include. If you are going to plant alternative forages, there's this attitude that, well, all right, I got some less than ideal land. I'll put this stuff in there, walk away, and I'll come back and harvest it. No. If anything, you need to apply more management to alternative forages, not less. And so if you are going to incorporate into your cropping plan, I would say write down what are your goals for that feed. Matt talked about, is this for heifers? Is this for the lactating dairy herd? We can push this alternative forage component into that lactating dairy herd ration, but we have to make sure we do our part to manage correctly. So pick something specific, measurable, attainable, relevant, and time-bound as far as, all right, how many yields, tons of dry matter are we looking for? How many pounds of milk per ton are we looking at? 3 cuttings, 4 cuttings, what is our schedule going to look like? All of those are important to talk about before you are ready to make that first cutting. So we basically have 4 different categories when it comes to forage. You have your establishment goals, which we spend a lot of time on. We talk about seed selection. We take care of the nutrient needs. We make sure that we've got the site prepped as far as soil is concerned. But then we maybe forget some of that once we're in season and harvest management, and even with our winter checklist as it relates to some of these crops. So as far as alternative forages, the first place we start is with the Italian ryegrass. We basically can have blends that we would look at, and here we've got 3 different varieties of Italian ryegrass. We've got Merle, Firkin, and Hunter, and you can see that those 3 are in there, and that's basically that straight mix. When we talk about these cocktail mixes, now we're looking at different species. So here we've got our ryegrass in there, and we still use 3 different varieties, but we've got hairy vetch, we've got red clover, we've got berseem clover. So now we're mixing these things all up. You can basically make whatever type of alternative forage cocktail mix you want. The companies that are providing this stuff do custom mixes, and so if there's something that you have as far as your farm conditions or soils or particular fields that you're looking at, if you talk to some of these folks, they will definitely tell you there are options available. One of the biggest stumbling blocks early on, and because this was going on when there was a lot of things in the world that were not normal anymore, was I was trying to nail people down. Okay, are we taking 3 cuttings or are we taking 4 cuttings? Where are we going here? Well, if we're dealing with a cool season mix, we're trying to plant that before May 20th. And we're using Italian rye, we're using forage tillage rashes, oats, peas, vetch, clover blends, mixes. If we're planting after May 20th, now we've got a warm season mix. So if we're getting in before May 20th, previously you would think that 4 cuttings is what our goal is. And at least up to this year when we were doing our work, that was my belief. So 4 cuttings was what we were looking at here. If we're planting after May 20th, now we're looking at 3 cuttings. And here we've got our warm season items as far as the BMR sorghum Sudan. We've got pearl millet, we've got cowpeas. We're still using some of the components that we used in the cool season mixes, but now we've got things that are specifically warm season. So after doing the initial study, finding out that we've got quality there, we've got yield there, let's try and answer some questions that former UW soil scientist Carrie Lebowski was getting, and that is, how do I manage these from a nutrient standpoint? She was getting questions about how much nitrogen to put down, what do we compare this to? In Wisconsin, we have A2809. That's basically guidelines for field crops as far as fertility recommendations in Wisconsin. And there isn't a line in there that says cocktail mixes. So Google knows a lot of stuff, but it only knows what we tell it. So somebody has to do the survey, do the research, do the work, publish materials so it's out there. As far as our goal with this Midwest Forage Research proposal, we were going to take a look at how the plant species composition changes based on response to nitrogen fertilizer, determine the economically optimum N rate. This was before nitrogen and fertilizer took off the way it did. So this actually turned out to even be more important now. Calculate the optimum return and take a look at the comparison between the Italian rye as well as the mixes, and then use the project data to update that A2809, the nutrient application guidelines for crops. So another part of this is that farmers care about their resources. Nobody gets out of bed thinking, how can I do something or engage in an activity that could have an adverse effect on the water that I, my family, my cows, my neighbors, everybody works with. Well, at the time, NR 151 was being looked at as far as some proposed rule changes as it related to nitrate and nitrogen management. And it was important that we were doing this because this was the potential area in the state that was going to be affected by some proposed changes to those guidelines. And this never did make it fully through committee in time. It's not codified. There's nothing. There's information about what they eventually did do with this, but the point is, I think we all know in agriculture that we work in an environment that's different than it was 20 years ago, 10 years ago, some might even argue 5 years ago, and water quality is always something that we need to keep in mind. So when we do this work, it's not just about how much we can grow, it's how much can we grow in an economically viable but environmentally sound manner as well. So here are the locations that we went with. We had Seven Oaks Dairy and Opportunity Acres. Basically, we had corn silage, soybean, corn grain as far as previous corn grain, soybean, corn grain, similar in that regard. As far as the tillage is concerned, they were both chiseled. As far as our fertilizer is concerned, when we take a look at what we had for soil tests, we had pH that was slightly in the alkaline categories. We had soil organic matters that were similar. Our soil test P meant that we didn't have enough there. In this case, at the Seven Oaks, I had to put down some phosphorus at the time of planting, as well as potassium at this site. The Opportunity Acres, we had more than enough P, so no supplementation there. I did put down a little bit of potassium at that site as well. We ended up with 4 cuttings. Here you can see those. I've got these detailed later, and here's the exact mixes from the seed tags that I had up earlier. So here's what our plots looked like. We basically were looking at 0, 30, 60, 90, 120, 150, and 180 as far as our treatment rates. They were replicated 4 times, complete block. So you wouldn't try and establish alfalfa in this seed bed, would you? I mean, I think we all can agree with that. So when it comes to these alternative forages, you have to provide them with the best opportunity to establish, because we already have challenges beyond our other crops. If I ask somebody how deep we should be planting corn, we've got some pretty firm numbers. If I ask you how deep we should be planting alfalfa, we've got solid numbers. The problem with these alternative forage crops is that we're working with multiple items. Now, in both cases at these sites, we planted 25 pounds per acre for the Italian ryegrass as well as the cocktail mix. As far as your individual site is concerned, you know, your conditions may differ depending on the crop, but here we are, planting depth. If we're talking about planting clover, we're talking about 1/8 to maybe 1/4 of an inch. We're relatively shallow. When we talk about ryegrass, we're looking at getting that stuff at least 1/2 inch. When we talk about something like our cereal grains, we're looking at 1 inch, 1.5 inches. And then you throw vetch in there. Vetch would prefer to be at 1 to 1.5 inches. So here's what I tell people is that planting depth is kind of like being a cheesemaker in Wisconsin. If cheese making was just science and all you had to do is follow a formula that's written out, well, that's great. But cheese making is both a science and an art. And when it comes to planting these things, you have to look at your soil type. You have to look at the moisture. You have to look at the conditions that are present at the time that you're going into that field. These individuals have planted at 3/4 of an inch, trying to find that happy medium, and there just isn't a good recommendation that I can give other than your site and soil conditions, along with the mix that you're working with, are going to have a lot to do with it. If you have a component that's a major part of it, you may want to look at that first. As far as fertility recommendations, we really don't have them spelled out in A2809, so we basically are using grass hay. That's what we're comparing this stuff to. The questions were asked, as I mentioned earlier, how much N to put down, and then how does that compare to the other things that we have in there as it relates to an alternative forage type mix. So if we're looking at a cool season, basically 60 days after you plant, you'd harvest, then 30 days, then 30 days, then 45. This worked perfectly last year. This year, the second year of our grant project, we're only going to end up taking 3 cuttings instead of 4. So That's the thing about information, it changes, and we do things over multiple sites, over multiple years, different conditions, because we want to see how they react. So here we are. This is 11 p.m. going on midnight on a Sunday night at Seven Oaks when we put that plot in Calumet County, and then here we are up at Opportunity Acres in Oconto. Big difference between getting it planted April 24th versus May 7th back in 2021. We did pull deep soil nitrate samples at 1 foot, 2 foot, 3 foot, and that's because we were not just looking for the residual, but what I mentioned earlier. We're not just going to make recommendations about throwing a bunch of nitrogen out there. We want to measure and make sure that the stuff is being used, that it's not leaching out of the soil profile or being lost. And so here we had Manawa silt loam at the Seven Oaks site. At Opportunity Acres, we had a Salona Asaneki complex. And again, you could tell we were getting 3 feet down because you can clearly see the different striations in the soil. And yes, we hit water in some of those spots at that depth. So as far as the treatments are concerned, we use Super U. And yes, I used a gram scale because when you have a 10 by 20 plot and you're converting that down from acres, it's a relatively small amount. So you have to be somewhat skilled at your placement of that product. But again, from 0 all the way to 180 is what our treatments were. Plots were cut at 4.5 inches the way the farmer was doing it. So here's our plot site. We basically went in there, cut everything, removed it. Then the farmer comes through, merges stuff, harvests it off, and we go on to our next. So we did 2 3x3 squares on each of these 10 by 20 plots. You can see that represented there. That's Jim from Tilth Agronomy, one of my helpers. Remember what I said about the May 24th planting at Seven Oaks versus the May 7th? In 2021, the first couple weeks of June, it was extremely dry. In fact, it was so dry last year that in the Green Bay area, we had the most consecutive days of 90-degree temperatures since 1988. If you're going to talk about a drought, yes, 2012 was dry, yes, it was a drought, but 88 is the one. Well, by getting that stuff planted late and missing the rains, you can see what we had for stand composition. Here are the flags up at the Opportunity Acres. But once you pulled the canopy away, it was there. The problem is we just had a ton of uninvited guests in the form of the weeds that were present in that first cutting. And so here you can see a wider view. We definitely had the desirables that we put in the ground, but we had to get past that first cutting as a result. So again, at Opportunity Acres, we basically harvested on the 15th of July, 1 month later on the 13th of August, then we were September 7th, and then the final cutting came off in November. As far as Seven Oaks, July 5th, July 26th. I suggested that we wait longer, but because it was so dry, the farmer wanted to make baled hay. That was a mistake, and that's been corrected this year. But again, we harvested end of August and then the end of October at that. So when we take a look at the treatments, the 60 pounds per acre versus the 180, we basically had half the amount of N being put on in each application. So maybe if it was darker, you'd be able to tell, but we definitely have much darker, robust forage here than what we have here. You can kind of see the density isn't quite as much. As far as the 0 pounds, here you can see we've got the cocktail mix as far as 0, and here we've got the ryegrass. Pretty simple. If you're growing grass and you're not going to feed it nitrogen, it's not going to grow. Here's where we need to do multiple years. Matt was talking this morning about, well, because Matt was at this site, he saw this firsthand that, wow, we're planting this cocktail mix, and what's the point of having these legumes if they're not going to do anything? Well, again, we went periods where it was extremely dry for 3-4 weeks, then we'd get 4 or 5 inches of rain, then we'd go 3-4 weeks of drought. So this stuff never really had the chance to establish. In this year's plots, the 0 rates are full of legumes. So if you were to make a decision based off of just what you saw there, it really doesn't fit what we might see over multiple sites in multiple years. So here's 90 pounds versus 120. This is at Opportunity Acres. Here's 150 versus 180. And I picked these because here's where you could just see the last remnants of some legumes in there at 90 pounds. Once you put down 120, 150, 180, that Italian ryegrass, it's crowding out the other things that are in there. I mean, we were harvesting pretty much an Italian rye that had some legumes that survived, but they weren't thriving because they were being outcompeted. So at the Seven Oaks site, it did improve later in the season. So back to that zero plot, we did see more legumes, 30 pounds, it did diminish it, 60 pounds. Again, when you give that ryegrass the competitive edge over the legumes, this shouldn't be a surprise, nor is this, that if you're feeding a site heavy nitrogen, that Italian rye is aggressive enough that it's gonna crowd that other stuff out. So, Matt discussed this earlier today as well. When you're talking about ensiling these forages, length of cut matters when it comes to dry matter or moisture that you're ensiling. Alternative forage crops still need to have good preservation practices adhered to, and this was one of the sites up in Shawano County from the 2020 survey when I was collecting data up here. This is a warm season mix, so this is BMR, sorghum Sudan, this is ryegrass, and there was vetch and red clover in the mix, but you just couldn't find them. It probably wasn't planted deep enough for the vetch. It was probably too deep for the red clover, but we were extremely dry in that situation as well. So after all of that, you're probably thinking, are you going to tell us what you found? Yes. So here we are as far as our nitrogen rates, looking at each of those sites individually, and big thanks to John Jones, soil scientist, UW, and Carrie Lebowski, soil scientist, formerly UW, because they're the ones who performed the statistical analysis and developed the charts that you see here. So when we take a look at the Italian ryegrass, we can see as we increase our nitrogen rate, we're on a pretty steady incline. And here we go. What we're looking for is, where is that point of diminishing returns? Well, we can see that somewhere between 150 and 180, we find it. And we find it not only in the ryegrass, but the cocktail mix at the two Seven Oaks sites. What's interesting is that when we take a look at opportunity acres, we start and we keep moving along here, and we get to 180, and we don't see a decline. So at this point, we really know that, all right, we're not seeing a reduction. You know, we can't say that you would have gotten more yield had we applied additional nitrogen. All we can say is at this site, 180 units of N was the economic optimum return on our nitrogen, whereas at these two sites, we can see for dry matter yield, which is our green bar, it was 165 and 154. So the cocktail mix and the Italian ryegrass differed slightly, but if you call it 160, we're good. When we took a look at milk per acre, again, 161, 160, so we're pretty consistent. And one of the things that I was told that we had to do this research and we had to look at this is because we had people who weren't agronomists who were telling people to put more nitrogen out because it would increase the quality of the feed. If we were seeing an increase in milk per ton or the quality of these feeds, would they track parallel to these, or should we see something different happening? If the feed quality is getting better, I would argue that these lines should be increasing at an increasing rate. We didn't see that. So at least in the 2021 data, N fertilization really had little impact on milk per ton. Our dry matter drives the milk per acre. As you can see, they're correlated. The economic optimum nitrogen rate basically was similar for dry matter or milk per ton, and the ENOR was greater than what's in A2809, which is 130 units. So by doing this work, we already know what we currently have, it doesn't fit. Here we have the initial soil samples that were pulled for nitrogen. So 50 is our background. So we had approximately 130 here, 130 minus 50 gave us 80 additional units here. Let's just call it 95 minus 50, we had 45 units. Here we'll call this 155, 155 minus 50. We had 105 units of nitrogen in the soil before we even put the nitrogen treatments down. But after we harvested the cuttings, we came back at each of these sites, and basically our nitrogen levels had returned to the background of 50 pounds of nitrogen per acre. So what it told us is that at 180 pounds, we were not applying an excessive amount of nitrogen to these sites. There wasn't anything going to waste. So because we did not find the economic optimum nitrogen rate at 180, this year, this is what we have out in the fields right now. We added 215, 260, and 305. So we're determined to find where that change is, or where we start to see diminishing returns. So as far as the summary is concerned, amount of nitrogen on the Italian rye or forage mix was greater than what we currently have available to suggest to people. We did not see an increase in the quality of the forage based on higher nitrogen applications. Profitable dry matter rates for N were similar to milk per acre. And when rates are applied at less than EONR, soil nitrate remaining in the profile after harvest is about background. Again, it receded back to that 50 units. We need to do additional work on this as far as N uptake, use, and efficiency, and compare that to dry matter yields in both alfalfa and corn silage. Also have to compare these to straight alfalfa, since that's what we're typically replacing, and we're in that second year of the study right now. So thanks to all the people who supported this project. It would be the Midwest Forage Association, Seven Oaks Dairy Opportunity Acres, Tilt Agronomy, Dairyland Labs, Ag Source Laboratories, Byron Seeds, Country Visions Co-op, Knudsen Crop Consulting, and the Outagamie Forage Council. So with that, I will take any questions. I suspect I went a little longer than I should have. I either did really good or really bad if there's no questions, so I'm not sure which it is. Oh, yeah, no. That so things like lime were prorated over the. Oh, Mike had asked, as far as the alfalfa budget, the new seeding budget that I had showed, if things were prorated over time or all accounted for at once. With lime, we prorated that over 3-4 years, whereas no, for the fertilizer inputs were just for that establishment year. And I'd have to go back and look, but 200 pounds of potash or whatever, that was all figured in. I think that's the key. When we look at the graphs that I had and the economic optimum nitrogen rates, we were using 40-cent nitrogen, because remember, we're back in fall 2020 using that pricing, getting ready for 2021. We went from 40-cent nitrogen to $1 to $1.40. I had farmers in October last year I convinced to price nitrogen at 75. It was like pulling teeth. Boy, they were happy this spring when everybody else was paying $1, $1.40. And that's going to have to be something we look at closer because of the N need. And when I priced nitrogen about 7-10 days ago in my home county, urea gives us about 96 cents per unit as far as the N cost on that. So we're at about $1. So we're 2.5 times what it was with the study, but we're down from where our highs were, where farmers were. So lots of moving parts here, but that's what makes this job interesting. It's never boring. Thank you for the invite, Dennis.
Thanks again, and as you leave, if you haven't already gotten one of these cards, it does have the website for the videos that have been recorded here. Not only one of these actually is for the YouTube channel dedicated to these videos, and then there's also a link to the videos that we do for the webinars through the center as well. So I encourage you to check those out and keep abreast of what's happening at the center as well. thanks everyone for your time and attention this afternoon, and a great set of seminar speakers this whole week. So thanks, and we'll see you again next year.